I'm live. I'm live. It's alive. Um, yeah, it's only one conclusion with all that's going on. The lawyers don't know because Forrest left it in somebody's hands, not in the lawyer's hands. Because as we all know, sometimes you can't. It had to be somebody he really trusted, like Doug Preston. Yeah. Um, Unless Doug Preston's crooked and stealing it from the real finder, we don't know, you know. But it's a corporation, and there was some corporation that maybe Doug and Larry Burke are tied in together, somehow. Well, look at it this way: Larry Burke is senior editor for Sports Illustrated. Aren't they a publisher? Didn't Doug Preston tied in with New York City publishers? And Jack, we're not talking about you today, Jack. No. Oh yeah. What? What's out there? Are you gonna want back in 3 minutes? Huh? Early interruption by our co-star Jack. Oh my God. Yeah, I got my cup of tea and hey Bobby. Hey peeps, Saturday night. Yeah, this I don't know. I don't know where to go here where people hang out, where old white people hang out. um, you know, if you're an old white guy, you don't want to go into a Hispanic bar and you talk to the wrong senorita and all of a sudden you're in a ditch out back, Yeah. Um, you had a little trouble with the local native in Albuquerque when I went to the my RV was up on jack stands at the Napa Truck Center on East Central in Albuquerque for a week. I was there. I was camped in the parking lot. Hey, John. Gun range just south. Yeah, yeah. There's a foot when you go to the gun range. Before you get to the gun range, there's a little thing with the signs for the about the BLM because it's on BLM. But if you park there where those signs are and go up on the little ridge just above the signs, there's a giant footprint up there right by the gun range. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on just for it's healthier. Yeah. So yeah, I've been working on my plans for my house and stuff. And do I want to? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to. I had a thought of making the loft, extend the walls so I have like a second floor loft and all. And no, because even once I got the place done, I think you pay your taxes basically on how many square feet the house is. So I don't need that. But I'll probably have some house building parties, bricklaying parties. uh, uh, yeah, and then have a prize for who can lay the most bricks in a day. Oh, where's my thing? How many bricks do I have? Um, because I had a plan to build a wall instead of a fence, a cinder block wall all the way around. But the top half of the wall have openings between the blocks, so it takes fewer blocks and stuff. Because it's really not all, the materials aren't that much, and the block company, the brick company will give you the bricks up front, and you pay for them once you've completed it, and you get the home loan, the mortgage on it. Yeah, all is well. There's a well in the back of Jack Dempsey's house, a wishing well. And in the front yard is a Liberty Bell to ring his bell. And Jack Dempsey said, "Hi, cowboy," and the cowboy punched him. Just like Forrest Fenn. It's the same story. Forrest Fenn ain't Jack Dempsey, because Jack Dempsey was 6'5". He's not Lee Harvey Oswald, because Lee Harvey Oswald was 5'7". Now, JFK, he was the same height as Forrest, 6'2", 6'1", 6'2". Same height. I'm the same height as Forrest, but I'm not Forrest. Some people think I'm his replacement. The range I was at was a private. Yeah, but that's on BLM right there, right Del Norte. It's where you turn for the quarry. There's an old rock quarry where they got the rocks when they started building the town. They quarried rocks out of this area that's ancient sculpted rocks, but they were perfect rocks for building the town. Yeah, when I looked at how many bricks it takes to go around the house, it was like 100 or something for each layer, and then how many layers? 8 inches each. And I was going to make the walls in the rooms 9 feet instead of 8 feet, since it's a cinder block wall. Might as well just, 1 or 2 more rows of blocks makes the room that much higher. The range was probably that you could learn a lot about the finder using Forrest shadow shape. Same guy. Yeah. He was looking for his substitute, like his father was looking for substitutes. Forrest needed a substitute. the Indiana Jones type, like him. I bet the guy has a hole in his hat, like this one. There are holes in my hats. Had a mammoth on this one. Boy, I gave Forrest one of them mammoths too. See, he's got little ears, so he's a mammoth. A long tusk. Azure blue. Bill, what? Bill, what? What, Bill, what? Bill, what happens if we never get resolution of Forrest Fenn's treasure? The probate thing is still, there's a pretrial in May, and there's June 13th. They're setting court dates for when the probate trial's gonna take place, or if there is one. I don't know. It could be in May that they decided it's all done, and all these people have gone away. They're no longer, it's no longer an issue, so case closed. Hopefully they do that in May. But there's still court dates on the probate. And if there's still court dates, then it's still probate. and Forrest said that promised there'd be no legal issues. And the only way there are no legal issues is if all the legal issues have expired. Yeah. It took a very long. There have been people here for so many years. It took so long to do. Well, it might have been aliens. It might have been giants. I don't know, but these people got along with the Columbian mammoth, and if you got something like that, you can move some pretty big freaking rocks. And I think they molded some rocks. They had concrete better than what we have. They were alchemists. They knew how to make rocks. They knew how to melt rocks. they had the reason they had mica mines was to make mirrors to melt rocks. They'd make focusing mirrors and they'd melt the rocks and mold them whatever shape they want them. Didn't unfile. There were three names. There's three names that I don't recognize on the that are claimants in the estate in the probate. There's three names. One is Mark Doty, Doty, who I look up, and if it's this one that's a famous poet and had Book of the Year or something back in 2008 and all, some guy from New York City who's a poet and a writer has a claim. But he hasn't. In some notification the court sent him was returned undeliverable. So he's dropped out, maybe doesn't want anything to do with it anymore, whatever. So it seems that guy's dropped out. But there's a Rebecca Kaiser and a you got it here. A Jamie McCracken. But it just says that that Jamie McCracken is a citizen. Now, I don't know what, if they're just in there to get information on it or what. And Kyle Sandow and then the famous lawyer is in there too. Infamous. But everything else is stuff everybody already knows. But it has a pre-trial conference on May 16th, 2022, 9:05 a.m., Santa Fe District Court. Judge Matthew Francis. And then it has a docket call on June 13th, 2022. And a docket call is when they set the dates for trial and all that stuff. That's when they set dates. And I think that may only be if they have their pretrial conference and everything's settled at that point, then they can close it, I believe. And then they wouldn't need the June date. So I'm not, that's just what they have in the record. But I'm curious what these other people, what their claims were. And if Rebecca Kaiser might be the one went by Becca, I believe. has the jewelry and stuff Forrest had given her and stuff. Yeah, no. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. Oh, I guess this Jamie McCracken is tied to Kyle Sandow because they're both listed as party number 1. They're part of the same party. The Jamie McCracken is party 1. Party 2 is Mark Dottie. Party 3 is Rebecca Kaiser. Party 4 is America's Worst Lawyer. Or maybe it's because that's only a party, Citizen Party 1 and other claimant party 1. So Jamie McCracken might not, but I don't know what their cause is in it. Okay, I'm going to go back to the chat, so I'll see that. Red Flintstones had a brontosaurus to move rock. Yeah, and Barney seems ridiculous. I wonder if Fred Flintstone ever had an affair with Betty, or if Fred ever cut Barney with Wilma. He belonged to Secret Society called the Moose Lodge. Yeah. It's John Teeter has a Moose Lodge. Moose Lodge is still around in 2036, right, John? Yeah, he's a I know he's a San Lazaro guy. Why was the media not picked up on this and treasure fraud? Well, it's only a fraud if there isn't a real winner in the end. If there's a real winner in the end that was the real winner all along, then it's not a fraud. The cover of the book says you can go home with the treasure. It doesn't say you're going to find it. You can go home with it if you do all this stuff and you have the medal, which is the car medal that I have. There's no proof so far. I think I have quite a bit of evidence. Nobody else has the extent of evidence that I do. It just went over the whole thing. The BB warm waters halts when your blood stops pumping. When he shot that Meadowlark with his Red Ryder BB gun, and Red Ryder, the guy who wrote Red Ryder, is in Pagosa Springs, has a gypsy wagon in front of his house. It's an old wagon, wood with window. It's like the wagon that the wizard in when he was the medicine, with his cart and his little. It's an old fashioned camper, basically camper trailer, gypsy wagon with car tires on it, car wheels and tires on it. And it's sitting there in Pagosa Springs on Highway 160 in front of Fred Harmon's House Museum. Pagosa Springs stinks. When he talks about the stinking creek and the skunk and all that, he's talking about Pagosa means smells bad. And what's mildew? Mildew smells bad too. So all these things are all within 2-3 degrees of separation. So, and Pagosa Springs, how deep is a hole? How deep is a fire hole? Well, Pagosa Springs is the world's deepest fire hole. Big Boo Moose, an hour after you left with broken antler from fighting a bigger bull. Wow. Wow. Oh, it's just but maybe you knock it off, break it off the rest of the way, and you got that big old. Yeah. I need to get a piece of antler for trying to flint nap. Bill, nothing has been presented to a court that is real evidence. Yeah. It's like having. Yeah, I need to refine. I'm working on my book. There's a lot going in it, and if I had like my book is the solution, and it's a major rabbit hole, but it all fits together. The treasure is boldly on the map. It says Treasure Falls, Treasure Mountain. It's primitive concrete. It's ancient concrete. It's Atlantis concrete is what it is. Wow. Oh, 8 inches. That's okay. Wow, he just started growing it. Wow. What's moose shit? Does moose shit look like elk shit? I seen a moose at up in Yellowstone at Tower Falls. And then there were big orange sheep north of there by the Yellowstone River. And what's really funny, that picture was Skippy holding a rock. I have a picture taken from the same spot from 2007. I knew where that was because of the picture I took in 2007 at the same place. In the same direction, looking upstream from the brink of Upper Yellowstone Falls. Looks like grapes, just like the elk. Yeah, my search area, the road to where I found the Buffalo Cowboy car, the road in there sometimes doesn't open till July because it's so wet and muddy. Jack's at the door. Hey, came right in. You got to fight with him. Get in here, Jack. Oh. You get a new one of these every 2 weeks. Lopsided, the other antler 4 feet long. Wow. Oh, man. There's this rock in my search area that there's a little tiny pull out room for one car to pull out, and you can go out on this big old. It's mostly flat. It's really rough on top though, and that's why it's dangerous because it's not a smooth surface. And if you're a person that walks around and drags your feet, and you're there at spring runoff, and you drag your feet, you go in the cauldron, you know. So I've always known when I go out there to be extremely careful of you placing your feet. You don't want to go out there just lazily walking out there. You want to watch where you're putting your foot and stuff. And if you want to look over the edge, get on your hands and knees and look over. You know. But yeah, a girl died there, and now okay, so she died there. She fell in this family stopped there, and she fell in the river. I gave the sheriff the drone video that helped them figure out where she was, because I had video that showed where the logs were jammed underwater, where she got caught up in the logs. No, I ain't spoke to Shiloh. I sent the Old Wood Facebook page a picture of this piece of 35 million year old redwood I have. Tell them this is, I found it up Mount Ouray, and it's from a redwood tree from 35 million years ago, and that is extremely old wood. And they said that's really cool, and that's the only communication I've had. It's never been confirmed, Shank. I've never been confirmed to be wrong, no. But when K-Pro asked Forrest, did Bill Gorman find it? And he only laughed at her. He only laughed at her. He didn't say no. He didn't say yes. He laughed at her, because who is gonna be nobody if Bill Gorman found it? And then Mary Wygant asked Forrest if I found it, and Forrest told her I didn't expect Trump to win either. Forrest has never denied. Oops. Oh, still going. Oops. Almost. Yeah, I heard when I heard Yellowstone is one of the great. Have they been to Yosemite? Yosemite is because the cliff, straight up rock, 4,000 feet straight up, actually hangs over. The top is further out than the base. 4,000 feet straight up, one solid granite rock. And no, Yosemite is awesome. And they got brown bears. They can be dangerous, but they're more like Yogi Bear, Back to my question: what if there's never any additional information on the treasure? Well, whoever ends up with the treasure should have the answers. I've got answers. Azure Blue, is that the Blue Yeti? Everybody's got these new names. There's always a new name. The only park in the West I have never seen. Would love to see Half Dome. Yeah, Half Dome. I have a picture. I took a Half Dome in like 1974 or so, and no, maybe it was 79 or 80. I don't know, but it had rained and there was a puddle on the side of the road, and there was grass coming up out of the water, but the puddle of water was like a mirror. And I took a picture of Half Dome reflecting off this puddle of water with grass growing out of it. And I did my mile swim in Yosemite in the Tuolumne River. It was like there was a swimming area. It was Boy Scout camp, and it was a swimming area. There was like a dock, like a board on either side of the river, and so I just swam back and forth across the river, the Tuolumne River, and that's runoff, snow runoff. It swam a mile in 17 minutes. That is, I think. Oh, and I don't see anybody joining. Yeah, I think the only park on the west. Maybe the treasurer went back to the court. No. See, Doug Preston. I think the lawyers don't have it. It's all in Doug Preston. It's all Doug. There's a corporate. There's an S corp or an LLC. Doug Preston's involved. Might be Larry Burke involved. But there's some people involved, and they are doing what Forrest wanted done with it, but they have to wait until this probate on the estate. When the probate closes and it's all over, then they can award the real finder, whose name was likely put on the condo 5 years ago. And June 10th is the 5-year anniversary of when Forrest wore mildew. No, I ain't seen that. I think that's freaking crazy. Climbing that freaking rock, like those people. They one slip and you're dead. One slip. It's like the people that want to sue Forrest for jumping in the river and drowning themselves. How about the people that printed the shirt that says "Go climb a rock"? If you went and climbed a rock because you read that and you fell off and killed yourself, are they liable because they influenced you to go climb a rock? 154, Shank. Lost City. I have Lost City of the Monkey God. Boy, why was it hiding that? That was like I had to approve Lost City of the Monkey God. $777. Hey, John, you know why they call James Bond 007? You know why they call James Bond 007? Same reason they call me 009. Yeah, I have, Shank. I get 154, 156, in the 150s. That's why when I went in the Navy, I was guaranteed advanced electronics as a computer technician because of my scores. Why? Yeah. Running on inverter power. Where am I at? 50 volts. I got a new charge control. My charge controller isn't working, And so I have to so it's putting like 16, 17 volts to my 12-volt batteries, and, and and then my inverter says it's more than 15 volts, I'm shutting off. That doesn't work. Then I have to run my 4,000-watt inverter and that to charge my lithium batteries up, and yeah, it's crazy to get 120 to run the computer and everything during the day. And then once the lead acid batteries are low, I switch to the e-bike batteries, 48 volts. And for some reason, the generator will run 10 minutes and then it shuts off. I don't know what its freaking problem is. It has oil, like clean the air filter. And yeah, I don't want to make picture frames. I'm working on my art. One thing I try and put somebody wants to buy one of my prints, and so they want it signed. Do they want it actually hand signed by me or just my signature on the print? And so I'm taking some of the images and having one version that has the signature is printed with the image, so that they can order it online with the frame and all that, and that place ships them the picture with the frame. And otherwise I have to pay. Otherwise I have to pay for the frames to put my print in there, and then have it shipped to me. Then I have to sign it, assemble the frame and all that, and ship it to the person. And it's too much work. I wouldn't get anything out. Yeah. The frames are more. That's why I say if I have to pay $120 to have a frame for that, then the picture that's in the frame should be worth more than the $120 of the frame. So if it's $120, $130 for the frame print, then the sale price should be if it's that much for the artist to get it printed and framed, then usually that's the wholesale, and the retail's usually about double that. So probably about $300 for a framed print. Kruger-Dunning effect. Yeah, I looked that up. Yep. I brought that up 6 months ago, 9 months ago. I think I brought that up. People have been watching my videos. Kruger-Dunning effect. There's a video on YouTube about it. Let me see. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Message from my friend in Illinois. People with low ability at a task overestimate the ability some researchers also have in there. Including the definite opposite effect of the higher performers. The tendency to understand. Yeah. People underestimate what a person's capable of. It's like there's these people that are psychic and they hear these voices and all that, and people, well, they don't understand it, so they don't believe it. But to them, some of it's really happening. They can't explain how some of these psychics show police where the bodies are to something that they had nothing to do with. They don't know how to explain that. It says in the Bible that you can make things happen. All you have to do is believe in yourself. All you have to do is believe in yourself, and you can accomplish anything. Yeah, I do. Yeah, a lot of people underestimate. Um, yeah, there's this. I have this song that I bought this CD, and I used to go buy CDs of stuff I never heard of, just see what it sounded like, see what was on there. And there was this thing in it. Do you really understand the power of nitro? Do you know what it means yet? I've accomplished. People can't see what I've accomplished is the issue here. I am at a different level than most people. So it's like I have an extra dimension open to me that most people can't comprehend. Why did Peggy die on Charlton Heston's birthday? Why did Forrest die on Grandma Moses' birthday? Even Lully pulls up a book from 1930 about Coronado's trail and his treasure, his hunt for the lost city of gold and stuff. And Coronado even brings up Moses. I can't even sell an NFT. How can I do anything in the stock market? I'd rather have my art be known for the art and not for an NFT. I think of NFTs will eventually. It's like it's just a digital code. It has no value at all. Same with Bitcoin. It's like just a digital stored on a memory chip. It's worth no more than an SD card. You have an SD card with your crypto wallet on it, right? What's that? What did that SD card cost? $20, $30 maybe for a good one. And so how does the data on the SD card make it worth 500,000 times more than the SD card cost? That's just no. That doesn't compute. It's a virtual currency, which is it can't be dug up in 500 years and look like a pot of gold. You know, pot of gold's always going to be a pot of gold. What's the next level? Well, Forrest is up there at the next level, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, the stuff I found is like a Joseph Smith moment, you know. It's an awakening to a spiritual level. Yep, yep. And the guy that got the treasure got the mansion too, Azure. I have the codex right here. But I listened to the audio version and read along. I read along and listened to the audio version. I use the so because you know then you're reading it and listening and you're then so you're absorbing it through your ears and your eyes. Yeah, I heard did that a couple years ago. Codex. My name is Blurbe. Yeah, the Codex, the guy actually got locked in the tomb, and they locked him in there with some food and all, and he was naked, and thought he was going to die in there because he was running out of food, and then I guess they rescued him, but he died shortly after. What do you think of the book? It was a little cheesy. Sorry, Doug, your book was a little cheesy. It's all the same, you know, race. There's bad guys and good guys, and people killing people to get to it. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they ignored what I found. That's for sure. But if not for the ignorant, I could not have done it. You know, if it wasn't for the people that weren't as smart. Oh, wind. It doesn't sound, I think the wind's gone away now. I had a big plate of spaghettis. I had Italian sausage with what's that brand I use? I'm looking at the refrigerator trying to see through the door. Do you remember the brand of spaghetti sauce that I use? I'm going to have to open the freaking door to see. Of course, Classico. Use Classico spaghetti sauce. I use the sausage and garlic flavor. And so that's why I had the Italian sausage. I just had the links. I cook the links, and then I pour the sauce on, cut the links so they're like meatballs, and that was good spaghetti. Parmesan cheese, crushed peppers. Time for sleep. Be well and stay happy. You too, Azure. Eat bad here in Chicago. Oh, Rob. I wonder, Rob, gee, I wonder Wonder, do I know Rob? Do I know somebody that knows Rob? Because I know somebody told a Rob about, yeah, but this X-ray vision, right. Did Chase and Indy try to have sex? No, no, I think I'm disgusting to her. No, no. I'm in Colorado. Nobody comes out here except for a few people. Jason's been here. Greg's been here. Rat Bastard's been here. The guy that was kneeling, with the guy with the hat kneeling, he was here. Yeah. Man. Yeah, you don't go get a law degree just so you can sue people for their money. Over frivolous bullshit. You know, it's you can like defamation is only if it's not true. You know. So if she actually has a fat ass, it's not defamation. And she knows she does. She said she does. I have a picture of a rock on the wall. She thought it was, who had a picture of my fat ass? Where would I have got a picture of her butt? No. You know, Greg hadn't even seen it at that point. Frank Lloyd Wright. I've been to the Frank Lloyd Wright, the house in Manchester, New Hampshire. And I drove by the courthouse that's in Marin County that Frank Lloyd Wright designed. And I need to make a trip to New York City with my art, and I need to go to the Guggenheim Museum. It was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. Frank Wright. Where's the list? Yeah, Street and Greg need to send me the list. I'm gonna, yeah, that's in federal court. Yeah, she has a document. I'm gonna inject myself into the Thompson and Barbara case. That my name has been mentioned in documents, and I request that the court give me a copy of every document associated with this case. So I can see what's being said about me that isn't true. Over and over, she says, Gorman, 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 Bill Gorman, Bill Gorman. And it's usually because someone else was doing, or and something that Jens Escher did at Christmas, calling Greg at her house, is suddenly now it was me calling Greg at her house or something. And it's just delusional bullshit. Where's the list? They're chasing Indy. Man, I don't want to even dream about something like that. There's the arrow. Well, where's the list? Yeah, I want to see the list. When she said I was in the police, that she made a police report and reported me for stalking her at her pool and all that. When it was a picture that Street got off the internet from it's like the picture that's on the apartment complex's website. You know, he got it off the internet. He was never there. He just posted a picture of the swimming pool, and you know, like they were doing to him, posting pictures of his neighborhood. No different, you know. It depends on. She's allowed to do the shit, and he's not. You know, it's just teasing or being a paranoid delusional. Where's the list? Happy Jack. Happy Jack. Okay. You're a redhead, Jack? Is Jack a ginger? I was trying to spread emotion. Yeah, Frank Wright. Oh, yeah, you know, it could be Barbara. I don't know. Is it past her bedtime? Sparkling lime water. I heard that, yeah, lemon juice, probably lime juice too, good for cleaning your liver. FW is trying. Oh. I actually have a jack right here. Another one. Where is he? I need a light. Where'd he go? He fell off. It was on the back of the speaker here. I have a Jack in the Box clown wearing a University of Oregon football helmet. Oh, my tea's empty. That's why I was drinking the lime. I don't see the guest light coming on yet. And you know, it's like, well, I'm wasting my StreamYard hours, because if there was going to be nobody on, I could have done it direct with YouTube. Yeah, as far as the house I'm designing, I'm trying to like tweak instead of a straight wall, instead of the windows, a straight wall going from one side to the other. I had the center come out like 2 feet, 4 feet, 2 to 4 feet more, and then so the walls will be, instead of straight across, they'll be, you know, come out to a point kind of. And I'm thinking a wood stove, a little back, far enough back from it so the wood stove doesn't melt the acrylic doors. And I'm hoping those are going to be acceptable because it makes the whole thing look very cool with the acrylic doors. And I decided, yeah, my upper windows, I'm going to do double pane acrylic. And the thing with the acrylic is it's more resistant to somebody throwing a rock at it or something. Glass is more likely to break. The acrylic is, the rock will bounce off. But I got some cool windows designed for the south end. The whole south end of the house is like glass or acrylic. Maybe I'll do them 4 panels, 3 panels each instead of 4. That would let one swing open, the other one roll. Yeah, 3 panels. Dig dug. Yeah. I think John Teeter either went to bed or he changed his name to Happy Jack. Dig dug, I trusted. How's it going? Dig Dug. Okay, is Dig Dug Doug Preston now? Doug Preston, we just said hi. How you doing? And you know, I hadn't read any of his books at that time, so I didn't have. Well, yeah, I couldn't say I love your books, but I never read them. I don't know how many are watching. What's can you get cap on this? There. When you live in an RV, you keep the cap on your drink, then you don't spill anything. um, let me see. History. Very, very strong. Uh, 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 my page. Yeah, 15 watching. Yeah, I made that thumbnail picture. I used the 2 guys off the horse and the Eric Sloan painting, put them in the car because the canopy was the top of the car, the convertible top. And that's the canopy. If you put the car canopy back, then your canopy is the stars. That's it, and it was 2 trips to Taos. Eric Sloan, the Model A, bullet. The bullet was the Meadowlark was shot with a bullet. JFK was shot with a bullet. Meriwether Lewis was shot with a bullet. Ronald Reagan was shot with a bullet. Forrest Fenn's airplane was shot with bullets. And when Forrest Fenn's heart stopped ticking, the warm waters halted. So it has to do with that bird, the birds he killed, and and because the reason Meadowlarks is because the BB gun that had Red Ryder on it. Fred Harmon lived in Pagosa Springs. He's the guy that wrote Red Ryder, and is the one responsible for influence Forrest in his cowboy stuff. And look, his hop along cat, Forrest Fenn, and his toy gun, the bullet, again. Yeah, my book. I need to get Kevin Bacon to do my foreword because it's so much like the 2 degrees of separation. Or 6. I'm sorry, 6. My book's 2 degrees of separation. But I was going to have it 2 degrees of separation to hunt for Forrest Fenn's treasure. But there's Ghost. But I don't know if I get in trouble with Kevin Bacon, or it just advertises for him, really.
Good morning.
Good morning. You said you had breaking news this morning.
Yeah, we got breaking news. I was going over one of the interviews last night, and Forrest slipped up when he was reciting his poem.
Yeah.
He said, as I've gone alone in there, and with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where, and hint of riches new and old. Begin it where warm waters falls, and take it in the canyon down. So he got tongue-tied twisted or something when he was reading his poem. But, I mean, shit, that could have been a huge clue that everyone overlooked.
That's like his one time that he said, imagination is more important than, what did he say? Or
where warm waters, he said,
yeah,
take it in the begin it where warm waters falls.
Yeah.
He said falls, not halt.
Yeah. Where do they fall?
At the bottom of the fall. I don't know. That could be a slip up,
He said information is more important than knowledge instead of imagination. You see, and that's part of getting old and becoming senile.
Yeah, and I mean, you go so many ways with that. You know what I mean? People could actually take that as, hey, he's losing it and he slipped up, so now we can associate it with a waterfall.
It's kind of like advanced dyslexia, getting things backwards and stuff.
Yeah. All the benefits, all the great natural benefits of getting old.
Uh-huh.
So needless to say, if anybody doesn't know, I called Bill with this information at about 6:30 this morning.
I went back to sleep.
Yeah, I had to get up. I got up and took care of chores, but I didn't realize it was that early.
I don't know what time it was. I sleep kind of light sometimes, but sometimes I sleep real heavy. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. So how's your neck doing tonight?
Oh, it's better than it was this morning,
Yeah,
last
you
night.
definitely. I think you gave yourself whiplash when you were coming in your driveway last night
Yeah,
because
freaking
you're.
camera
I,
bouncing up and down, going back and forth.
that was hilarious. I thought you were headbanging or doing cookies or something.
uh, it was those Girl Scout cookies I ate.
Yeah, good stuff. That was
I gotta
hilarious.
read. I gotta finish reading the Eric Sloan book, The Return to Taos. I bet the Canopy of Stars is in here somewhere.
Yeah. Happy Jack's in here, whoever that is.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who Happy Jack is. It's somebody that I know who I had given a wrench before.
Oh, they were modded, huh?
Uh, 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 yeah, and I don't silence people, you know, and I'm able to see what people say anyhow.
Yeah. The Sparky Sparks. Shout out to Trusted Living. Rob G's in the house. Azure Blue.
Yeah, I don't know. It's somebody who's changed their name. It might be the Blue Yeti.
Shankopotamus. Boy, we got some really really thought of names in here tonight.
Why did they come to?
Thought out. Yeah, Happy Jack. I bet you Jack's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all screwed up on my hours today. I ended up falling asleep early this evening, and then I woke up at 7, and I thought it was 7 in the morning. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, this one picture in the Eric Sloan book. He's driving along in the car, but it says something like it the old way, and you see in the background there's a covered wagon being pulled by horses. So back when cars were new, there were still people getting around with horse and wagon.
Yeah, that's cool.
And when I went down that day, I drove down to Santa Fe, going down 285. There was a guy in a buckboard who had a horse pulling him on a buckboard on the shoulder of 285 going north.
Wow.
There's a guy, horse and wagon going along.
Like an Amish guy or something, or
Yeah, well, there are Amish around here, so yeah, it could have
yeah,
been. But they're
yeah,
like a Mormon Amish, like.
they still cruise around in those horse drawn carriages and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Typical Thunderbirds.
Yeah, that's native style.
That's Eric Sloan.
He did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's native style. That's Eric Sloan. Oh, we got a new comment here. Hi, Ricky Rick Rack.
Ricky, Rack.
Bill, do you remember the Buckaroo?
Buckaroo Banzai?
I don't know. He just said the Buckaroo.
No. 14 watching, one backstage. No, you're not. Nobody backstage.
No.
Well, that was you who said that. Okay.
Oh yeah, I said that earlier when I was back here. I had just came on right when you said, "Well, something about your StreamYard time."
The bullet. The bullet. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of bullets. And even why would he Photoshop a bullet hole in that on the Buffalo Cowboy car in the Thrill of the Chase? Because the hole is in the cowl, and the cowl is the gas tank. So the thing couldn't have been running if it had a hole in the fucking gas tank. You know?
Yeah.
So that's how I know the bullet hole was photoshopped on there.
Huh.
Because the one I found out in the field had a bullet hole in it.
Wow.
A single bullet hole. It wasn't all shut up. It wasn't Bonnie and Clyde's car. It was Eric Sloan's.
Yeah. Was the Buffalo Cowboy car that's talked about in the book that Skippy and Forrest would rope the buffalo and they'd pull him around?
It
Was
was
that
Model
Eric
A.
Sloan's car?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's the same kind of car
Oh, the
that
same kind. It wasn't the same car, though.
Eric Sloan drove in Return to Taos.
Yeah, the Buffalo Cowboy car. Huh. A Model A. It's Ford, huh?
Well, I think that's his Model T in that picture. But he had in 1925 he drove a Model T. In 1960 he drove a Model A.
Huh. The Model Ts and Model A's, that's basically just the frame type underneath, right? It's like a Model T. The framing is in the shape of a T, and a Model A is like a pyramid type shape.
The Model T is just the older model.
Yeah, it's basically underneath. If you look at the frame, it's welded up in the shape of a T. That's why they call them Model Ts, and the Model A's are the same thing, but they're welded together in the shape of an A. That's why they call them Model Ts and Model A's. That's how I understand it, anyway.
There it is. Yep. It could twist like a snake. That's everybody want to know what it is. What it is. What it is. It's what it is. It would twist like a snake.
Yeah.
Eric Sloan told us what it is. Peggy told us you should call it the bullet. The car is it. And when I brought it to February, it was over. And then Once Upon a While came out 6 months later. And the last chapters, the bullet comes home because I brought the bullet to Santa Fe. And then Once Upon a While came out 6 months later. It's like, I mean, Barbara ain't got a story like that.
Yeah, Sparky Sparks. It says, what color is the old buildings in the northern New Mexico? Brown. What
Brown.
did the Spanish use for their color? Brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Santa Fe was known in the olden days as the town of Brown.
If a wild bear shits in the woods, what color is it? Brown.
Yeah.
What color are cow
Well, it
pies?
depends. It
Brown.
depends. I've seen some pretty pretty red scat too, but that's because they were into the raspberries or strawberries or something.
Yeah. Model letter designation was a sequence A1, B2. My mom's dad had a Ford mechanic. Yeah, look how much shit is in the cars now compared to before.
Yeah, it's all computers now.
Yeah. You used to disconnect a couple of wires, undo a couple motor mounts, take a couple transmission mount bolts out, and, and pull the whole thing out.
Yeah, hook it up to a cherry picker and pull it
Yeah.
out.
One time, me and my brother, we put an iron a a straight six in a Chevy Nova without a cherry picker.
Back in your prime, what'd you do? Just
Yeah, when we were like 20.
one guy on each side and just pulled it out of there by hand?
Yeah. I think we had a board across with a chain, and we lifted the board on either side and had someone guide it in. Just drop that thing in there. I think it was just the engine without the transmission. The transmission, we mounted it up to the tranny in the car.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to do shit like that. A friend of mine put a 350 Chevy motor in a Toyota.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, one night me and a friend stayed up overnight. He built the transmission, I built the engine. It was a 327 with a 1967 Z28 cross ram. The two staggered carburetor. It had two 650 double pumpers on it, Holly 650s, but they're staggered. You know, one they're not in a straight line, and so the one on the one side crosses over and feeds the carburetor on the right feeds the heads on the left, and the carburetor on the left feeds the heads on the right. It's a cross ram thing, and but no blower, just that dual 2.650, and that car went 8 seconds in a quarter mile when we put in a Chevy Nova wagon.
Wow. How fast?
8 seconds.
Wow, that's freaking flying. Hell yeah.
He built the tranny, I built the engine.
Cool. So when are you gonna start building this house, Bill?
I'm finally getting my I gotta find out the cost of hooking up the utilities and add that into the cost, and so I know how much to ask for.
So they won't give you a loan to renovate, huh?
No,
Say you found an
no.
old
You can go to this is the same way I'm do. You know, just like you can get a construction loan, you can get a
uh-huh.
loan to renovate it, restore it, or whatever, and then once it's to meets all the standards, you know, you just bring it up to uh,
The code. The
the
code.
FHA standards or whatever, VA standards. Once it meets their
Yeah.
standards, then they can loan the money on it. But I figured, you know, why buy something to put? Just build the whole freaking thing and have a new house.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have
If
to
it,
worry about fixing leaks, or you don't have to worry
yeah,
about
it would be nice.
pre-existing.
I was going to put a metal roof on it, and
Hell yeah. Well, I'm down to help, man. Just let me know.
I'm going to have a bricklaying party.
Hopefully by the time you start building, I'll have my new motor and my
Look,
RV here, and I'll just be able to come down and stay there and help you.
how many?
If not, I'll be
Like,
sleeping in the Forerunner for a summer or two. I don't know. It shouldn't take too long. I've been on projects before. It take about 6 months to build a decent house
see, there's 800.
from start to finish.
It,
Four
it,
4 to 6 months.
I figure it's gonna take 900 and something bricks for the house, but I have 1,100 bricks for the wall around the house.
Wow.
That the wall is so that because the house isn't very far from the road, the wall is to stop cars from coming off the road and crashing into the house and keep the dog in.
Yeah.
But what I figure them, yeah, it's about $6,000 for the bricks.
Wow.
But I can, the brick manufacturer will front you the bricks, and then so I don't have to. That's money I don't have to borrow in the loan to get the house done. But
But you
and so
know what? It's cheaper to buy the forms and make your own bricks, Bill. You just buy the bags of mix and brick them yourself. I mean, it takes longer to do that, but that'd be the way to go if you wanted to save money.
um, I don't
Because
know
you can
what
get
kind of
the form, you can get
I
the
don't know. I don't
forms
know if
for
I can
them,
make.
and
I don't know if I can make my bricks as pretty.
oh, you could
Again,
make them pretty. If you could, we could have
they're
turquoise and sparkly little rocks in there and all kinds of shit if you wanted.
they're like $2 or $3 for a cinder block. They're like $2 a cinder block.
Well, yeah, that's not bad, but you could save money making your own.
Um,
Uh,
uh, that
find a big old
stuff
chunk
to
of
work too.
turquoise and break it up and put it in there, and
Well, the other thing is, do they meet the standards of the loan company? you,
and
you
then
know,
when you collect
they,
indulgence, we'll take a few of them gold
they
coins
won't
and turn them into a gold nugget and throw them in there
they
too.
won't finance a log house and things like that. And
Yeah, when I went to Germany, it's funny. There was this castle that was I think I was in Frankfurt. Anyway, inside the wall, it's a stone building, and everything around it is stone. The walls and everything. But there's actually cheese. They used cheese in the mix, or the concrete or whatever that stuff was that they were using to build that. They put
cheese
cheese in
house.
the damn walls
Yeah.
over in Frankfurt, Germany. Yeah, all my mom's side's from Germany, so I have a lot of family over there.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I went I went back in '86. That was the last time I was there, and
the the place they make these cinder blocks is in Pueblo. That's it's like it's right there, and
oh
they
yeah,
they can actually put it on a train and send it there. They just leave the car there till I unload all of them off it.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, they started up a coal mine down here again about a year ago.
Yeah.
The same coal mine that's mentioned in the Treasure of the Valley of Secrets.
Well, they opened the steel mill up in Pueblo,
Yep.
Evrad.
Wow.
American made steel. And that was one
Yeah,
of the guys got that
the
going.
I'm not sure that the whole plant's open, but I do know that they did open up some positions at the steel mill.
My
Who knows?
grandfather worked at the steel mill.
That shit might take off pretty hardcore now that we're defending Ukraine over there.
Oh, that's a mess over there.
Yeah, for sure, man. I didn't even see anything on it today. I didn't want to watch any more of it. I guess they took over their capital is the last thing. I don't know.
I heard they captured Alec Baldwin.
The actor? That's funny. Oh, Alec Baldwin. Isn't that the guy that the gun accidentally
Yeah,
got ripped
yeah,
off and shot his
yeah,
camera
yeah.
woman?
Uh-huh.
Oh, shit.
The anti-gun activist that shot somebody on the movie set. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, how's that happen? Brandon Lee died the same way.
In Bruce Lee?
Bruce Lee's son,
Oh, oh, yeah,
the Crow.
yeah. Bill, which block are you using for the exterior? 8-inch, 12-inch. The 8 by 8 by 16s. 8 by 8 by 16, and I'm using three different colors. I'm having a brown color on the bottom. Then I'm gonna have a gray, dark gray stripe layer, and then I'm gonna have beige colored on top,
Nice.
and a red roof.
And a what? A
Red roof.
flagpole?
Red roof.
Oh,
Red
red
roof.
roof.
Red roof. Red rum. Red roof.
It's Red Ned, Red Rum. Rev Ned is Denver. Rev Ned, Red Rum. Denver murder.
Yeah.
A red roof. The house with the red roof.
Yeah.
That could be a story.
Eight 8-inch high blocks, 16 inches long, and 8 inches deep back. Yeah, split face blocks. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I like that split face texture on the outside. So there's only really 2.5 walls that are all block, and the rest, garage door opening. There goes 9 feet that you don't have to block, and then the south side is going to be all windows, so no blocks on the south side. And I have 2x12s and 4x12s go all the way across the one side, the south side, framing the windows.
Yeah. Kind of siding.
No siding,
Just
split face
stucco.
block. Split face blocks. They're rough. They're that's the finish.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, with the cinder block, you don't need that insulation barrier and all that. That goes in your wall behind your sheetrock if you do that. You can put a layer of insulation and a layer of sheetrock, and then you just glue that in. You glue it to the rock.
Yeah.
The hard part's putting the outlet. You got to put the outlets in as you're building the walls. Any outlets, and I have 19 places where I'd have outlets in the brick wall. And so,
What's the code? What's the code on the framing? Is this? It's 18 inches, right? Your studs on your wall frame.
16.
16 inches? I thought they were 18.
Well, well, if they're 18, you can still do 16's better than 18 because
Yeah, because you got
because
more
the
you got more
sheetrock is
sticks holding
4
it
feet
up.
wide. 4 feet wide, 48 inches is 16 three times. And so that way you have a panel of sheetrock.
And how many bedrooms? Is just one bedroom?
One bedroom and an unfinished loft that will be, after it's all done and past code and all that, then the unfinished loft will be used. Really, I just put a rug up there and
Yeah.
um,
Huh, interesting. That's pretty cool. I'm excited for you, Bill. I'm glad
I
you
put one
get
of them
into something
attic like
a bit more comfortable
stairways for the
in
loft.
the
You know,
RV.
you pull the cord and pull the steps down, you can go up.
Yeah, that's cool.
And when you're up there, you can lock the steps so nobody can come up. Except
Yeah,
it's only,
you can have a fireman's pole for quick access to the bottom floor.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna have the hard part. I need the beam on the top needs to be 40 feet long.
Yeah,
Or
are you going with
I could do
are you going with prefab trusses, or are you
no
putting them together yourself?
2x12s and 2x10s. The roof are 2x10s, 20-foot 2x10s. With but I'm gonna have a beam across the top center, and so
Yeah.
the 20-foot 2x10s will go from the top center to the side edge,
Okay.
single board.
Yeah, you'll have to send me blueprints on it so I can see what the hell's going on.
Going on my
I know how to read them.
here. Let me see. I have an old Dell laptop with XP on it. It runs the way I can run the CAD. And I don't do any. There's no updates on this. That's why this computer works good. It's never had an update.
Yeah, but when your ass gets hacked, it'll be going slow.
No, it doesn't go online. I don't put it online.
Oh,
I
that's
just
good.
use it. I just use it for my programs that the newer computers don't run.
Yeah, I
You know.
do that too with my art, so no one can steal your art, you know. You have that shit on a computer that's not connected to the internet. And then you could just transfer your files over to your phone or whatever and then upload them to the internet.
Let me see here. Let me turn on the layers. AutoCAD. So turn on all the layers. Change the angle. View.
I know someone who used to use that program for landscaping.
3D viewpoint. Select.
Trusted has some questions for him. He was asking split face block, grout filled block, silicone sealer to seal the block from the moisture. Yeah, there's some kind of membrane you can put on the cinder block wall after they're
See
already up.
it? No.
Yeah, it's hard to see that coming through, Bill.
Yeah.
That there's your studio light's too bright. I kind
Oh,
of see it there though.
my extra light over here. There.
Oh yeah, it's probably the reflection coming off your laptop.
Yeah, it's from the phone. But if I do get rid of it, then it's too dark.
Yeah, I can see it though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. See that end of that one end is open because it's all glass, so that's why you can see inside. You're looking
Yeah.
in the kitchen and the stuff. The bedrooms are on the other side. But I can turn off the roof, so yeah, I can do that. Turn off the roof layer.
Are we gonna dig a spot for an old shipping container underground for a fallout shelter underneath the house? Underneath the house before you put it in?
No,
No. No?
no,
Okay.
no. There's still enough room on that lot to do something like that, not directly under the house.
Yeah, you bury that sucker and then pour your foundation over it with an entrance down into there, you pretty pretty safe.
Yeah. You render.
If you really want to get fancy, you can buy 2 shipping containers.
Let's turn that off.
Have 2 levels underground.
So you got one. These are the oh, uh, I turned the roof off, and so you see the 2x12s that are covering the garage and the rooms that are in there. The part where there's no green, that's where it's all the way up to the ceiling, the vaulted ceiling. You know,
Nice.
so and try and reduce how many boards I need to do it. You know, let me turn off another layer, green layer.
Yep, you're definitely going to be using a lot more boards with a roof like that compared to
Yeah,
trusses, regular trusses.
there we go. You render, render, render. Now let's see. Here it is with the.
We can get real fancy and put up some plates of steel
You see
between the walls and the
see that
yeah
the
between the
red
walls and
the
the cinder
red is
blocks.
the red is the cinder block walls. The
Then you'll
blue
have
is
a
the
bulletproof
interior.
house.
The interior walls are drawn in blue. The cinder block walls are in red. The interior walls are blue.
Cool. Yeah,
So
that's not very much framing at all.
Oh no, I knocked my water bottle off.
Shit, you
It'll
could probably
pop
put
'em.
all that framing up in about an hour.
Yeah, there ain't a lot to it. I tried to make it simple,
Yep.
Wall around the outside, some walls inside. It should go right up, and but and I had I could almost build the roof and then put up the inside walls. Except, yeah, I need to have that all done underneath. So on top of the cinder block wall, I have to have a board covering the whole top of that to mount my other stuff on, right?
On what? On
Well, right at the top of the cinder block, you cap the cinder block wall with like a 2x8.
Yeah, you could use 2x8s. You could use a different
Because
type of stone too. It doesn't. I don't think it
no,
matters.
no, but you want something to nail the roof boards and all too. So you just take a 2x8 and you have a bunch of nails into the 2x8 and you stick that into the
Yeah,
concrete at the top of the
you
cinder
have to
block wall.
concrete nail them down into there.
Yeah, well, you have the nails in the 2x8 coming, and when then you pour the concrete and you stick they just stick it on there.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
you. Yeah, I got you. They're already the lags are already
yeah,
pre-done
yeah.
it in the. Yep, I got you.
Just put anchors into the board, and all you gotta do is flip the board over with the nails down in the concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you do
Yeah,
it.
man,
Mount it
these
to
split
a
face
concrete
blocks,
foundation.
grout filled blocks, silica. Yeah, and you can you can do the they say some. I heard someone say you only fill every other hole in the blocks with the concrete because it gets too heavy. Or but and then the ones that you don't fill with concrete, you can fill them with foam. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what John Teeter said is you put a half-inch L bolts in the concrete.
Yeah. That hold the board onto it, the cap board or whatever that you nail all your shit to.
Yeah, your framing and everything. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but I can draw it on AutoCAD where I have every board is drawn on there, and you just count them. So I need 22 2x10s, 20 or 16 feet long, or no, 18 feet long. 22 of them, two by 12s to do my the roof of the rooms, and then uh, I needed 40 uh, 20-foot 2x10s for the roof, and I need a few 2x12s, 20 feet long, 30, 18 feet long, and there ain't a whole lot. I've got it all in a spreadsheet and all the materials, and so far my spreadsheet is 49,000, and that includes a perimeter wall around the base around the house. The only place there's no wall around the garage door opening,
Yeah.
but I have the wall comes around the front door, so you got to go through a gate to get to the front door.
How much land are you going to be sitting on?
Well, what I'm hoping to get is a third of an acre.
Third.
Yeah, but it has all the utilities are right there.
Yeah, you still gotta pay for the tap, so for your connections and then your tap to the water main.
I dropped the cap for my drink. And as usual, it goes somewhere. You need a light. Look under the desk.
Trusted Living's backstage, Bill.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Hey,
Hey,
Bill. Hey, Ghost Dancer.
how you doing,
Hi,
Sam?
hi, Trusted.
I was just trying to get a grasp on Bill's project he's doing.
Yeah,
So you're going to do 8-inch concrete split face block on the exterior walls.
yeah.
Is that a veneer or is that going to be your structure?
That's the structure.
How are you going to approach the waterproofing then?
Um,
You can put a membrane on it.
You put a moisture barrier behind the sheetrock.
Yeah,
You
it's all heat. It's a like a rubber type membrane, and you just use like a torch, and you heat it on there, and it sticks.
can the other way you can do it. You just spray bed liner on the inside of the walls.
No, I'm just wondering because occupied space is treated differently than like a garage. Like a garage, you can use concrete block for the exterior wall, and it doesn't matter. But once
have you ever been to Florida?
Huh?
Have you ever been to Florida?
Oh wow!
No, but I've been in the masonry waterproofing industry for over 30 years.
Well, but most over half the houses, a lot the ones that aren't mobile homes in Florida are usually cinder block because they get tornadoes. They're cinder block homes.
Okay, but the typical block home would have concrete block for the structural, which is just regular concrete block, and then there would be block veneer or stone or brick or whatever on the outside, and in between the two is where you do your waterproofing.
I say where you do it behind the sheetrock.
Well, I mean, I've seen that done
on the internet. Huh?
I've seen that done in very old buildings like the 1800s. I'm not kidding. I'm
sure
not kidding. That's why I'm wondering. I don't know what's allowed to be done in Colorado or not.
Yeah, it's all the building rules are different in different states.
Yeah.
Because they either do a wood wall, a steel wall, a concrete wall, and then the veneer when it's occupied space.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still going through the book, making sure I'm getting all the parts right.
Mm-hmm.
and looking up the videos on actual construct what they do, how they do this, what material to use, and
yeah, because if you go with if you have to do it where you have a structural block wall and then a veneer, what you do is you get wire. You ever see the wire that goes in the block work?
Yeah.
It looks like a ladder, and you lay it in the bed joint. Well, they got little eyelets that come off of them. And those eyelets, you get these hooks that go into them, and it goes out to where your veneer is.
That's on a brick wall. I'm not using. See, you use cinder blocks, not bricks.
Right. But I'm saying whatever your veneer ends up being, you have to have something to support that also.
I look at it as at a veneer as a finished surface. When you call something a veneer,
it is, but
veneer. No. the finished surface is going to be sheetrock.
Well, that's on the interior.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying.
The exterior is going to be the cut face.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's no waterproofing. You're saying you're going to do some kind of waterproofing on the inside of the block.
Yeah.
That's what you said. You said you're doing waterproofing on the
Yeah.
inside of the block.
Yeah. They put a barrier up against the block. It's like a plastic sheet.
I don't think you'll get approval for that.
He says nope. Bill, no worries, bro. I got a master carpenter builder.
Yeah.
It's the guy that taught me how to do it.
I'm getting.
I'll get him in touch with you.
My plan is to have people who are professionals at doing that work instruct and do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I know just the person to do it.
Right, but you have to get approval first to do the project.
That's why I have AutoCAD.
Yeah, building permits, all that shit.
I've got it all, and yes, I'm getting it done. I had an A+ in architecture. I know I've got the instructions for the foundation, the footing of the foundation, how big, 14 inches, 14, foot deep.
No, I'm just saying
across.
That's one of the things. That's one of the things you have to show in your plans is how you're going to deal with the window flashing, how you're going to deal with the water.
When I draw it in AutoCAD, I draw all the materials in the drawing.
I understand that. I'm just saying.
I all the details are in there. All the detailed drawing, the floor plan, the plumbing plan, the electrical plan, the door schedule, the window schedule, all that. I know about all that stuff. That's somebody was bringing up that thing where people assume that people don't know what they know. And sometimes it's somebody that knows more than they know. Like, I don't know if you know this part of it, but I know the electrical really well. I know how to sweat pipes and do plumbing,
Well, that's what I'm getting at. There's a waterproofing schedule also involved with what you're doing.
Yeah, I understand that, and I have looked into the materials that they use to do the way they processes and the ways they do it. I'm not ignorant to it.
Okay. So how are you going to flash around your windows?
2x8s.
Yeah, 2x8s.
No, it would be a rubber membrane flashing around the windows.
Yeah. On the outside. Your windows, I don't have a rubber membrane windowsill.
No, but you're gonna have to put a rubber membrane on the structural sill.
Yeah, it'll all be taken care of. Everything will be done right.
Okay. I was just
I had one problem I had with my dad.
What's that?
When I worked on the car in the driveway, when I changed the transmission on the car in the driveway, and I was cleaning the oil off the driveway with the detergent and the water and the bristle brushes and all that. He come out there and told me how I was going to do it. And I told him, why don't you go inside and watch TV and come out here and tell me how I did after I'm finished.
Okay.
He went in the garage and I shut the door behind him. My dad popped the door back open and come out and punched me.
Well, I was an
Because he
industrial
thought he
water.
needed to tell me how to scrub the driveway,
I was an
which I've
industrial
done many
waterproofer
times.
for masonry for 30 years, and I
Yep,
used to have to show people like the engineers what to do because
yep,
usually they neglected it in their plans. And when you submit your plans, you're going to have to submit showing what your waterproofing
yeah,
is.
yeah. Yeah, I was outside plant manager for Time Warner, and we buried cable all over the city.
Uh-huh.
Had to go to city meetings, planning meetings, engineering. I designed building entries, drilling through concrete walls to gain access to 20-story buildings.
Oh,
Run
I
pipes all
understand
the
that.
way up to the roof.
I understand that. I worked on
I'm not.
projects.
I'm not. I'm.
Bill Gorman, I used to work for Classic Log Homes. We were based out of Golden, Colorado.
I never. I never worked for McDonald's or Burger King.
Well, I've
I've
worked on.
always been an electrician, an engineer, and uh, electronics technician. I built things that are orbiting the Earth 22,300 miles up,
Uh-huh.
and I built stuff that goes to the bottom of the ocean to pick up nuts and bolts.
Yeah, and I've worked on buildings that were designed by engineers that have designed projects in the multi-billions of dollars.
Yeah,
Yet,
I picked things
yet,
that
yet they
microwave
always, in
engineers
the end, have to
put
come to
put
me
the antenna
for the
100 feet
project
higher
being
than it
built.
needed to be because he didn't know.
Well, my experience has been the engineers always end up coming to people like me to straighten out their problems that they didn't put in their plans to start with.
Yeah, Sprint. What's wrong with? I know we don't know why this microwave system doesn't work. Well, your tower is 25 miles away, and in between the two towers, there's a mesa, and the microwave does not go through mountains.
That's what I'm talking about, but I'm talking at the masonry level.
Yeah, I'm talking about microwave. It's not X-ray; it's microwave. We're not shooting neutrinos that will go through rock. Imagine if they had a neutrino communication system. Then they could communicate with something in the middle of the earth.
When the
They're going to
777s were
communicate
down
with the black hole.
to fix it. Aviation mechanic?
A what mechanic? John
Was John
Teeter's a
Teeter
mechanic.
an aviation mechanic?
He's a master mechanic. Shovels and oh, yeah.
Okay, where were we on your project discussion? You'll deal with the waterproofing when you got to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I changed the subject because you guys started to argue.
That's why I'm engineering things. That's why I'm getting things right. That's why I haven't asked for the money to do it yet. You know, everything's not in line yet. It's a project.
Yeah.
You know, I got to have it's got to drop 6 inches from the floor level. It's got the ground level outside has to drop 6 inches within 10 feet of the structure. So it's very flat lot. So you build the structure up 6 inches higher, and then you backfill up to that. So then everything around it is 6 inches lower.
Okay, so you're going to do slab 6 inches above grade.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So even my foundation will be a little bit above grade to do that because my slab is only 4 inches thick.
Uh-huh. And do you do block of concrete for your perimeter foundation?
Oh, concrete.
Concrete.
Yeah. 14 inches. 14 inches wide. And I'm doing a foundation, the pads underneath their posts in the middle of the building that go to the roof. And I'm going to have foundation under those too.
How deep do you got to go with your foundation in
12
Colorado?
inches.
That's it? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's not sand. It's not Florida.
Well, I mean, it has to do with the frost levels.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked it all up, what the load is there.
Yeah. Like where I grew up, you'd have to go
The
5
soil is
feet down.
2,000 pounds.
32 inches.
Well, it all depends on the frost line.
Ain't it? 32?
Minimum. John knows 3 feet frost level.
3 feet's the frost line.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear it. Is everyone still there?
So you're going to have to go below the frost line. I don't know what the number is. I don't know if it's 6 inches or 8 inches below the frost line.
I know mine's working. I can't hear you guys. What the hell happened here?
Yeah.
Footing
Well,
would be below the
then
frost
you might
line.
as well have a
I'll
basement.
be right back.
Yeah.
Huh?
Then you might as well have a basement if you got to go that deep.
Well, that sometimes happens.
You know, what's the frost line only really affects the plumbing, the water and sewer pipes.
Well, the frost line, it's to make sure that the frost doesn't get underneath your footing.
Yeah. The top of the concrete footer at 10 inches thick for a foundation. The top of the concrete footer 10 inches thick for a foundation. Yeah. And 14 inches across.
A 10-inch thick footing with 14 inches across, you said?
John said the top of the concrete footer at 10 inches thick for a foundation.
Well, I'm pretty sure the International Building Code is minimum 6 inches. And then, of course, it depends on the structure you're putting on top of it.
Well, 10 is more than the minimum then.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was going to do it 12 inches. And I know that for the 2,000 pound per square foot or whatever load of the soil is the foot is 14 inches across. Three times the wall thickness, huh? 14 is not 3 times. No. That's not what the International Building Code. The International Building Code says for this soil in that area that 14 inches across to put the block wall on top.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the minimum is just 2 inches on either side of the stem wall.
Of the block,
Which
so,
would
yeah,
only
so
be 12 inches, so
8-inch
14
block
block.
and 14-inch foot under it, then that leaves That leaves 6 inches. That's 3 inches on either side of the block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 9,000 feet. I thought that was like 10,000 feet, man. John lives in the clouds.
John lives at 9,000 feet.
Yeah.
That's almost 10,200.
Yeah. I found the Buffalo Cowboy car at 9,000 feet. Last. Yeah, but I'm going to be 64 next month, so you know it's only got to outlast me. There's a driveway in Thornton, Colorado that I did in 1989, and there's no cracks in that driveway still. There's a driveway I did in California in 40 years ago with my dad. There are no cracks in that driveway. 6 inches thick, rebar. They just put more rebar than it's required. My house. Would have snow plow through the walls every winter. Oh, wow. Snow comes through the walls? It's a log house, maybe. 100-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah. That's why the guy said up. It's faster and more hurricane strength at the top of them hills up there. Moffat Tunnel.
So are the exterior walls going to be 100% grout filled?
No, concrete filled.
Concrete filled?
Probably concrete filled. Well, every other one at least, and the ones that aren't concrete will be probably foam filled for insulation. They say fill every other one so that the wall isn't too, so that it's not too heavy on the foundation. This is why you fill every other one. So the ones that you don't fill with that, and try and make it so it's the ones that put the electrical pipe in the ones that, and then you just foam fill it. Foam fill those ones.
Yeah, the foam's kind of expensive. I don't know if vermiculite is the better alternative or not. I'm not sure what the cost of vermiculite is.
Well, couldn't you just fill it with sand?
I've never seen anybody do that.
Or dirt?
I've never seen anybody do that. I wouldn't do that only because if you do get water penetration from the exterior, then that's going to be a sponge and that's going to hold a lot of water if it's sand.
Yeah. Just put airbags in them.
You might be on your way to a new invention there, Bill.
Yeah. Well, I invented the door. The doors I want to put on are each door is 4 foot by 8 foot, 1/2 inch thick acrylic panels, and they accordion open. They run on there's a track with two runner, and so the door will fold up and slide to. It's an accordion door, like like in a hotel, and they got the wall that cuts across the middle of the ballroom, kind of like that. But they're acrylic doors, so it's all window on the one end of the building, and I got 4 by 12 foot. The same beam that would be needed over a 15-foot garage opening, over the windows with a track in the bottom of it for the door to slide on. And I'd have these windows held together with piano hinges in between each panel.
Uh-huh.
And so it folds up and rolls out. So in the summer, you could open up the whole end of the house. You could open it up to the outside.
Okay.
Just let the air in.
It'd be interesting if you can get approval to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd have a backup plan otherwise.
I only say that because typically you got to have UL tested doors and windows for the exterior of a residence.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What about the headers above the regular doors or windows?
I'm sure there's things for putting in for custom windows.
No, I mean as far as your structural wall over the top of the windows.
Yeah, it's basically a garage door header.
So okay, so it'd be wood.
Yeah, wood beams. 4 by 12s.
Yeah, because the way that's usually done is either you have it on the top of the total top of the wall and then run across the openings, or you have it down inside the opening, which means you got to put jack studs on the sides. And you frame it just like a typical wood frame construction.
Yeah. John Teeter, his greenhouse is 5/8 acrylic panels, 3 layers. Never ask for permission, only ask for forgiveness.
God damn it, I keep losing my audio. What the hell? Ben, Bill, I'll be right.
You got your Bluetooth? Turn your Bluetooth off. The audio works better with the Bluetooth on the phone turned off.
Yeah, I don't use my audio, but I can't hear you. Can you still hear me?
We hear you, yes. We hear you.
All right, so you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you. I'm going to exit out again real quick, Bill, but check backstage because I'm going to bounce right back, try to get right back in.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. Oh, I thought the Blue Yeti was coming in, and it was you.
The Blue Yeti. That's a cooler, isn't it?
Yeah, cool blue Yeti. You gonna come out, Jim?
I was drawing some plans for this property where I'm at now, and I was going back and forth between do I start tearing down this house and build a new house a little bit at a time from the front to the back, or do I go on to one of the other lots? Because I got a total of 4 lots here. Do I go on
Yeah.
to one of the other lots and just start building a house on that one?
Yeah. Well, you know, if you're saying there's that much trouble with the concrete wall, then better draw a backup wood frame walls too. That there's no complication.
Well, that's something what they people typically do with masonry exterior walls, which that's the veneer. Is they got wood construction wall for the structural part, and then they build the veneer on the outside. And if you wanted the
Yeah.
looks of the
Well,
concrete block,
yeah,
you
but
only use.
you're talking about all kinds of unnecessary bullshit, I believe. It is what it is. You know, some of the building codes are bullshit.
Well, that may be so, but you have to follow them.
Yeah, to get the loan, yeah, you do, yeah, but that's it.
But then you use
I,
4 inch
I'm
block.
not one that believes in all the laws
Well, no,
and all the
that,
regulations
that
and all the do as the king tells you to do.
well, and that's where you're at.
Uh,
You're looking to get a building permit.
Yeah.
Oh, I always liked the idea of building in places where they didn't enforce any kind of building codes. When I built my first house, it was like that.
Yeah. No, I have to please the bank. It's not, you know, it's whatever to make it so the bank, because without the loan, I have nothing. And so, uh, you know, without the bank, I ain't got a loan, I ain't got shit still, you know. So
Yeah, I didn't use a.
I'm trying to do something that fits everybody, you know.
Oh yeah, I know
And
exactly what you're going through.
and no, and nobody wants to go into building something with somebody trying to tear it down faster and you're building it. Yeah.
Well, I think it's awesome that you're going to be able to get a
Yeah.
construction loan. But construction loans are harder to get.
Yeah. No, they aren't they aren't that hard to get.
Really?
Not when you have when you're pre-approved for the mortgage, it's going to pay off the construction loan. Then the construction loan's a lot easier to get. And everything will be signed off by an architect and be approved, and have a contractor overseeing it, and you know. Like should be able to have hire a contractor and tell them I've got the labor, you know, that you're going to use. My labor, I got volunteer laborers for it, so I'm only using the contractors for their license, not really for their building skills. Yeah, once you got the house built, then you go build the shit. You know, once you got the loan and everything's okay, then you can go build the 20 by 20 shed. uh, what time is it?
Probably 1 o'clock in the morning where you're at.
Yeah. Yeah, my eyes are getting dry and it's hard to see. 108. No? Yep, 108. Did I turn that off? Yeah. Oh, I closed it. Turn it off. It's still on.
So is the location going to be in Pueblo?
I'm not. I don't tell the location
Okay.
because there's somebody out there, especially on YouTube, that's out there to fuck up my plans.
Okay. Yeah, there is all kinds of crazy interferences going on.
Yeah, a lot of Karens in the community. Yeah, Karens.
Yeah, Karen.
Yeah, Karens with man's names too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Too bad they didn't take that energy and use it positively to help people instead of try to make things difficult.
Well, you know the old saying, talk is cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually hear that all the time.
More on top.
Yep, that's true though. I mean, it's easy to tell somebody what they want to hear.
Okay. Let me do a render. Yeah. Yeah, it ain't much to change them exterior walls to wood frame.
Stick
Doesn't change
frame.
foundation much. And if I got to go that deep into the frost layer, you may as well have a basement. then you're in the frost layer. Beyond it. You're such a baby, Jack. See, there's the other. There's the floor plan there. Ooh,
Sounds like he's in heat, Bill.
he's he's in heat.
What's in the center? A bathroom?
Yeah, there's a bathroom. The thick part of the center is a bathroom, closet, and laundry room.
Uh-huh.
And the two big rooms, the two rooms up here are garage and bedroom. And, and then the living room, dining room, and kitchen are all the big L-shaped part with the opening to the windows.
Mm-hmm.
This is hey,
Yeah, I would
trust it.
imagine you're keeping all your plumbing right there near the center. You're gonna have your
Yeah,
kitchen
all the
cabinets and
plumbing
sink and stuff.
It's cream filled in the middle, buddy.
inside walls, and the water heater and the shower are in the same basin.
Yeah.
So if the water heater breaks or something and floods, it'll go in there. It'll go down the drain, and then I'm gonna have, in case the drain doesn't drain, I have a pipe going, just a drain just run outside, and it'll never overflow into the house. Now I was gonna put the water heater, but behind the washing machine. I have the laundry room, the washing machine side of it, will be extra deep because the water heater will be behind it,
Uh-huh.
you know, and that way all that water is right there. And then I have the dryer on the opposite side where the electrical for the dryer ain't gonna get wet. I'm gonna turn this all off. I gotta see my mouse. I gotta see the mouse on the screen. Yeah. And turn that off. Turn off. XP, turn off, and it turns off. I worked at IBM. We had Windows 3.1. It was probably Windows 1.0 back then. It was when there was IBM OS 2.
It won't be long where there won't even be any browsers in the computers. All that will be accessed online.
It used to be Microsoft DOS. Oh, Jack, you're a pain in my butt sometimes. I want to go out now.
Oh, that's good, Jack.
At least my door's latching now. Not so frozen outside, it don't latch. I'm gonna fill my teacup.
John Jeter says to build on an Indian camp.
In an Indian town?
On on an Indian camp. Build on an Indian camp.
Build on an Indian graveyard. Yeah, see how much trouble that gets you in.
Yeah, John Teeter got a lot of things going on here, doesn't he? No reason to follow shit if you outsmart them.
Yeah, it's only against the law to speed if you get caught.
True Blue Yeti, what's up? I don't know if I know you, but hello.
Yeah. I'm surprised Blue Yeti ain't hit the button and joined in.
True Blue.
Block.
I'm surprised John Teeter isn't in the Zoom or whatever it is, StreamYard.
Yeah, secret agents aren't allowed to.
Yes, they are. It's the non-secret agents that aren't allowed to.
Yeah, I've been in John Teeter's house. I was going to tell him I have another friend. I have a friend out in California that has a taxidermy. But he has a buffalo, an elk, a moose, a couple of different deer, bobcat, and the whole bunch out in California. No, we are not. Yeah. See, he says secret agents aren't allowed to Come on.
Yeah.
I watched a YouTube video where there was an undercover FBI guy. He called a deputy sheriff on his private phone to come meet him somewhere. And the private sheriff, I mean, the deputy sheriff wouldn't believe that the guy was an FBI agent. He even went to the point of handcuffing him. And it was a big to do. It went on for almost an hour. And he ended up putting the FBI agent into the sheriff's car, and the FBI agent started screaming, "Open the door, you're cooking me, you got the heat blasting."
I saw that.
You seen that one?
Yeah, he was sitting in his car outside the motel room, and then the sheriff's department showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the FBI guy was reported as a suspicious person, something. And yeah, I saw that.
No, he actually
I know
he actually
exactly what you're
called
talking about.
the deputy because he was investigating him.
I was driving around near Englewood, Denver, South DTC area, and I saw this building, and it said United States Drug Enforcement Agency, right? So I had to pull over and roll a joint and smoke it right there.
You rebel, you.
How much they're paying attention.
Yeah, the irony is you get the DEA going on in this country, then you get the CIA outside of the country helping the drugs get into the country. It's entrapment.
Yeah. Bill Clinton flying it into Arkansas on C-130s.
Yeah, what was the name of that movie? Air America or something like that?
Yeah.
Well, you seen what that lead pilot ended up getting in the end.
I knew this guy out in California. I mean, we were. I'm sure he's dead now because that was like 30 years ago, and he was 70 then. So he's got to be expired by now. But we built an ice cream. I was doing the electrical for his ice cream parlor, and you know, that day, well, go on up to my office. You go up to his office, and he has a pile of cocaine on his desk about 10 inches high, and probably 16 inches around diameter, you know. And he just uses a credit card to cut out here's some for you, some for you, some for you.
That sounds pretty big. That sounds like 2 kilos.
And he put one out. Here's one for you for my sister, and my sister said, "Oh, I don't want it." And he took it and dumped it off into the carpet. If you don't want it, nobody gets it.
That's not the kind of people I hang around with, Bill.
That was fucking 30 years ago. The guy's dead now. His name was John, but it wasn't John Teeter. No, it was an old man. And he bought his son a Lamborghini for his birthday.
Oh, that's a guy from the movie Blow that the movie Blow was based off of, wasn't it? John, what's his name? He had just got released from prison in 2008 or something.
Maybe.
That's the same guy you're talking about?
Maybe, because that was like 1986, 87 when I knew this guy. And I did all the electrical in his ice cream parlor, and you know, it was a successful ice cream parlor. But he He had more than ice cream for sale. He had real ice cream. He had snow cones.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see an
Early,
interesting story about that stuff, look up a guy by the name of Shitsky. Shitsky was a major player, and that was back in the late '60s. He was involved in the LSD trade and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, he was working with the psychiatrist with the CIA that Charles Manson was bringing some of the women that he was giving LSD to the psychiatrist. So it really was an experiment.
My uncle bought land that was part of Charles Manson's land out by Olancha, California.
Well, Bill, now that the swamps are drained, you can go out there to Florida and look for the freaking square groupers.
Look for what?
Look for all the square groupers that were at the bottom of the swamp that was drained.
Yeah, the swamp's being drained still. You know what they're not telling you on the news was Ukraine was a Nazi stronghold. They had all the most crooked politicians there.
The most crooked?
All the crooked ones. Yeah, some of the most crooked. The ones that the ones that like they get this contract, billions of dollars from the United States, but the deal is they have to give millions of it back to the Biden family or the Clinton family. All of the deep state George Soros money comes out of Ukraine. So it's really they're just putting an end to the corruption that comes out of there. The elections and all the machines with all they have biological laboratory. The Russians bombed 7 biological laboratories.
That sounds more like killing all the witnesses.
They're getting rid of the pharmaceutical murderers. They're having these laboratories breeding new diseases to kill the world off, so they can reduce, like the Georgia Guidestones, reduce the population to 500 million, from 9 billion to 500 million. That's like 90% of the population. That's all.
I think countries have the habit of killing off people to get rid of the witnesses. Heck, Saddam Hussein, probably the real reason for invading Iraq was the fact that Saddam Hussein was selling oil on the black market through the country of Turkey, which meant it wasn't being sold in US dollars.
Yeah.
Probably the real reason why the United States went in there. And Saddam Hussein was doing an oil for food program also, and medical drugs for oil program, and he was buying expired medicine and rotten food for his people and bribing the UN Security Council.
Yeah.
So he knew way too much.
Yeah, I'm ready. The mouse has been coming out for dog food. Bing. I'm ready for him to come out again, Jack. I missed that time.
Bill Gorman, Vermin Hunter.
With my Daisy. My Daisy is not a Red Ryder, but it's a Daisy. Winchester Daisy. You hear huh?
I was gonna say I got shot between the eyes with one of those before.
Oh. Oh, yeah, shot in the ass with one before.
Yeah, we used to do BB gun wars, and
Yeah.
I was ducked behind a barrel and stuck my head up, and my friend was standing right there, and I didn't know it, and pop. Yeah, either left or right. It would have put my eye out, but I got popped right between the eyes.
Yeah, I was hitting my buddy. I was in the like 150 feet in the backyard behind a radio flyer wagon flipped on its side for cover, and my buddy, he was in the, there was a like a 3-foot square hole that went into the basement under the house, and he was inside that hole to the basement, and I kept hitting him in the knuckle. He'd reach around to shoot at me, and I kept hitting him in the knuckles from 150 feet away.
Yeah, that shit stings.
Yeah.
I got in trouble once. I got in trouble once for shooting my little brother's friend in the head with a Q-tip.
With a Q-tip.
Out of a Daisy, yeah.
Bing.
Yeah, it worked. It drew blood and everything.
Oh.
I got in trouble.
Was a BB behind it?
No BB, no. It was just the Q-tip.
Wow.
Sucker with about 4 or 5 pumps, so it came out of there like a regular BB.
It plugged the wound at the same time. Did it still have the cotton head on it, or was it just a
Oh,
stick?
yeah. Yep.
Wow. Guess those tips aren't that safe.
Yeah, I think I pulled one at one end of the cotton off one of the ends, and then just stuff it up in there, and yep. Sure as shit, got him right in the head, drew blood and everything. His dad come over pounding on the door.
Yeah.
Scared the shit out of me.
Oh, look at the fuel prices. Because of Russia, the fuel prices in Europe are going woo through the roof. Gonna go through the roof here too. We'll remember Orange Guy and $2 a gallon.
Yeah, that guy that shot me between the eyes, though, I got him back real good. I got him point blank about 3 times right in the ass.
Well, the guy that shot me in the ass, he's still a friend on Facebook. Yeah. 20 of his bed, 19, yeah.
The good old days.
So when are you hoping to get your project started, Bill? This summer?
I'm trying to get my numbers straight right. No, right now it's like 50,000 is enough materials, you know. So maybe I ought to throw a few thousand in for some labor if I might have to hire some you know, things. You know?
Yeah, it always ends up costing more than a person thinks. I mean, there's always things forgotten about.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, but it can't. I mean, if I've got all the bricks, it's not going to be more bricks. I'd have to. It'd be a bigger freaking castle, you know. I'm not going to underestimate the materials aren't going to be much underestimated because I'm drawing them all in and counting them as I draw them. The CAD program it lets me. I can build it on the computer first.
Yeah, when I built my first house, I built a 24 by 24, 2 stories, and then I added on a 14 by 36 on the front of it. And then I got a mortgage, and then I ended up increasing the size to almost 5,000 square feet. And I put another foundation outside where I was going to put in an indoor built-in swimming pool, a greenhouse, and a workshop. And that foundation was 44 by like 60, but I never did get that one out of the ground. And I ended up leaving that property and never finishing it.
Yeah. Yeah, you go around. John talking about having neighborhood BB gun fights. Well, yeah, but back then we did, play with our BB guns out in the street, and and it wasn't a big deal. Now a kid goes out with his BB gun and gets killed by the
Shot.
cops.
Yep. Yep, you'll get shot.
Many Jack. Jack ate all his food in his bowl to make sure the mouse couldn't get any.
Well, one thing is the police aren't used to having armed citizens. I mean, back in the 1800s, I mean, the sheriff walked around and everybody had guns walking around.
Oh,
nowadays, if a police officer finds you have a gun on you, he wants to confiscate it for his so-called "quote unquote" safety. Like every person that has a gun is a criminal.
If you're in Kiev, you can go down to the police station. They'll give you an AK-47. It's like, shit, man, what a time to live in Kiev.
Yeah, that's
you get it, you get home, put it away.
In Switzerland, every household is required to have an automatic weapon.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me if there weren't contractors over there right now.
Dog. You're an insane dog, Jack.
But our society has a long way to go. A lot of attitudes got to change. Police officers shouldn't be thinking that every person that they come in contact with is a criminal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come out, mousy mouse. I'm waiting. I get more mice with the BB gun than the traps.
I like that stock with the finger, with the thumb holder like that.
Yeah.
I've seen those on the 223 before.
Yeah. It's an assault BB gun.
Yep.
There's Winchester on it. Right there. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I used to live about a quarter mile from the Winchester Mystery House in San Jose.
I used to live 5 city blocks away from Molly Brown's house.
Yeah, I lived up there on Clarkson.
I'm not sure where Clarkson is.
It's 3 or 4 blocks behind the Capitol.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Sherman, 11th and Sherman's where I used to live.
Yeah. When I first moved to Denver, I lived. It was a boarding house. I stayed. I think I was there less than a week, and I got a job in an apartment. I got a job at an apartment building, and so the job, got an apartment at the place. I was working for the apartment owners.
Yeah, one of my brothers got hit by a truck right there in that intersection on 11th and Sherman.
And I was living at Jewel and I-25, near Ilef and I-25.
I was using the payphone across the street, and my little brother decided to follow me across. Damn, got slammed by a truck.
Oh shit!
Yeah, when I pulled him out from underneath there, the front driver's tire was like 3 inches from his head.
Shit.
The guy had been drinking.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, bad memories about downtown Denver, that's for sure.
Everything we have a shortage of sometimes holding on the other side. What are they preparing for construction materials are almost rare. That's one thing. I was gonna get the bricks, the blocks. We lost Trusted. But
Yeah,
you
might want to check.
in the,
Yeah, you might want to check backstage right away, because
the reason the place that makes the blocks is right there in Pueblo. So
Yeah, I hit the leave button by an accident when I tried to push the look at chat button.
yeah, there's a lot down here that has stacks and stacks and stacks of red bricks, and they all say Trinidad on them.
Barrel.
I think they were made in Pueblo.
Barrel extension tube. Even shitty guns are fun. Yeah.
I think they were made in Trinidad. If they have Trinidad's on them.
Yeah, there's the old ones. They've been there for a long time. They're right off the tracks, right off the train tracks.
We used to make a grease gun, a thing that would shoot grease, and it's like a pipe. You use the pipe and a end cap on the pipe, but the one end is open, and the end cap, you drill a hole in it big enough to wedge a firecracker into it, and you pack grease into the pipe, and when you light it, the firecracker goes off and it shoots the grease.
Yeah, grease gun.
It's got it. Yeah.
I don't play
I think
with
they do
like
that with glitter now. I think they do glitter bombs now or something.
Glitter, but yeah.
When I was a kid, we were trying to make our own homemade fireworks. When I was a kid, we tried to make our own homemade fireworks and ended up building a pipe bomb.
Yeah, we did. We used to build the potato guns and all those.
Well, we lit it off on a sidewalk in a city where we lived, and heck, when it come out in the newspaper, it was saying it was a possible mafia hit and all kinds of crazy shit like that.
Where is he?
Wow, yeah.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, that's federal shit there. Pipe bombs.
Well, we were pretty young. We were pretty young
with the feds when you get to that level.
There we go.
Well, we were pretty young, and we got questioned a whole lot by the detectives, and they decided that they weren't going to press charges, that we were just a few stupid kids that made a mistake, And so we went out snow shoveling to earn money to pay for the windows that got broken at the guy's house where we lit the bomb off. So when we went to bring him the money, he didn't want to take it. He's like, no, it's okay. I understand. It was just a mistake. He's like, no, sir, you really should take the money. This is what we were told we were supposed to do, and you really should take it, please. But he didn't want to take the money for the broken windows.
Wow. Yeah, you guys are lucky you didn't blow yourselves up.
I got a piece of metal in my neck right about there.
Oh,
And
shit.
my brother had the cap from the back of the pipe knock his hat off.
Damn.
Where is it?
Yeah, I never fucked around trying to make homemade fireworks again after that.
I've never done no shit like that.
Well, heck, I was only like 10 or 11 years old.
I had to take somebody's wrench away.
Uh-oh. Abuse of
And
power?
Yeah, abuse of power.
And we were building them with timers.
Yeah.
We'd take a watch and we'd solder wire leads onto the hands of the watch, and we were making timers for our homemade fireworks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, timers.
Oh, I shit you not. You know, we'd set it for like 1 minute, and then get back, and somebody would stand there with his watch, watching it, so, you know, make sure that we didn't go back and try to approach it, which we never thought, what the hell are we going to do if it doesn't go off? Are we going to walk over there?
Yeah. Not me.
Well, we thought we were so smart. We're like, oh yeah, we got these little igniters from the rockets, the little solid hobby rockets, and hooked it up with batteries and wires and a stopwatch, and we thought we were smart as anything.
Yeah, I did some crazy shit like that once, like trying to when I was, I don't know, I was really young. I was trying to light off bullets with the cigarette lighter from the truck. Needless, luckily none of them ever went off.
Yeah, that could have been a real bad deal.
As a
Yeah.
kid, we lived on this road. It had a frontage road that had parking on one side with two lane going each direction on each frontage road on each side of the main road. That there was an island between the frontage road and the main road, and there was a big island in the middle of the two directions of the main road, another island and a frontage road on the other side. And so going down the island between the frontage road and the main road was light poles, all you know, and there was wire between each light pole, and we had a string. Took a string and put a rock on it, threw it over the wire that goes between the light poles, and
Oh,
so we
gee.
had the two ends of the string, and on the one end of the string, we put an M80 in a plastic bag, and the plastic bag was filled with grease, and tied it on the string, and we stood back on the sidewalk and lit the fuse on the thing and pulled it, and it swung out to the street, and it went off. And the lucky car going by was a Fremont police car.
Oh, damn.
And the grease bomb went off right in his police emblem on his door. And he probably just thought it was a backfire or something. What the fuck was that? You know, doesn't see anything. Nothing went through. You know, he just got grease all over his door.
Yeah, nowadays there'd be serious charges for these kinds of things.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, we were like, you know, shit, man. That 40 some year, 45, 40, 50 years ago.
Oh yeah, it was a totally different mentality back then.
Yeah, you got a
Yeah.
few years on me.
Let me see, you gotta go
Decade or so. Couple.
back.
Well, didn't you say you were in your 40s, Ghost Dancer?
Yeah, I'm in my 40s.
You sound like you're in your 20s.
Yeah, they say when I kind of look kind of like you with the big white beard, the Santa Claus beard going on right now. They say when I shave that off, I'd look like I'm around 20. I must have bumped into the fountain of youth while I was out there treasure hunting or something.
Yeah, your voice sounds. I picture this 20-year-old kid with
No,
brown hair.
no, he's got
Oh,
gray hair, man.
thank you for the compliment. I wish I was still 20. Yeah, I got a white beard like you, a mountain man type beard going on. But yeah, when I shave it, I look pretty young.
Yeah,
Have
yeah. I
no
started
problems
off
with the ladies.
with very light blonde hair.
Yeah, me too. When I was young, I had blonde hair, long blonde curly hair.
Yeah, mine was straight.
And then it turned, and
I
then
grew it down this far in like the 6th grade, and that was back when all the kids had short hair, and then all the kids started doing that. Then I cut mine and shaved it all off.
Oh
Oh,
man. John Teeter put a mannequin on a rope and swung it into traffic.
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
I would say,
that's crazy. I got in trouble for throwing a water balloon once.
I'd suggest a blow up doll might be a little safer.
Yeah, they didn't like the water balloon thing too much coming on their windshield, I guess.
How about using blow up dolls for helium balloons and letting them go?
Hey Bill, where do you get the blow up doll from?
uh, you get him. What's his name? Let me see. He's in here.
What's the temperature, Bill? I'm having difficulties using my lighter this
Happy
evening.
Jack sells them.
Captain Jack.
Yeah.
You got the temp?
Yeah.
What is it?
Huh?
What's the temperature?
Oh, I don't know. I'm on backup power.
Oh, I
And when
got
I'm
you.
on backup power, my temperature thing doesn't work. I know last night it got down to 7.
You guys didn't have, that's funny as shit. You didn't have blow up dolls back when you were kids.
No,
The dump
I still
dumpsters
don't have
were our
money.
source. You guys were digging around for the old watermelons or what?
No, no, I was in a relationship with the woman since I was 17 years old, and I stayed with her for 35 years.
Uh, they got these really bright at like Harbor Freight for $1.75 or something. You know, they're real bright light LED lights. But I was thinking I would put about 6 of them on my drone and take it up to 800 feet in the middle of the night, real dark night. People wonder what the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's no joke. They had all kinds of drones flying out when I was out in Lyman 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Mysterious formations flying around in the middle of the night. They couldn't figure out who was doing it. I'm like, well, we're not very far from Colorado Springs, so it wouldn't surprise me if it wouldn't the military, because there were like 8 or 9 of them flying around in formation.
Yeah, I seen one around here one night about 11 o'clock when I was traveling down the road, and I kept my eye on it and stayed in the same location. And that thing just hovered out in the middle of the wilderness, and it had a
Yeah, the state patrol
giant
uses them
light
to
on it.
patrol.
What's that?
Colorado State Patrol uses them to patrol the highway,
Uh-huh.
I-25 and all that. So
Well, that's what I was thinking. It must have been some kind of police doing some kind of surveillance thing.
I would imagine, yeah. Yep, that's what they've upgraded to now.
Well,
They don't.
when I lived in Maine, the they used to fly around in army helicopters really low, like 100 feet or 150 feet, looking for people growing pot.
Oh yeah,
Now you find it everywhere.
yeah. Their radar will be lighting up all over now.
My neighbor grows his right in his front yard.
Yeah. I found some planters. I had bought 5 acres of land, and I found some planters up in the pine trees, and they had gallon jugs of water with wicks coming out of them, going into the plastic bins. So I asked a state trooper about that. I told him what I found, and I said, I think people were growing drugs in the trees there. He's like, nah, that was probably bear bait. He says, but
Poachers.
there's some being grown near you, pretty close.
You do. I think
Yeah, that shit used to grow wild all along the Arkansas River right there through Pueblo.
Save searches.
If you go east to I-25 along the Arkansas River, that shit grows wild along that river bottom all through there.
As a natural occurrence, or from
Yeah, it's
people
natural. It's
cultivating
been
it?
going on since the 80s.
Oh, my new thermostat came in today. It's in the mailbox. I gotta go get it. Not right now.
It must have been people doing all those paintings. What are those paintings called along the Arkansas River?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's a lot of artwork there, yeah.
Ooh.
When
So,
Forrest was showing a bunch of
That's
paintings.
actually isn't that kind of close to the area one of the searchers had passed away?
I don't
And
know if
one of them,
anybody passed away on the Arkansas.
yeah, there was one that passed away on the Arkansas.
But you see, here's the thing. He died. No, he died because he went swimming in the rapids.
Yeah.
You know, duh. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes you go underwater and you might get in some. There might be water going between two big old rocks, right? And the current will suck you in, and you can't get out. You're stuck there. You die.
Yeah, you don't swim in the Arkansas River. I'm sorry. Maybe a little
Not not
bit further
not with
downstream, there's some water holes, but you don't
not in
swim.
Browns Canyon. You don't. No, in Browns Canyon, there ain't many places you can swim. But below Browns Canyon, there's places you can get in the water. I gone, gold panning, and we go out in the wetsuit and get in the middle of the river and get in the bottom behind a rock and see if we can get some gold, find some gold there.
Yeah, that's the
No,
best
little
place.
tiny flake, you can't keep track of it.
Yep. Yeah, I'm into all that stuff. I love prospecting and all that, bro.
So yeah, my solar
I
charge
want I want to
controller
go I
and
want to go hit that area now up by Glenwood Springs where they had that huge landslide and where it
yeah.
redirected the
Oh
river
yeah,
around
it
up there.
covered
I
the
think I
highway.
mentioned it before.
Big,
Yep.
yeah, just
Yeah, that'd be an awesome spot to
15
go
feet deep of
do some take
mudslide
some
on top of the
samples.
interstate. Yeah,
Yep.
There was a guy on
that's near where Barbara Brown's solve was near
there was a
No
guy on
Name and stuff.
there was a guy on the Pueblo Craigslist that was selling gold claims, 40-acre gold claims for I think
Oh,
it was $3,500. But you need two people to get a 40-acre gold claim.
yeah, yeah, and if you got a gold claim, then you have a right to live in your RV on it.
Yeah, and you could use heavy equipment too, couldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I think you have to have permits for each thing, and all. Yeah, you can do it, but still have to get the permit for a lot of shit. Even here, there's gold down below here. It's just deep. You have to dig a deep, deep, deep hole to get to
John
it.
Teeter says there's no gold in Glenwood.
No gold in Glenwood. Wrong
Yep,
theology.
there is.
There's
Yeah,
gold
you
in
know where
them.
Gold Hill is, right, John? Uh, we just lost. We lost Ghost for a minute. And speaking of losing things, I'm gonna check my battery power. 23%. This is probably my last stream until March because I'm probably over my time on my 20-hour monthly limit. This is probably doing it. You must do 100 OV improvement each year. Oh, well, that's not hard to do. Does that include replacing the well pump? um, and Yeti, I fixed. Yeah, the Blue Yeti got bumped. I know who Blue Yeti is, and so yeah, Blue Yeti's gonna get a wrench for protection next time. Blue Yeti says everybody knows who he is.
Except for me, I don't have a clue.
To the south of the light. Yeah. What?
I said, except for me, I don't have a clue who Blue Yeti is.
Ah. Huh. I don't know if Blue Yeti wants me saying who he is.
No, I wouldn't expect anybody to do that.
But actually, you know what? On the back window of my car, I have a Blue Yeti.
Those are really good coolers, by the way.
Well, yeah.
So when you say you got a blue Yeti, you mean a blue Sasquatch?
Um, yeah, that I
Okay.
got at the Colorado Bigfoot Museum in Bailey. You know there's a Bigfoot Museum in Bailey, Ghost?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I used to live in Pineville.
you lived in. My first ticket. I
Right at
got my first ticket in Colorado in Pine.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's a gas station and a little bait shop on the corner. I used to live underneath that building.
I was hitchhiking in Bailey once, and the guy who got Hinckley's old mail PO box gave me a ride. He told
John
me
Hinckley
about having
Jr.
Hinckley's old PO box number.
John Hinckley Jr., the guy that tried to assassinate President Reagan.
Yeah, yeah, he had Hinckley's old mailbox in Colorado
Oh,
Springs.
what a trip. Yeah, he was from he went to the same he's from went to the same high school I went to, but years before.
Yeah, what was that? Oh, my car was in the shop
That's
getting an
Evergreen
engine
High
put in.
School.
That's why I was hitchhiking that day. And I gave that car. I had new engine put in it, and I had the car painted, and the AC changed over to the new shit and all that. And I gave it to my kid, and 4 days later he totaled it.
How old is your son, Bill?
He's 42.
42. I think it was he in the Treasures Galore group because I think I may have spoke to him a couple of times or something under one of my other
He might have
aliases.
been. I don't know. They don't allow. I'm not allowed in the Treasure Galore group because
Oh,
that's
you're
Janet's
not?
group. Janet Landgard runs that.
Yeah, like some of my first posts, you commented on them because I was posting my Colorado Springs solve after I had already been there. But I was looking for someone that had a military ID that would meet me there so I could go check that campground on the Air Force Academy
Uh,
camp at the Air Force Academy campground because I thought maybe Forrest had been there to lecture or something, but
yeah, yeah.
I was
I
way
stayed.
off. I was way off.
I stayed at a military campground in Florida when I was down because my son was there at the base, and so he was able to get the space for me, and it's cheap there, but wasn't as cheap as Padre Island on the intercoastal side with the handicap pass for it was like $5 a night. It's great.
Yeah. So when did they ban you from Treasures Galore?
Oh, when
Or
it
did
first
you just
started,
leave?
yeah,
Or
I
did
was
you
banned
just
from
leave?
get go. I was
Because
banned.
I thought you had commented on that on my Colorado Springs solve.
I don't know. I'm not allowed in that group.
Or actually, it wasn't Colorado Springs. It was Woodland Park because I thought Woodland Park was in the wood.
There,
But
there are some. I think some people out there probably trying to imposter me, and that's where I get the bad rap is from people that are pretending to be me
I got you. Okay.
in groups like that.
Yeah, I think that was in like 2019 or something. It was a
Yeah,
few years ago.
yeah. I banned from. I would have been banned from there in 2016, 17, 2017, 2016. 2016 is when I went down there, met up with Janet, and I don't know what the deal. I think they got confused. There was another. My son is a Chris, and I have a friend who's a C Gorman, that they thought that he was my son, but he's not even closely related to me. If he's related to me, it goes back hundreds of years before we have a common ancestor. But anyhow, he said, "Oh, I love you." I said, "Sorry, I'm not your type," and they thought I was talking to my son that way. Or
Oh,
a friend. Oh, you shouldn't talk to your son. It's like, that's not my son, you dummies. The guy just has the same last name.
well, I know one thing. I'm trying to sit here and smoke a bowl, but my lighter doesn't like the temperature in this environment, I guess. So if you keep hearing me flicking my lighter, it's not on purpose.
I think it's like 75, 80 inside here.
Yeah, I'm nice and toasty in here, but
and it helps if you're running oxygen in the room, that it helps your lighter. At the altitude, I can see oxygen being a bigger problem at a lower altitude.
yeah, I think I'm at 6,000 feet over here, 6,000 something.
Yeah, I'm 1,600 feet higher. I'm higher than you.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm eating CBD gummies.
Yeah, I don't do too many edibles. I don't really feel it that way.
This is from a bag my neighbor gave me probably a month
However,
ago.
I don't drink, and I had a friend last Christmas send me something like some fudge and stuff that had alcohol in it. And I ate it, and I actually caught a buzz off of it. It was really good.
Is he a packer?
I don't know. I don't know if he's a Packer fan or not. I think I showed you that
You were talking
he
about the
sent me
fudge.
a tin, and all that, and yeah,
Yeah, what?
lots of people from Wisconsin in the chase.
Well,
My
the
ex,
Green Bay Packers, what they pack? Cheese?
my ex's family were all from over there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, my dad's my dad's was born in Wisconsin, and his family came from Wisconsin. Some of them came from Green. My great grandfather, I think, was from Greenbush, Wisconsin. It was a Greenbrush.
Interesting. Yep.
And
Small world.
my ancestors lived in Fond du Lac, and the Rogers family was in Fond du Lac.
I kind of have a crazy thing. Like I said, my mom was full-blooded German, and my dad his birthplace was Canyon City, Colorado. So he was a Colorado native, but I forgot where I was going with that. It's the weed. I blame it on the weed. I forgot where I was going with that.
My brother knows this other guy he
Oh
works
yeah,
with.
I remember now. And I had like uncles. Like my grandpa was a German soldier, and then I had an uncle or uncles that were American soldiers during World War II and stuff like that. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, my brother said
Really
he's
weird.
another
I have
guy.
a really strange military family background on
Yeah,
both sides.
yeah, yeah. My military family invented camouflage and, and guerrilla warfare. And the Army Rangers are named after him. My great-great-grandfather served with Old Abe the Screaming Eagle in the Civil War.
Yeah, I asked my mom one time why she named me after a Cuban revolutionist, and she just said he was good looking, and that was the only reason. So I don't know.
This other truck driver my brother
I,
knows, my brother
you
says,
got a German American with a Cuban name.
this guy says he's half German, half Polish, and half Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Well, if I remember correctly, the Cuba did have a substantial German population at one time.
Yeah, but my family has nothing to do with Cuba. I got named after Che Guevara. That's my first name. And I was always curious why my mother, which have no ties to Cuba or South America or anything like that, would name me after a Cuban revolutionist. You know who Che Guevara is, right? That's who I'm named after.
Unless your mother was Patricia Hearst.
No, that's not my mom.
No, I never heard of that guy.
Che, you never heard of Che? Really? The Cuban revolutionary.
Che
He's
as
a
in
murderer.
Chay?
CHE.
Che.
CHE? Oh,
Che Guevara.
never heard of him.
They put him on the front of T-shirts all over. You never heard of Che Guevara? Oh my
No.
God!
Yeah,
You
know so much about government and the
now you have to go back to
Constitution, and
school.
you don't know about Che Guevara?
Well, tell me what's he famous for?
Killing a
Well,
lot of people.
he was a doctor from Argentina
Okay.
that took 80 men with Fidel Castro and took over Cuba.
Oh.
Cuban revolutionary.
Yeah, he took over the
They killed anybody
entire
that disagreed
Cuba
with
with 80 men.
No, I never heard that
him.
story.
He killed thousands of people for not being communist.
Nope, never heard of that.
Yeah,
I know it was the Jewish mafia from Chicago that sent people to Russia to cause the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yeah, well, this guy was a total Marxist.
Have you ever read Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto or listened to it?
Nope.
It's really not that far off from reality.
Yeah. You ever read the Unabomber's Manifesto?
Yeah, to put it simple, trusted living, Che Guevara was Fidel Castro's right-hand man.
He was his assassin.
At a certain time in history.
Yeah, I don't remember ever hearing that name before.
That's amazing.
Hoolie's afraid of the oxygen, and mine's only set at 2. The people that explode are set at 6 or 8.
Yeah, please, Bill, do not spontaneously combust.
Boom! It's only a problem if you have the oxygen and you fart and you light.
Yeah, Hooley says, how come you took Hooley's wrench away, Bill? Hooley says, Bill, you... She wants to know if she should be scared for your safety with the O2 and the flames.
No. I've taken out. It's only at 2 liters a minute, and all the stories of people that do that, they're at least 6 liters a minute. It's not a whole lot. It adds a little more. It makes the heater work better, but it's not enough for the place to blow up.
Did you take Cooley's wrench away tonight?
No, did that a long time ago.
Oh.
Or did I? I don't know. I took away the that other one way up there. The one that hit that put Happy Jack lost the wrench.
Oh. So what does that wrench? What does that wrench do? It just enables you to moderate and kick
it lets
people,
them hide
or
people from the channel, so I don't even see them anymore.
yeah.
And when you
people that just hand those out like candy or crazy.
and you hide somebody who's a friend of mine, you're gonna lose your wrench.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not a good subject to have that kind of power, because
and if I go on to somebody else's chat and you use your wrench against me, you lose your wrench in my channel.
Do you guys grow food in the house?
It's nice to have someone there that are going to block the bots and all that stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, but some block people.
The whole room has a wrench, I mean, come on.
Some of them do it just for purely political reasons. The person said nothing that was offensive or threatening or anything, and they just know, I don't like that person, or I don't know who that is.
Are those? What are those?
You guys grow food in the house?
I love that stuff, man.
I asked if you grow food in the house. Do you know what these are, Ghost Dancer?
I have dog food in my walls.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you the name of them right now, but I can tell you that I've eaten them before. I forgot what they're called.
We went to put I was an electrician. We went to add an outlet in this wall in this house. And when we cut the hole to put the outlet in, dog food poured out of the wall. The
what do they call those trusted living? What were those things you were showing me?
Mung beans.
What kind of beans?
Uli's saying hi to you, Trusted. Uli's saying hi to you.
They're the kind of beans that the Chinese use to grow bean sprouts to put in food.
Bean sprouts. That's what I thought they were. I've eaten those before. I love them.
Yeah, they're just overgrown is what those ones are.
Yep, good stuff.
But I like growing them. You don't even need any light for them.
Yeah, you could live off those things. That's good stuff.
Yeah, they're loaded with soluble protein. And black-eyed peas too. Black-eyed peas are pretty good to sprout and use those in cooking also. Those make
I love bean sprouts in my salads. All that. Yeah. Sunflower seeds, bean sprouts, bacon bits, all that good stuff.
Black-eyed peas, they're like the old not Thompson twins, Delight and stuff, right?
Black-eyed peas as in cow peas.
No, as in music entertainers.
No.
I know who you're talking about. I know what both of you are talking about.
as in the major food source for the country of Brazil. Cow peas grow really easy, but the beans that you get off of them aren't sweet like the typical green bean that we eat in the United States. But it's healthy and it's pretty drought resistant. I grow them here at home in the good weather. What are we looking at? Ink
Those are
cartridge?
gummies.
With all this war and stuff breaking out and the disease, it's a good idea to grow your own food nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, and the bio
Anyway,
labs that make things to put in your food and
Yeah, you don't know what you're getting now.
I I I don't stockpile all my food. I still go to the store, but I don't have to. I mean, I get things like 20-pound bags of green peas, dried peas from the online called Webstaurant, and those can be grown too, or they can be cooked the way they are. But they can be grown, and you can cut the top few inches off of the plant and cook those in a stir fry.
Yep, good stuff.
But I stockpiled up before the stores ran out. I had stockpiled up. I bought 25-pound bags of a lot of different kinds of things, several different kinds of beans. I got the 20-pound box of peas. I got barley and rice and oatmeal. But I get the big bags of them, and the store stopped carrying them. They got sold out and weren't able to replenish them last year.
Wow.
But I just wanted to make sure that I had plenty of food in the house no matter what the hell happened. So,
Yeah.
I got to eat off of it. I'm not just going to leave it there for 15 years and not use it.
yeah, there's people in Ukraine. You should have given me the AK-47 last year. This wouldn't have happened.
Yes, it would.
Well, Bill, we could go fly over there. They'll probably pay us to take up AK-47s and go after Russians.
All you gotta do is go to the police and ask them for an AK-47. They'll give you one over there. And who'd they buy them from, right? The Russians?
Yeah.
Ironic.
No, I think that the Ukraine is going to get swamped the same way the United States swamped Iraq.
But them Kalashnikovs are made in Poland, aren't they?
I don't know. But it's definitely a bad deal. Russia should not be doing that. Israel shouldn't be invading Palestine, but they've been doing it for 70 years and the world doesn't care.
Well, it was a threat. It was a big threat to them because the Ukraine was going to become part of the United Nations, and they weren't going to have any of that.
But the United Nations is impotent. They don't make the countries that are in the United Nations as members follow the rules.
Yeah, the thing is, though, with Article 5 is if somebody attacks a country that's a member of the United Nations, all the other nations that are part of the United Nations have to do something about that.
A United Nations.
They have to take action against it. So
the
with
United,
Ukraine, I don't know. They're not part of the United Nations right now. So
the United
he's taking
Nations.
over.
The United Nations.
They basically have no protection. But if Putin decides to attack any of these other countries around, on the borders of the Ukraine and on that Western Front, yeah, that's why we're over there.
but the United Nations member countries have no right to attack a non-member country either, according to the rules.
Well,
Who
that's
pays
correct.
attention to the
That is
rules?
correct.
That's why
That's
there's
where,
wars.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. That the United Nations is essentially useless because they don't enforce any of the rules on the member countries anyhow. If they did, Israel wouldn't have expanded as large as they have into Palestine. They were only granted about half of the property that was the former Palestine, and now they control like 90% of it illegally as war
Yeah.
crimes, war criminals.
See, the VA sends me this thing, and then they send me a card. And the card only has 2 boxes to check. You pick one box. Yes, I want to be part of your research program. Or no, I don't.
do you want to donate your body to science? Yes or no?
Yeah, you want to?
No,
Oh, we're gonna come get it right now. In Ukraine, how many bullets they give? The bullets are expensive. More than bullets cost more than the guns. The AK-47s. So you go there. What they give you an AK-47, and how many bullets they give you, and the thing with the bullets are,
Yeah, those AK-47s ain't shit against a tank, Bill.
how many bullets can you fire before somebody shoots one and hits you?
Yeah, friendly fire. How many? Yeah.
How many? It's like, I think I have enough ammunition that before I could use it all, I'll be dead.
Yeah, how much can you carry that's going to last about 3
Yeah,
seconds in a firefight?
yeah, just 50 rounds of 45 cal is what
And then what?
6 pounds or so, you know. The thing makes my pistol heavy is the bullets.
yeah, war sucks.
Yeah.
It does.
There's really no good reason for these wars that are going on. I don't see any good reason for this war of Russia against the Ukraine. There was no good reason for the war of the United States against Iraq.
Ukraine is the deep state's headquarters. That's where all the crooked politicians here launder all their money in the Ukraine.
Well, you got a good point there, Bill. That's another thing always to consider. The money that is all illegal kind of money, which goes to places like Switzerland, and it's controlled by the international bankers who actually instigate wars around the world. Wouldn't it make logical sense that they steal that money? Like when Saddam Hussein got
Yeah,
captured and executed, there was
there's a
probably
stockpile.
billions upon billions of dollars in Swiss bank accounts that was taken.
Oh, there goes my audio again.
We hear
Bill? Oh, okay. You guys got quiet then.
you. We hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I better check my battery level. What do I got? 12%. It's dropping. It ain't dead yet, but it's dropping.
I get a kick out of people when they talk about America and they say, "Oh, well, we're a capitalist country and these other countries are not capitalist." Are you kidding me? China is more capitalist than the United States. They sell a hell of a lot more. Russia is definitely a capitalist country. All these countries are capitalist countries.
Yeah, but China does it all with slave labor.
Well, I agree that's wrong. United States does it with slave labor. It's just different.
Yeah. Yeah, people go to work to feed themselves. It's basically slave labor.
Well, to
Hey,
pay for a
Wrench,
place
there's a bot in here.
to get mortgages and pay for a place to live for 30 years. It's ambiguous, but it's the same concept.
The bot got hidden.
Yeah, I'm blocking. Block him.
Whoopi does a good job.
No, I still got it.
Oh.
Little bunny foo foo hopping through the forest, picking up the field mice and bopping them off the head with the
I like
wrench.
that camp out video, 2025 camp out video. That was great.
Who was that?
Later, Whoopi. Thanks. The camp out video with the spinning banana.
Yeah, what was that?
It was funny. It was on YouTube.
Oh,
If you search videos in the last day, Forrest Fenn. Yeah, I took those, didn't I? Saturday.
Oh, that
Those.
sucks. As a guest, I can't block them through StreamYard.
Oh, you gotta do it on the YouTube.
Yeah.
We got the bot. Whoopi took care of the bot. Sprout, alfalfa sprout.
I've never grown those ones.
Later, guys. Later, Whoopi.
Alfalfa. That's horse. That's horse feed.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a common sprout though, just like broccoli. People sprout broccoli seeds for broccoli sprouts.
And
Well, that's the point I was going to get about the Karl Marx and his Communist Manifesto, where he basically talks about the different types of people in society, and he was pretty spot on with that. And the talk about on how technology advances and there's less need for people to work because food production is done with less and less amount of people. In the United States, we're there. We're already there. If people had the right kind of diets and bought the right kinds of things, they could feed themselves a lot less expensive. The trouble is,
The
Karl Marx,
problem with
you should
that
know who Che
is
Guevara
when
is.
everybody's able to feed themselves, then you don't really need the stores anymore.
well, you do. There's always going to be incidental stuff, but you certainly don't need a Walmart that's full of things that you can hang on your wall.
Right.
I mean, look at all the stuff that's decorative that's in the stores that is literally the corporations eating the resources of the world so people can hang a decoration on their wall.
Rearranging my
Well,
color
there's
collection.
a lot of people in the past
Yeah,
decade that
when
have gone
everybody
towards
can
that.
feed themselves though and self-sufficient like that, it's gonna drive up food costs in the stores even more.
It probably will, but it shouldn't.
Eventually, robots will be our slaves.
You might have that backwards, Bill. The robot's gonna hold you prisoner in your house.
They do with your phone. Your phone is the robot holding you prisoner.
Yeah, I think there
Yeah,
were movies
imagine
like
that.
that with
Imagine an
robots.
EMP and everybody losing their electronic devices.
People will lose their minds nowadays.
Yeah, that's gonna be mass hysteria, I'm pretty sure.
But like when I
And you
lived in
know,
Maine,
Russia threatened us. He said if we get involved, he's gonna hit us like we've never seen before in history.
yeah, that's what
Well,
he threatened.
temperature is
Absolutely.
-1.
And, and don't think for
Well,
1 minute that he's joking.
EMP technology, Russia has it, I'm sure.
They have more than that.
Knock knock us back about what, 30 years, 40 years?
Well, one of the things during the Cold War that the Russians were doing that the United States wasn't doing was they were developing all kinds of alternative weapons. One thing they developed was they would set up I think there were microwave stations, giant microwave stations, and they would triangulate two beams to one location, and they were experimenting for many decades to see what the effects were, and they were able to either warm or cool the ocean areas. They first were doing it to see how they could affect seamen on warships, but then they went even further on how they could mess with the environment with that. Don't think they might not unleash that on us. Something that we can't stop coming in with their triangulating the power. I mean, heck, I was watching on the YouTube yesterday, I think it was, and it was showing a couple days back the lightning storms that were going on around the world, and there was this giant, huge band of lightning storms going through the middle of the United States, and there was just an ungodly number of lightning strikes occurring. That was the day after my electricity went out here, where I heard, what sounds like when you strike an arc with an arc welder, that buzzing sound, and then a bang sound, how it pops, and then a light flash. That happened here, right at that window. The light flashed in the window, and my electricity went off. And about 2 hours later, the same exact thing happened, and then the electricity came on. But after the bang, I heard something go through that air conditioner like energy. Like I could hear the fins that are on the back of the air conditioner vibrating. I don't have that happen
Yeah,
even when I get high winds around here. It was really weird.
maybe some moisture got in there and dripped down on the chip.
No, it wasn't the air conditioner. It's not even plugged in.
Oh,
It was outside. It knocked out the electricity in about a 1 to 2 block area because that's all that transformer was servicing. But it was
yeah.
just really bizarre the way that it happened and how it sounded. And I'm not
Mhm.
saying the Russians were using their electronic weapons against us, but it
Yeah,
was just weird.
I've been right under those transformers when they blew, and they're freaking loud. And
Yeah.
it shoots a spark all the
I was
way down that line.
I was living in this like barn building on Floyd Hill, and I was there was the building, the wall was probably 15 feet to the top of the wall before the roof, and had a metal roof on it, and it had dartboard on the wall, and there was a thunderstorm outside, and I'm throwing darts at the dartboard, and right up in the corner of the wall above the dartboard, lightning, and the ball of lightning was right up, came inside the building and lit up. Well, I'm right in front. I'm like, whoa! I sat down on the floor. Went, wow.
Oh yeah, that reminds me back to dumb shit you do when you're a kid. I was cooking chocolate chip cookies in a gas oven, and the ignition thing to light the pilot or whatever for the gas stove didn't work.
Yeah.
So I had turned. Yeah, that reminded me of this time. And I left the gas on and went and looked for a match and came back and lit the stove.
I got my battery to gain
And
1%.
the stove said kaboom. Big,
Yeah.
big old blue flash surrounded my whole body. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah. One time I was in Thornton, Colorado at a girlfriend's house that I had then back in like 89. And there was a storm and it had the front door open. I was just standing by the screen door. I felt my hair kind of rise up, and boom, the lightning hit down the corner about 100, 200 yards away. But it was enough that it made my hair stand up and shit, you know?
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
so close.
yeah. You know when lightning's gonna hit close to you because all your hair is like
Oh,
static electricity. It go straight to the air.
and when it hits in the mountains in Colorado, they are big, big fucking bolts, aren't they?
Oh yeah, yeah. Enough to slice big old trees in half.
There was this guy at Vail ski area. He was skiing. He got off the lift and he was, doing the turnaround to go down the mountain. He got hit by lightning. And when I broke my ankle at a basin, the paramedic, the ski patrol guy, was a paramedic that was on that call to that guy that got hit by lightning at Vail, and they thought it was a woman because there was blood and his crotch was bloody, you know. But it turned out the lightning, because he was wearing ski boots which are insulated, the light, whatever was hanging down, his
He was
hands,
grounded.
his hands and his testicles got blown off because they were the closest thing to ground.
Mm.
His nuts blew up. It killed him, blew his hands off and his nuts because he was wearing
Yeah,
plastic
that's
ski
pretty
boots with the
crazy. You
lightning
hear that
going through.
stories about guys that a guy that's been hit by lightning 7 times and lived and stuff like that. That's pretty crazy.
When I lived up north, there was a rainstorm that had started in the summertime, and I went to the front door and opened up the front door. I no sooner opened up the front door and kaboom, a lightning strike about 20, 25 feet from me at the electric pole in front of the house. That is loud. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, when that strikes, it's loud.
Oh, you see the lightning here. I was up at Mount Vernon. That's the top of the grade coming out of Denver up on I-70. A friend of mine was the head maintenance guy for the country club. But we were sitting at his house. He had a window open. This lightning bolt hit this fence post that was out across the field from his place. But one little string of it, he had one little window open, and it came in, and we seen it go across the room right into his TV set. But
Wow.
the big bolt outside that hit the fence post, I mean, that bolt had to be 2 feet across. And after it strikes, it kind of slowly disintegrates in pieces. Yeah, and there's like pieces of flame, it like breaks up into like
Yes,
gas
static
lines.
electricity in the air.
Yeah.
It's static. It's called static.
Well, see, that's what I was thinking was going on with my air conditioner. Why I heard that sounds going through the fins, that it was a static electrical charge.
No,
But heck,
it's probably just the hamster went bad.
that transformer is over 100 feet from here.
Yeah, when transport they're big. I 3 miles away and it's like kaboom! It's like a bomb went off when they go. Some of them.
Well, I had just got done watching a apocalyptic type movie on YouTube where the Russians set off EMPs and then invaded the United States. The movie was called Amerigeddon. It was a pretty good movie. But it was so
What
funny.
channel
I
is
just
that
finished
on?
watching it.
What channel is that on?
Red Dawn.
It's a free movie on YouTube.
On
Amerigeddon.
Yeah.
Cool.
If you like them kind of movies, it was a pretty good one.
Was that the Alex Jones movie?
No.
They just fucked it up. Nobody's
I
gonna watch
watched a good one earlier today that I'd like to plug on your show, Bill. It's called, what was that called? Henry. It's on Showtime.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Awesome movie. I'm not going to say anything about it. I'm just going to say it was a really good movie. If you're into Western type movies.
Have either of you guys seen the movie from 1984 called Threads?
No.
It was a nuclear disaster kind of movie where a nuclear war started. That was pretty good. It seemed lifelike, where they actually show the events leading up to the nuclear war and the nuclear war take place, and then what the aftermath was.
Oh yeah, I read a book kind of like that. It was called Swan Song.
Okay.
Post-apocalyptic type stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like watching those kind of movies with the nuclear wars involved and seeing
Yeah,
how
I loved Red Dawn, and that was one of my favorite movies growing up. The first one and the remake wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
You know what I think is crazy?
What was that other? The old ones, DEFCON 4.
Forrest called Jack Bill, and everybody, oh, Bill is the money. Bill is anything but the only Bill anybody knows in the chase. You know?
And of course, Road Warriors is a good one. That's kind of after the nuclear war.
Yeah. The Day After. That's a good movie.
Armageddon. There's some good ones out there.
Yeah.
The original Red Dawn, wasn't that? That was Trinidad, wasn't it?
No, I have no idea, man.
The movie Red Dawn?
I have no idea if they filmed that in this area.
Yeah. I think they did.
No. Well, that's a trip. If they did, that's news to me.
Well, the way people are used to living nowadays, like you guys are saying, once the electricity goes off for a substantial period of time, that's going to fuck so many people up psychologically in this country.
Yeah, the phone, not having your phone, all that stuff.
Yeah, with some people, that's all it takes, not being able to use the phone.
Yep.
Well, the phone's that's my internet, everything.
Yeah.
You know?
Me too.
Well, yeah, it's done though. I mean, they set an EMP off. Our devices are not going to work. That's including inside your car too, man. If your car's running off a computer, forget it. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but I can I can take out my little wood stove and I can still cook food.
Absolutely.
All you gotta do to block an EMP is have a metal mesh screen dome over everything that's grounded around the edges, and it won't get through. You got to put up a electromagnetic barrier.
Yeah, I
Is
know
that the
nothing about all
Faraday
that.
cage?
Huh?
Is that what's called a Faraday cage?
Yeah, you could just cover the metal mesh screen if you covered all your windows and your roof with it and all. You could turn your whole house into a Faraday cage.
Uh-huh.
But it has to be grounded. You have to when this shock comes down from it has to be able to go around through that shield. That's a shield, electromagnetic shield.
Yeah,
Nice.
you know, the
People,
Israelis have kind of a thing like that on their tanks.
Uh-huh.
If you ever seen a Israeli tank, it has
They have an airplane that can disperse an EMP, but the airplane's protected from it.
you see all these chains with little like big ball bearings hanging from them
Yeah.
on the tanks. Well, that's what those are for.
Oh.
That's
I,
like go go ahead.
I've only seen the armor-plated bulldozers that they use to bulldoze down their neighbors' houses.
Yeah, in Georgetown.
That was Glenwood Springs. I
No,
mean,
no,
I'm sorry, Granby.
yeah, but the Israelis have those, and they use them on a regular basis to bulldoze the Palestinians' houses down as they take over more and more land and build settlements.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
There
Build
was a
more settlements over the settlement that was already there.
Yeah, they bulldoze the Palestinians' houses down, chase them away, and then they build housing for Israelis on
Oh, I
Arab
got
land. But there was a woman that was 32 years old from the United States, and she was there acting as a reporter. And when that event started occurring where she was, where they just one morning fired up the armor-plated bulldozers and just started going through a neighborhood and bulldozing people's houses, she went out there and she got in front of a bulldozer and they just ran her over, killed her. In the United States was like, oh well, whatever. They're Israelis. They can do what they want. God said so.
I got a new. You go to Walmart and they ain't got no Eggos, so I got me a machine for making Eggos.
There you go.
Except it's not that color; it's a red one.
And it's not really Eggos; they're twat waffles.
Have you used it yet?
Huh?
Have you used it yet?
No, I haven't used it yet. But you can mix the waffle mix. It just takes water and a waffle mix in a little 16-ounce plastic cup, mix it in there with a fork and pour it in. You get your waffles right there. Boom.
Fresh waffles, they're better than
Fresh
Eggos.
waffle.
Plus, you can put fruit in your batter and cook it have fresh fruit
Yeah.
in your waffles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a nice way to do it. I make pancakes at the house. I just take a cup of flour, a teaspoon of baking soda, and a cup of water, and that's my pancake batter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard of this law firm, Banana Twat Waffle?
Nope.
No, Are they a new up and coming firm?
Yeah, yeah. They're wanting to get on the news.
I seen you outside the CIA building, though.
That picture, yeah, isn't that cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
which CIA?
stopped there for a selfie. I gotta
Which
do one
CIA?
with my Nikon. It'll come out good.
Which CIA was that? Was that the private investigation place called CIA?
No, that's a certified insurance agency.
Oh,
Yeah.
because there's a private investigative company in Colorado called
But
CIA.
well, no, this is a certified insurance agency.
Yeah,
But
I actually think I seen one of those trucks before. They were driving around in a truck that had that on the side of it.
it's this like black cube building, and in gold letters over the front door it says CIA. And
Yeah.
when you take a picture of it at night, the entrance is gold. It looks it looks Maxwell smartish, you know.
Yeah, I think it stands for Colorado Investigative Agency.
No, it's
No, we have the
certified.
CBI out here. That's the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
The sign on the lawn says certified insurance agency. The sign on the building says CIA.
No, I don't mean that location. There's another one in Denver.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like stopping in front of the drug enforcement agency to roll a joint and smoke it.
Yeah, but you could still get. Why would you do that? You could still get in trouble. You're not supposed to smoke it out in public.
I was actually in a work truck.
Yeah, all those gatherings and stuff, 420. That if they wanted to, they could write you tickets for that.
You know the lights in the parking lot, the ones up on top of the poles. I used to service them, and my truck had a 35-foot boom. I could go 35 feet up in the air with it, but it had this fiberglass bucket that you could get up there under the light and stuff, and you got a 5-gallon bucket inside the bucket you're standing in, and you sit on the bucket there, and nobody can see you up there, and you sit up there and smoke a joint, and smoke's coming out way up over everybody in the parking lot. Nobody knows you're up there. Nobody can see down in there because you're the highest guy around. One time I went to work one day, and I got up to get in the bucket to go fix some light, and there was a turkey leg in the bucket. And the only way it got there was some eagle or something dropped it in there.
And probably a raven if you were in Colorado.
Yeah, it was in Denver.
Or there's some pretty big crows out there too, though.
Yeah.
I was doing a job putting some masonry coating on the exterior of a building. Had to get a 200-foot man lift and operate that one. It's literally a truck crane with a basket mounted on the end of the crane, and got remote controls to control it from inside the basket. That was a treat.
Yeah, 200 foot's a little scary.
Yeah, that's up there. Definitely don't want to be afraid of heights.
The scarier than a 200-foot microwave tower, anyhow.
Actually, that one was better than the first one we had. The first one we had was a 185-footer, and it looked like the typical man lift. So it's always sitting on rubber tires. You get that thing up 150 feet in the air, and that thing's going like this.
Oh, you do outriggers, yeah. Yeah, you imagine be up there and you have a 7.0 earthquake. Goodbye.
It's like standing way up there on scaffolding and wiggling around.
Yeah, I was the boss, and the guy riding the 185. He says, it's only 9-mile-an-hour winds. It's not enough winds to have to take it down, but it's pretty bad. I says, Bob, I don't give a shit what the numbers say. If you're uncomfortable up there, take it down.
Yeah.
If somebody in the office wants to take your place and get up there and go up there and experience it for themselves, let them do it. But we already know they ain't got the balls to go up there in a regular day.
Yeah, plus when it's extended, it's top heavy, ain't it?
No, it's always bottom heavy, but
Always use
Well,
the
yeah, I mean,
outriggers. Always
it,
use the
it,
outriggers.
it, it's the sway that happens on the boom. The boom just has the ability to sway, and then that one was sitting on rubber tires. The 200 footer was a truck mount, and it had metal outriggers with feet that would go and put down on the asphalt pavement, and that was a
yeah,
lot more stable.
hydraulic with the hydraulic jacks.
Yeah.
When I worked at a Varian in California, and they had a building that was called the Buck
4
Rogers
hours and
machine.
20 minutes. I'm smoking to that.
They had a
4 hours
room
and
is
20
called
minutes.
the Buck Rogers machine, and it was this building like room was lined with stainless steel and stuff, and it was 1,000,000 volts, 1 amp. And when they turned it on, you couldn't have any loose metal because things would fly and stick to it because of all the energy it was in it. They had some crazy stuff there. We had this room where they make the radio spectrometer thing, the things where they put it in a superconductor magnet and they draw the elements apart and they can measure. They can tell you what's in any element, all the elements that are in there. But these things are superconductor magnets. And if you get your tool belt, walk by, and your tool belt is within 2 feet, the thing will grab your tool belt and it won't let your tools go. You know, extremely powerful magnets.
Yeah, that's what's in MRI machines, isn't it?
Uh,
Isn't that what
yeah,
that MRI
somewhat.
machine does?
But I never got to get my tool belt close to an MRI machine. And these
Yeah,
things were
being
like that when they
in
were turned
this,
off.
working
They
with
didn't have to be
steel
powered
and
on.
metal shavings and all that stuff, you can't go in those
Eggs, low
because they'll
carb.
rip that shit out of your body. If you have like hip replacements that have any kind of metal or anything in them,
Yeah,
they won't put you in one of those.
yeah. Except for dental posts are okay some reason.
I see in the comments section, posted by the name of Wick, says Karl Marx formed the most murderous political philosophy since the Big Bang.
Yeah,
Well, I guess I'd like to know what political philosophy that was.
Che Guevara was a Marxist.
Not me.
And no, the guy you're named after, but the
Yeah. Yeah, but I just don't want everyone to
and
confuse me
Castro.
with yeah.
Well, any kind of political philosophy can be taken and be used for evil. I mean, our own
Yeah,
country.
but it's no, Karma, the communist Chinese, the same thing. They kill millions of people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Any political philosophy can be used for evil. The United States claims that they're about democracy, and they're not. But they go around the world killing people under the name of democracy.
The world's getting fucked up. At
Yeah,
least our years are numbered.
yeah. So fucked up. Who fucked it up? Who
I can
fucked it
imagine how
all up in the
fucked up
first
things will
place?
be
Who
in
even invented war?
15 years, 20 years.
The
We never
cavemen?
imagined that it could be this fucked up. And can you imagine it can get worse?
Oh hell yeah, it can get a whole lot worse. We got it real easy in the United States.
Yeah. I finally got my propane money. Woo, that's a relief. Because I'm filling $50 in propane every week. You know,
How many months do you have to do that?
till about May.
May.
Yeah, it's still snowing May.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's freaking cold. It's starting to
I,
get cold.
I just use electricity here.
I was in New Mexico in late May of 2014, the first year I searched, and it had 6 inches of snow at Tres Pedras.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like right here.
Yeah.
This is what I use for heat in this room.
Oh, that looks so nice and cozy.
Randy
My
Bilyeu.
goodness.
Randy
My goodness, you
Bilyeu.
don't know what a treasure you have sitting right there in your living room.
Randy Bilyeu was from Florida, and he had no idea what Sub-Zero was like.
That's just a cheap Walmart electric heater.
Yeah, that cheap Walmart electric heater comes in pretty handy when it's this cold out here.
Yeah.
Yes, it does, because that's all I have.
I got my heater going full blast and the fan blowing the air from the ceiling down to the floor.
Mine too, but I opened my window up
Eh,
so I could smoke another bowl and a cigarette.
It's -2
It's
here.
cold out there. It is freaking cold.
-2.
Yeah, I keep that one in this room. It goes up to 1,500 watts. I got a small 1,500 watt one that's like this big that I keep in the bathroom, and then I got another 1,500 watt one that's wider. It's an older one, and I keep that in the kitchen just to keep things warm enough, make sure no pipes are gonna freeze, kind of thing.
That's what I
used to
use, a
just use
1,500
one
watt.
I ain't got enough electricity to run a 750 watt one.
That's what I use to warm mine. My RV is a 1,500 watt, that little square box one.
Yeah.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
work.
my
They work
generator
pretty good.
struggles.
Yeah, I've been staying cozy. I mean, if I close my windows up and just run that, it stays pretty good. Warm enough for me anyway.
Oh, it's supposed to warm up tomorrow. 43 tomorrow, 50 Monday, 54 Tuesday, 57. It's all 57 on Wednesday, man. I bet it'll hit 60. Wow.
Well, yeah, I thought I saw it, and it's supposed to get to 71 on Wednesday.
It
I'm like,
says
holy shit.
57. Yeah, great.
That's gonna be a summer's day for me.
I went to New York City in the middle of February in 1987, and it was 75 degrees that day. Middle of February, New York City. Who you got left? Oh, my sister.
I remember one time. I remember one time at Elitch's. Did you live in Colorado when they had that big hailstorm and people got trapped on the rides at Elitch's? and they were getting popped in the head and on the legs with golf or softball size hail. A bunch of people got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. That one. That's when. But I was in girlfriend's new Chevy pickup, and the hail started, and I thought I was going to go hide behind these trees over by that lake in Westminster, the big old lake there. We were fishing. And
Yeah, it happened on at the oldie, which is not the new one, not the Six Flags, but the old
Stanley
original one.
Stanley Reservoir. You know where
Oh,
Stanley
Stanley
is?
Lake.
Yeah,
Stanley Lake up
yeah,
in Broomfield. Yeah, I used to
yeah.
live right across the street.
Yeah. Well, we were up there when that hailstorm hit,
Oh,
and I
right
was
on.
going to run the truck around behind these trees to open the trees would block most of the hail, you know.
Oh no, no more damage.
And and my friend says, "Oh, stop, stop!" And I hit the brakes, and the front wheel too. There was a canal there that I because we had to go over this little hill, and at the top of the hill was a little canal, and so the front wheels got just over hanging over the canal, and so we were stuck there for the hailstorm, and but we were with the front wheels down over the edge of the lip of the canal, and we were sitting on the frame. It put the windshield at an angle that it did $5,000 damage to the truck, but didn't break the windshield because the angle was the same as the hail coming down, where the hail just slid along it and didn't hit it straight
Yeah,
on.
that's a loud that's a loud experience too.
Oh yeah, because it's busting the mirrors off the sides and busting the
Yeah,
windshield wipers off, and
yeah, you're in there like whoa.
uh,
Well, I bet. Yeah, I've been in that, and then I have the glass, the glass roof, so it's slamming up against that, and you're going, oh shit,
oh, I was in big trouble for being in the hailstorm. It's like, how was I supposed to, Can happen anywhere, anytime. But they had to replace every panel on that truck.
Yeah, that sucks. Brand new one, huh?
It was like 2-month old truck.
And then you think about it, if it's a large hailstorm, the dealership's got hammered too, so all their inventory's hail damage.
Yeah.
You have to wait a year or two to get a brand new one.
What was that?
I was working in Kingfisher, Oklahoma, a few years back. I had traveled out to Kingfisher, Oklahoma, and I was staying there, and I had to go get some supplies, and I had to drive like an hour away from Kingfisher to get the supplies. So I got the supplies on my way back. I look off to my left above the field, and there's these black clouds starting to swirl in a circle. I'm like, that's not a good sign. And then it started raining. I'm like, that's not a good sign either. I says that, the next step is torrential rains and then hail. Sure enough, torrential rains, then torrential hail so bad I had pulled over off the side of the road into somebody's driveway. And I left my video recording on my phone. And for about 10 minutes, there was hail coming down about this big, just tons of it.
Yeah,
Pummeling.
those are small.
They're small, but there was a lot of it. It left dings all over my vehicle, everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks. I had just got my Forerunner too, and I ran it to Denver and at my brother's house over in Lakewood. What was it? I want to say 2 years, 3 years. I'd say 3 years ago now, because I stopped by there during my time in the chase. They had a hailstorm, and I have a classic Forerunner. It's old, and it got nailed for the first time with hail.
Now it's got character, dimples.
Yeah, I hadn't had my Forerunner for 2 weeks yet. Got nailed.
Yeah, I just left the car the way that it was. Like to heck with it. I'm only having this a limited amount of time, and I still have it. They got a lot of miles on it.
Yeah.
But I bought myself a minivan for fixing up to do traveling.
My car's got another 120,000 miles to go, thanks to John Teeter.
Awesome.
120,000, huh?
Well, I just did 120. It's got 120 on it, and they got a new timing belt and all, so that's good for another 120, I would suppose.
Yep, I'm ready for a new, well, not a new, just basically I need the short block of a 460 Ford. And then I need a clutch in my Forerunner. And then I'll be on the road again. And I'm totally mobile again. It'll be nice. Just do some more treasure hunting.
Yeah.
Did you watch Streets broadcast earlier?
Yeah, he was fucked up.
Lily had a, oh yeah, that one too. But I was talking about when Lily was on. She was showing her book. What was it? The Sons of Coronado. Yeah, that was a badass book.
Coronado's thing, yeah, the 1930 book.
Hell yeah, that's a good book. There's all kinds of early Spanish history around this area. You know, because it's right on the Santa Fe Trail where I'm at. And the Santa Fe Trail ran through Forrest's backyard. All on the main ancient trade route.
That went through,
Which most of it now is I-25. Most of it.
Through Trinidad.
Yeah, there's some section of the old Santa Fe Trail in Cimarron, New Mexico, and there's still sections of it that you can go see that have the ruts in the trail from the wagon wheels back from the 1800s.
Yeah, and they're really deep. Super deep.
In stone?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you go to the St. James Hotel and have a meal there?
Not me, no.
We used to go to St. James Infirmary in Mountain View.
Yeah, the St. James is supposed to be one of them haunted hotels, and it's a place where people had gotten killed in the past, back when there were gunfighters, and there's bullets in the ceiling and that kind of thing. They make a nice steak.
What state is this in?
New Mexico, Cimarron, Colorado. It's near the downtown section of Cimarron, but it's on the road that goes out to
New Mexico. Cimarron, New Mexico.
Yes.
Nope, I've never been there. I've been to Taos and where else? I haven't been to Santa Fe yet.
If you came down 25,
I've been through it on my way to Texas and Arizona, but never stopped there.
if you got off 25, and I forget the name of the town, but it's Route 50, and you had that way to go to town, you would go through Cimarron.
Okay.
It's a nice little town. That's where I did my first treasure hunting, was in that area.
Interesting. Yeah. I'll have to look on it on a map again. I'm sure I've been through there or something. I mean, we have Cimarron Canyon and all that over here, but have you ever heard of the Treasure of the Valley of Secrets?
No,
No?
no, where's that?
Bill? Bill, you said you have that book?
No.
No? Well, I sent it to you in email
Oh.
because I promised it to you that night, so I sent it to you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Yeah, I gotta go look.
Where's that setting?
I had to take out some of my research on it, though, some stuff that I gathered because the file was too big to send through the email, so I took some stuff out.
Is that United States treasure hunting?
my
Yeah, that's here in Colorado. Treasure of the Valley of Secrets.
my
Um,
my uh,
it's
my
right up the road from me, basically. It's what brought me back to Trinidad. Well, actually, I was heading down this way anyway to head into New Mexico to do Toby's treasure hunt. But I had problems with my motor blowing and all that, so I got stuck and ended up here and wasn't able to do Toby's treasure hunt, so I took on the Valley of Secrets, which is right here. Yeah.
my search area has more to do with the
As soon as
LeBlanc
the chase
treasure.
ended, I was right into another treasure hunt, which I wanted it to be Toby's, but I had problems.
Yeah, the LeBlanc treasure with the 300 dead Frenchmen is my search area.
Oh, I remember reading about that one.
That's why the French tombstones.
Uh-huh.
And there's 300 dead Frenchmen around Treasure Mountain from the Treasure Mountain stuff. And there's supposed to be 30 million in gold. Well, it's probably 30 million back in the 1700s. It's probably billions now.
That's
Because
the
I
one where
remember when
You know, the Treasure of the Valley of Secrets is about a tomb that they had found down here. After an explosion, after half of the mountain, basically, I'm not going to spoil the whole thing, but at the end, the whole building or the whole side of the mountain blew off, and it exposed an old tomb of, I don't know, a lot of people thought it was the Lost Padre.
no, it was the lost Atlanteans. It's all. I'm sure it was a whole
But
lot like
anyway, it
the Valley of
exposed a
Kings.
cavern that had a bunch. It was like a natural sluice that runs along down the Spanish Peaks. There's two walls of solid rock, and it acted as a natural sluice, and went down into this cavern and washed all this gold and stuff down into this. Basically, they turned it into a tomb because they found bones and stuff like that in there. human bones, and yeah, it's an old treasure story.
With my camera from Highway
But
160,
it was covered up. I mean, it's a true story, and it was covered up um, in the history of this town. There's no record of any of this stuff ever happening, this explosion and all this other stuff that happened. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, it's the book's online. You can actually read the story for free. Google has a book called The Scarlet Shadow, and chapter 53 of The Scarlet Shadow is the same story as The Treasure of the Valley of Secrets, and you can get that The Scarlet Shadow for free.
Yeah. Huh. This is a good book here.
Yeah, reading that book and then doing the research into the treasure itself, man, it opened up my idea of this town in a whole different view, and realized that a lot of this town's history was totally wiped clean.
Well, why was that town originally incorporated?
Well, it was on the Santa Fe Trail. It was on a major trade route.
Okay, so it wasn't like a mining area or something like that.
Absolutely, yeah, coal.
Cool.
But there's coal mines. That's what's big around here. But this is I'm talking about a gold mine that's basically it supported a whole military operation of it all ties into the Ledlow massacre and all that stuff that went around here. The book
Which
was
one was the
published.
Ludlow
The book was
massacre? Is that
published.
the one where the miners were striking?
Yeah, the book itself was the one I'm telling you about, The Scarlet Shadow, was published in 1907, 1906 or 1907. So 2 years before that is when all this other stuff happened, and like I said, it's been wiped completely from history.
Wasn't that Carnegie that was behind the Ludlow massacre? Carnegie
Um,
Steel.
yeah, the Carnegie, but who are the big people from uh, uh I keep forgetting their name, Bill. You have to remind me again. The big families from back east that owned everything, basically. And he gave his son, Maxwell.
The Rockefellers or
Exactly. That's the name I was looking for. Yep. Rockefeller owned it back then.
Here's a fact, a little fact that everybody Luli would like this fact, because the pride of Idaho, when a new territory in the Pikes Peak mining area with Denver as its center needed a name, Dr. George M. Willing, an eccentric lobbyist, suggested the name Idaho. Willing claimed the name was an Indian word meaning gem of the mountains. But shortly before Congress agreed on the name, it was discovered that Dr. Willing had invented the word Idaho, and the territory became Colorado instead. However, 2 years later, when another mining territory in the Pacific Northwest needed a name, some remembered the Idaho, but forgot that the name had been a hoax. So on March 4th, 1863, the territory of Idaho was established. When statehood was achieved in 1890, the name had stuck, and therefore the United States has a state based on a phony Indian name, possibly making it the greatest potential joke of all times. So, did you know that's where Idaho came from?
Not
I
me.
had no idea. Nope. First time I heard
Idaho!
about that.
Who's the hoe?
I
Idaho!
I found a map of the New Mexico territory from the 1800s that included the current New Mexico. It included Arizona,
That's
and
all
it
part of the
included
Maxwell land grant.
it included the lower part of Colorado from the Arkansas River down. Not the entire thing, but most of it. That's why I think that the whole uh, hint of the University of Arizona that Doug Preston was talking about, and then it got dismissed. I believe that's why Forrest had mentioned that to him, was because he didn't know how big the treasure hunt was going to be. So he left it open that he could say that the treasure was recovered in New Mexico, even though it was recovered in the lower state of Colorado. But he could trick people
Ew. What would make you believe it was in southern Colorado?
because that's where I believe that it was.
Oh, you
It's
do?
where, it's where it
Oh,
was.
wow.
You're right. In southern Colorado.
Wow. So you're a Purgatory River guy?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Well,
But
my spot was Pass Creek.
but the place that Bill's place is within that New Mexico territory area I was talking about. Also,
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it used to be part of New Mexico.
Isn't that
yeah,
your search area, Bill?
Yeah. My search areas was part of Taos County, the
Yeah,
old Taos County. Came up here. Even my land here was Taos County at one
Yeah,
time.
I had everything west of Denver all the way down to Durango covered, and I was heading to New Mexico in
No,
the
no.
States.
Forrest had told people don't search in New Mexico, Montana,
Yeah,
Wyoming, or
Montana
northern
and
Colorado. He
Wyoming would
turned
have
them
been the
all off,
last
but
places I
southern
looked.
Colorado. Everything was
Those
turned
were
off.
the last on the list, man.
Yeah.
It was either in Colorado or New Mexico, in
Oh,
my
but
opinion.
the map
well,
in the book says Colorado 7 times.
I had started out identifying, or I thought I identified heavy loads and water high in Cimarron, New Mexico. And then I worked the poem backwards to warm waters halt, back from New Mexico up into Colorado. And so I concentrated my searching in that first location down in New Mexico, knowing that I could backtrack back up into Colorado to where warm waters halt
Yeah,
and then start over
I
again.
found I found Forrest in a slip up today, or yeah, yesterday,
What
while
was that?
he was reciting his poem, as I've gone alone in there with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where and hint of riches new and old.
Uh-huh.
And then begin it where, what did he say? Begin it where warm waters falls and take it in the canyon down. Was falls in the original poem, or did he slip up?
Well, I mean, either way, he slipped up.
Yeah, I mean, he totally got verbally mixed up and looked like he was. I just got the audio. I just heard it, but that
Uh,
was the first time I ever heard him slip up like that while reading the poem.
yeah,
uh,
yeah. I don't. I once I heard that the treasure was found, I was like, okay, cool. Somebody found it. You know, it
Yeah.
didn't have to be me. But then as time went on, I was like, oh man, this is a bogus story going on here. And absolutely nothing since that time till today has come forward, even out of the bullshit that's being pumped that goes against the solve that I had. Nothing, nothing has contradicted it.
Yeah, it sucks. It's too bad for. I wonder if there are any videos out there after the fact that Forrest did, like
Yeah,
a final
we're,
thought on his chase or whatever type thing, because he did have that time to do it.
when the big reveal time comes about, there may be a video that he explains it all.
I think if there is, it's hidden, and whatever
No,
they
he said he secreted it. He secreted it. It's a secret between him and Doug Preston, or so, there's
well
a secret.
that that could be, but either way, it won't happen, and it won't be something that will be put out into the public. It'll just go to the person who actually did the solve for them to decide what they want to do about it.
Yeah.
That's what the whole cover up's about. The whole cover up is so the solver can remain anonymous.
No,
Let the
no, it's so that the solver can't get sued over it. So there's no
Mhm.
legal problems. The thing's still in probate. I showed that earlier on Street's thing.
Well, I don't think the probate has anything to do with it. It's a
Well,
whatever.
if his estate's still in probate, then there's still legal issues that aren't completed yet. And when there are no legal issues, meaning there's no probate, it's all closed and done, then they can give it to the solver.
But if he's doing it in
They
secret,
can do it before the probate's over.
but that wouldn't be a secret then,
Even his family is waiting for the probate to end so they can get their inheritance.
right? But they would know this secret, and I don't believe that they know it.
No, they don't, because Doug Preston does.
No, see, I think it's, as you say, secreted in a corporation.
Yeah, and there's some corporate buddy of Forrest Fenn. I mean, I don't think the lawyers even know.
No,
It was
because they don't
something
have to know it.
that he did without the lawyers that are involved.
Yeah,
Maybe there's some other lawyers that might know who helped them arrange it, but they're not tied to all this. So it's like these guys don't know what the other guys know, and nobody knows everything. Only Forrest knew everything.
right. That's why. That's why
I'd like to know where
would
Warm
be in the
Waters
corporation to
falls.
keep it secret. And
There
that's also
we
why
go.
it doesn't matter for that reason.
Um,
Yeah.
There's other reasons why it's being held back in a
well,
time frame, not because of the estate.
uh, they might fall at Rainbow Falls or Rainbow Hot Springs because it's on a river that probably has the springs are up above the river, and they kind of do fall down and run into the river below it.
Well, one of my solves was Treasure Falls.
Yeah, Treasure's Fall.
No, Treasure Falls.
Yeah, Treasure Falls is at Treasure Mountain,
Yeah,
and
right down below
right next to Bootjack
Pagosa
Ranch
Spring.
that was owned by David Jennings Brown. It's a home of Brown. It's right below No Place for the Meek, Wolf Creek Pass, where a truck driver just flew right off of there. Did you see that video?
No,
I
I don't
sent it
want to
to
see
you.
it.
It's a video. A truck driver was coming up around the switchback, and one coming down, but right through the new barricade. Boom.
Yeah, I seen an RV lose their brakes on that hill and crash. Take about
Yeah.
take like 5 or 10 other cars with them.
Yeah. Well, no, that took me to California for that inquiry. Falls Canyon is what the fuck
But
is that?
why would he lie in the court of law and say that they agreed to say it was in Wyoming then? Because didn't Wyoming come out in the court documents?
Wyoming's just a valley with a river, a stream, creek winding through it, or
Yeah.
it's what the Indians called Wyoming. He didn't say state of Wyoming. He said Wyoming.
I'm gonna stick with my new 2022 solve and
The-
say it wasn't even near fucking Yellowstone. It was in the Black Hills of Wyoming. If Forrest actually said it was in Wyoming, it was in the Black Hills on
The
the
lawyer,
confluence on the
the lawyer
confluence of the
interpreted
North
and
Platte and the Laramie River.
the lawyer interpreted Wyoming as the state of Wyoming, and put that. Forrest didn't put that in that court document. The lawyer did, because the lawyer interpreted him saying Wyoming as the state of Wyoming. So the lawyer wrote state of Wyoming, but that wasn't.
Well,
Forrest didn't put that in there.
the lawyer didn't even write state of Wyoming. The lawyer just wrote Wyoming. But I agree, Bill, that Forrest
There's one I seen it.
did it that way so that the lawyer wouldn't understand, because it's
Yeah,
none of his
yes,
business.
and these lawyers don't know what the LLC lawyers know,
Right,
or what the LLC partners know.
right.
Marla, I wouldn't be surprised if the solves out there on the internet
Hi,
slapping
Marla.
everybody in the face and they're denying it.
Hi, Marla.
Most of it is.
Uh,
Sitting there staring everybody right in the freaking face, and they still have the ability to solve that thing. They just don't have a treasure chest to go after. You still have the poem.
Most of it's been floating around
You
on
have
the internet since 2015. Actually, 2014. Just floating around where all the forums were ignoring it and harassing the people that brought it up.
Why would Forrest Special Place be in a different spot or a different state than what he lived in anyway? He loved New Mexico so much, that's why he lived there.
I can answer
But
that.
he said that
I can answer
why
that.
if Indulgence was in Wyoming, there's a special spot in Wyoming that's special to him, and maybe that spot is a treasure in itself.
Well, it was either 1939 or 1940. It was the year that Forrest found the arrowhead in Texas with his dad. It was the only year that they did not go to Yellowstone National Park. So the question is, where did Forrest and Skippy go for that summer? That would be his special place. Summer camp?
Did warm waters halt when Forrest hopped out the car when when he and Forrest were arguing and Forrest had to walk all them miles all pissed off down the highway
Not sure.
next to the car? Is that where warm waters halt? Is warm waters halt and actually, where warm waters halt?
Oh,
He wanted to die
Where
with his
kindness and
he died with his
understanding end.
treasures surrounded by him in his den. He died amongst his treasures in his den, didn't he? Right in front of Moses, he plopped himself down on the precipice of the steps to his den.
Yeah, and I don't know. I heard somewhere whereas he did die in there, and then now it's all locked up. His office
that's
in that room
interesting, isn't it?
and his library, the doors are closed and it's padlocked, closed.
That bit of
Maybe
information
there's
is
still something
interesting.
in because if everything was removed, it wouldn't be locked up like that, would it?
No.
So there's something that's being saved for the solver in there.
Yeah. Who knows? That's speculation.
My emerald ring?
For all of this secrecy and stuff, it's a lot
Hey, Bill.
bigger than that treasure. They wouldn't go through all of this for that treasure box. It's a lot bigger than what people think.
Like you said, Bill, there's no one location where all the information is. It's split up.
But
And
they're supposed to be. It's supposed to lead to a precise location.
No, I mean the information on what's going to happen. I think it's all split up. I've isolated it to one.
Hi, Redneck.
Yeah.
One,
Maverick
two,
one.
three.
Shout out to everyone that's up in chat now.
The Redneck knows the emerald represents truth, and there was no truth in it. And the ring is what you grab when you're on the merry-go-round. You grab the ring for the top prize.
Emerald is also known as a symbol of transferring wealth.
Yeah.
So whoever's going to get that emerald ring is going to get the whole shebang. But I believe the information to make that happen is in 4 different states.
Well, Shiloh lives there, so I'd say Shiloh is the man.
I believe the information to make that happen is in 4 different states. Hey,
something happened with your audio, Trusted Living.
No, I think it's a new guy in the know.
Oh yeah, that's feedback. Or me. It could be me too.
Can you hear me?
They're quiet. That's Merlin, I believe.
Can you hear me?
Hello, in the know.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we could hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Have a delay.
Right there. Yeah.
Yes, the poem tells you exactly the state. The key word is the gold. The gold is an AKA for the emerald ring.
Okay.
You
I've only
need
seen a picture of one person besides Peggy wearing the emerald ring.
no, you can't wear it. You cannot wear the ring.
Why
No,
not?
it's not my size.
Wait, let me see.
Why can't somebody wear the ring?
Look up.
It's a size 7.
Look up the Rio Grande
We're
Cutthroat
listening.
trout. Look up the Rio Grande cutthroat trout.
Yeah.
You will find its AKA is the gold. Now, that trout runs through southern Colorado and northern New Mexico. Now, furthermore, the trout, the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, is titled the New Mexico state fish. I give you title to the gold. I present to you the New Mexico state titled fish. It is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout.
Yeah.
Now,
that's what they're
that
trying to
trout-
repopulate everything with here.
That trout is called and considered the 17th century emerald and gold ring, according to research done on Lewis and Clark. Its Latin name has Clarky in it.
It's a state fish in New Mexico.
Yes, it is. The chest is a chest of trout. It is not a bronze box.
It's a state fish in New Mexico.
Right. Mute the YouTube stream audio. How do I mute the YouTube? Do I mute it over here?
You could just turn it off
This is me.
completely now
Whatever
that you're on
turn the
here.
volume
Yeah.
down on whatever is playing the YouTube video.
If you click on, if you turn off your
Now,
regular
you hear
YouTube
me?
app,
Or it might be if you're if the YouTube is on your phone and you're streaming on your phone.
I'm on a laptop because it's the only thing I can be on.
Okay. Well, do the pop-out chat because you get the video and the audio right here on StreamYard.
I don't know where it is.
Well, on the you can close on the chat. There's the three buttons, and you but the top, and you can click that, and you click on pop-out chat, and it'll open another window with the chat, and then you can stop the video.
How do I get the chat? It says login, set up free, private chat, and comments.
Oh, you're looking at the StreamYard. I was talking about the YouTube. You can.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah.
you can view the comments from YouTube
playing
there
on the little chat icon at the bottom of
Did I get rid of it?
Yeah.
It seems like I got rid of it. Okay. I'm sorry. I was switching the one computer I tried with you, Bill, once before, and that one does not work. Okay. No, if you look at only the poem does not say bronze box. That's the whole key. If I put in an emotion and I say bronze box, money, 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 fame, fortune and fame, then you stop looking for what's in the poem. Okay. The blaze was damaged. It was damaged, I think 2019 or so. I do have pictures. I don't know how to get them to you. I have the complete solution. Let me see. I think I should be able to bring it up on another screen. But the thing of it is, you are not looking for a bronze box. That's the whole thing.
Everybody's looking for that gold.
Sunday morning Chase Senior Hour. I love it. Much respect, y'all. The hunt has been fun.
Yes, you can still go and look for that fish. You understand that? You see, that's what he said. He doesn't care if it's found now
that fish already.
1,000 hours from now. You can't search for a bronze box now and 1,000 years from now, but you can search for the Rio Grande cutthroat trout is the titled state fish. You can look that up. If you look it up, it's also called the gold. So the gold he's talking about is an artifact because it's a native state fish. New Mexico has two. One is the Gila trout in the southern part of the state, and the other one is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, which is in the northern part of the state. Where he hid it is now a national monument. You can go on one free D day. There are 2 D's in the poem, 2 free fishing days. One is hiding it, and that will be in Wild Rivers National Monument. It became a national monument in 2013. Okay? It's called Stalking. The picture on the front cover of the book, the dust cover, that shows a picture of him as a little kid stalking. One form of stalking is to use a tube. Okay, so if you look at him all dressed really weird, you'll see that tube of water coming out. Shawshank Redemption movie stuff, it was all about the tube. Going down the fire escape was about the tube, and the red is during spawning. The male, which is the rooster or the cock, okay? The male spawns in the springtime. So he's got a red cutthroat. Okay?
Remember that, Ghost.
Then when the female, the gold will be as big as a hen's egg. Well, the female is called the hen, folks. Look it up. Go on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
The eggs are gold.
We'll find it all. The eggs are the gold. Now take that one step further, Ghost Dancer. All you have to do is mix like peas and milk. Remember on Dow's site? Mix the eggs with the gold dust, okay, in the chest. And you stir it with a feather to be very gentle. There is one fish hatchery in New Mexico that raises this particular trout. It is special, and that is called Seven Springs Fish Hatchery. It's up near Los Alamos, and you see the connection. You guys are looking for a box. It's a doggone fish.
I found what I'm looking for.
Yep.
I think I ate that.
Then what you do is you stock it on the last Friday of the month of March. Last Friday, the month of March. It's free to go through there. You don't have to pay for the pass to get through the park. Normally, people who don't have the old age pass or the disabled pass have to pay. You can go. I went. I have pictures. You know, grandma with the blue eyes. I don't know if you can see my eyes are blue.
Oh.
Okay. I went on the very last one before COVID. I had a photographer follow me around, ask me one question over and over. Why was I there? Is there any other reason? I didn't know if I was supposed to say anything, so I didn't. I just said I'm there to stock fish. I'm from back east, by the way.
Yeah.
And back in Forrest's day, the gender always referred to men, particularly fishermen. Okay? Yeah. My waiters were
man, milkman.
And they were for sand.
I don't think so.
Not
the answer to your question.
And it was a disaster. I used a fireplace poker to get across the little creek. That was when the scrapbook, the fireplace pokers came out. Okay. Would you like to know paddling up your creek? There will be no paddle. You want to know that one? That's the real catcher.
Yeah, they didn't give Moses a paddle either.
No, Moses was found in a basket.
Yeah, but he didn't have a paddle.
Near the river, and that's stalking.
Yeah.
That's where you put the little, I had a plastic bag with a tie, and it didn't have a knife because it was my first time.
So him and his basket was the golden egg.
My fishing gear included a pair of little sewing scissors.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when you go up there, you treat it like it's like an aquarium, and you put the bag into the water by the rocks so it doesn't go flying out on the river. Okay, because you're below the home of Brown, you're below his rainbow, at the end of his rainbow, which is the Red River Fish Hatchery, which raises rainbow. So you got to go down there, but you go in a different way to go through to do the stocking. Okay, he doesn't want to say the spot that was being used because it was technically closed. There were 5 stocking events, 5 places, 5 where warm waters haul, 5 Spanish trunks, because a fish was named in the 17th century, Spanish. The Lewis and Clark named this fish. Okay, so that's why you have 5 Spanish keys. I only did it once. Then COVID closed it down, so we could not repeat and do it in order. If you look at the lure where he was interviewed without being asked ahead of time, he didn't want to say the stuff, and he said it was solved, but not in order, because I did the retrieval in 2017. Then I did the stalking in 2019. Could not do the retrieval again because the place where I retrieved was closed. 100% forbidden to trespass. It was closed the entire season. So I was able to do the stalking. Then I was misled to go to the house with the pictures. I met with one of the daughters, and she said, "Oh, you're not expecting. You could leave the pictures in the mailbox outside." I said, "Up yours." And I took the pictures with me. So why is it the way it is ending? Because he made a massive mistake. The chest isn't the problem. It's the mistake that he made. Everyone was to walk the hall of shame. If you would go back into 2018, 2019 on that Thor bully site, because that's what I consider it, you will see that everybody was to walk the hall of shame. You're not walking the hall of shame because he made a mistake and the solver found it. What do you think the solver's life is worth right about now? Yeah, you got it. Oh, paddle. Paddle is when a fish is doing a paddle, it's a hen laying the hen's egg. So the hen is in heat, in essence. She's finding some nice place to spawn. It just means spawning.
Well, you said there's no paddle, so maybe there's no hens.
No, if the hen is spawning, that means that she's not interested in your fly. She's not going to play. So there has to be no paddle up your creek. You have to wait till the hen and it's done spawning, and the other ones, the roosters, they call them here, are done. But in South Africa, they still call the rooster the male, the cock. So you can't really catch much in that line if they're doing the spawning. All right. So there'll be no paddle up your creek because you're not catching a doggone thing. Trust me, until they're done with their spawning episode. So they're going up the creek. Look it up. They spawn by going up the creek. Okay. So you have now. Where is it? Here's the key. You want this one? This is classic. This is real classic. Yellowstone. Well, see, I came from a ethnic pocket. All right, very close to immigrants. If you came from close to immigrants, you would understand very clearly. My family came from Germany and Italy. Everything was little Italy, little girl from India, little Yellowstone is in New Mexico.
One little, two little, three little Indian. Yeah.
Look it up.
But what I want to know, is there a treasure chest in this story?
The only treasure chest in the story is the chest of trout. That's it. The other one was just to get you motivated. If he said, "Here's my poem, go out and get some fish," how many people is he going to get? But if he said, "I was dreaming of a bronze box," And how many fish is he going to? How many people is he going to get? He's going to get everybody, like the ones that are looking for the nook. I know where the nook is. Damn it! I went and I dropped them off in the nook, so I know where the nook is. There, 9 Mile Hole has nothing to do with it. He wanted to die in New Mexico, not necessarily in a fishing spot.
He died in a room full of his treasures.
But yeah, it doesn't. It was all a prop. Everything was a prop. Do understand? It's a prop. This is nothing more than what I would classify a romance scam with a sugar daddy.
A little disclaimer for you that the type of stalking that you're doing isn't the type of stalking that lawyer is doing.
I don't know about the lawyer, but I do know the retrieval spot.
Fish is not the same as stalking searchers. Like
the retrieval spot is free to fish one day each year in New Mexico. I think it's June 6th. Does that date ring a D bell for you? D as in free. So now you have one free day to go in to do the stalking, and it's a volunteer event. There was about 150 people at that event and a whole bunch of photographers. Only 4 trails were open that day. From 2019 forward, only 4. The other trail may never open, so it can't be mentioned. Okay? So you have a free day.
Well, there's the problem then, because the court documents said that there was a treasure chest found in Wyoming.
It's bogus. The treasure chest found in Wyoming is bogus.
It's bogus. You're going to walk in and lie in the court of law when you're under oath and realize what repercussions
he was going to be dead.
I can't speak for what other people said. And I can't speak for what the dead said. Okay?
He knew he was going to be.
What the dead said. And he died on the last day of fishing, when you have to go back to school back in the olden days. You can't keep using today's day and age and try to understand somebody who was born in 1930. You must go back in time. And in 1930s, 40s, even 50s, school did not begin until after Labor Day. Okay, so he passed away exactly when I knew he would if he were to choose. He passed away on the day the fishing was over. That he had
Grandma Moses' birthday.
Okay,
National Grandma Moses Day.
So you have there aren't really 9 clues. Where the 9 comes from is when New Mexico became a state. There were 9 counties, by the way. And he even said, because I tried to break it into 9 clues, and it's like, I don't understand that. He sent an email, by the way, and he said, congratulations.
I think
here's what he said.
The 10 Commandments. He only liked 9 of them.
He said, if the chest is here, you don't need to take a picture of the chest, because there was an error. You can take a picture of the chest in the stocking, but you could not take a picture of the chest and retrieve it, because they tried to take a picture of the chest. And he said, if the chest is there, I don't need a picture of it. I just need one close-up of the emerald and gold ring. I will know it because it's unique. That's what he said. Now,
is that the blaze hanging from the tree on the string then?
Oh, I'll get to that one.
The emerald ring.
Don't let me forget those. I'll get to that one in a second. So the picture he was looking for was of the cutthroat. Now, the real grand cutthroat trout is different from all the other cutthroat trouts, because the spots on the back tail are more congested, and they are unique. If you look it up, it will use the same word, unique. As far as the blaze is concerned on the tree, that's a very complicated answer. Okay, it's a very complicated question on the Homer Brown. The Homer Brown relates to a number of things. One, Smokey Bear was burnt in a forest, and he was found clinging from the tree. Now, stick with me. When you look at Smokey, who was saved by the Bell family, Bell, okay, you will also see that when you go to look up the fish, that the emblem on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish is exactly the same as Smokey Bear. They use Smokey Bear. So now you're below the home of Brown. There's also a brown bear in rock formation at the retrieval, not at the hiding, at the retrieval site. So you know you're in the right site because the bear is in the mountains, okay? He's a rock formation. He's got one paw, all right? The paws are made of rocks, volcanic rock. He lost one piece. He lost a kidney. That's what it's called. All right. So now you have the home of Brown. You see the brown rock formation. I have a picture. I just don't know how to get it to you. It's on the computer somehow.
Yeah, this StreamYard is hard to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go on a Zoom or something that I can actually
No,
show you.
we have the ability to share screen, but we don't have the paid
That's all right.
subscription.
But at this point now, you've got the home of Brown, the emblem that is all over the place is on the fishing. So when I went to the stalking, what happened is I got pictures of the New Mexico Department of Fish and Game because they were there and they had the emblem on their shirts. And so I got a picture of it with the plastic bag. And I wish he would have just asked me for mine instead of those Ziplocs, because I still have my plastic bag and I might still have the elastic. They put the water in it, then they put the fish, the fingerlings in it, the little Fly Me to the Moon. Okay. So they put that in there. Then you have to go around the truck and you have to get the oxygen in it. When you get the oxygen in it, then they take it and they tie it off. And they use the green rubber band that you couldn't get it off. There was no way. And without a knife, what were you supposed to do? You know, you couldn't. Yeah. Luckily, I had my fishing gear because you go fishing. And I looked in the pocket and there was a pair of the little scissors that I could use to cut it. So that's where you get the home of Brown. The home of Brown technically is mobile. And if you looked at the blogs, you will find out it is mobile because it's in trucks, all right, where they stock. Now, sometimes, and you look on all the different states have different videos on how they stock that will help you. It doesn't matter what they're stocking, but it'll help you understand that some you can bring a plane close enough and they just drop the darn fish. I don't know how they survive. Others, they have to put a tube down because they have to break through the ice to get them down into the water for stocking. But where we were supposed to stock, your effort will be worth the cold. Your effort, trust me, it was effort. You are hiking 1 mile, switch back like you've never seen before. You just keep going back and forth and under a log, believe it or not. And I have a picture of that one. So you can't bring a plane into that area. All right. You need to have red on your pants. So when you get to the Colorado River and the Red River, they meet. Confluence. They meet. You know which one you need to take for the Red River Fish Hatchery, where I met the man from Illinois and his son. They were close. They were at the end of the rainbow, but they didn't put it all together. So you go down and you have to stalk through the monument. So you have to wait. You have to get on a list and you go and you meet and you get into an auditorium, a site-like setting outside. And then you hear from a lot of different people who are speaking. One of them was a conglomerate. There's a couple of documents you need to look online, and they were trying to reintroduce the gold into both southern Colorado and northern New Mexico. And there's documents on how they were going to do it, who was helping fund it, and so on and so on and so on. All right. It was supposed to end 2018. He was sure, his gut feeling was that it would be found 2018. Why? Because there was supposed to be more of them at the retrieval site. All right. So now I've covered Smokey Bear, the home of Brown. Oh, the trucks. I looked at the pictures again because I wanted to do something else. They're Ford trucks, by the way, folks. Even
I
as
got a picture of me with Smokey the Bear in my search area.
there are Ford trucks. Lincoln Park, Lincoln National Park, I think, is where Smokey came back and was buried. The $5 bill. Look on the back of it. It has the Lincoln Memorial. It all has to do with one type of fish. That's it. So I covered that one. Ghost Dancer, do you have any other ones that I missed? Let me see. Your effort is worth the cold. You can only stock this one in the spring. It's always been, as far as I know, the last Friday during the day of March. So we all gathered together, and I stayed at one heck of a sleazy motel to do it because it was cold. As Bill will say, it's kind of cold in northern New Mexico at that time of year. So people like, you stayed where? I said, hey, didn't matter where I stayed. I was doing the stocking. So I took a lot of pictures of that one. And that was what you're supposed to do first. But then the way the poem is spread out, you're not doing that one first. You're kind of like figuring out as you go on. Because if you're going to go retrieve the fish, okay, and you want to have them there, well, doggone it, you're going to have to stock them. Well, that leads you into Los Alamos, and you take Los Alamos to just get to the fish hatchery there. That's it. You just want to get to that fish hatchery of Seven Springs. I did the pictures in the middle of the summer. Well, no, I don't remember when I went. But anyway, it shouldn't be snowing. It was snowing, sleeting, hailing. I was just terrified. Oh, kids can have an advantage where adults couldn't. Would you like to know that one? And the mirrors, they're connected. Yellowstone is also connected, so it's Little Yellowstone. Little Yellowstone was like Little Italy, Little Poland, Little whatever. When the immigrants came over, they couldn't go back. There's no money. They're immigrants.
420.
So
Pass.
Huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was talking. Bill, it's 420.
420. Oh shit.
So anyway, look up Cherie Ponds unit, the Vidal unit up in New Mexico. It's called Little Yellowstone. It's the crown jewels. They're not literally rocks that you pick. It's metaphorically. Okay. So you've got to go up there. There's 2 man-made ponds. Man-made. No man-made structure, which means you have to go down the canyon. One pond is for the children only and disabled. And the other pond is for the adults, 2 mirrors. They're called mirror ponds. Research those ponds. You will see they're mirror ponds. They have both old and new. They had the old fish, the Rio Grande cutthroat, and the new invasive fish, the brown trout, the brook trout, and the rainbow trout. Then they decided to get rid of them. Research that document from 2013 to 2018, or try to send me an email, okay? And
in my movie, this is going to be like the Forrest Gump thing of how many types of shrimp there are, except this about trout.
He said in his videos say he was looking for one particular little fish. The cutthroat trout is a very small fish.
What's going on with Trusted Living?
It cannot compete with the brown trout and the rainbow. So if there's a rainbow trout in the hole, you are not going to
dancing
get
and robot
cutthroat
dancing.
trout.
Yeah.
You need to
I thought you
adjust.
were going into the
Find out
season or
where
something.
find out
You know-
where it is. You will need to adjust. Okay.
You know what ranch is near Cimarron?
The Boy Scout,
The Gorman Ranch.
the Gorman Ranch.
The Gorman Ranch. R.C. Gorman's Ranch.
I present the
It-
goal
it-
to you. You can
it's
still
there
go
by
out and
Eagle's
fly
Nest
fish
and
for the
Cimarron.
Rio Grande cutthroat. You could do it. Bill can do it in Colorado.
Oh,
You can do
the
it
Rio
anywhere you
Grande
want.
River. The Rio Grande is just about 3 miles from me.
No, the fish, the Rio Grande
Yeah, they
cutthroat
come up here.
trout.
The cutthroat. They
Yeah.
see
Are you
put them
at
in
the
the lake up
headwaters?
here, Big Meadows Reservoir, and they're all up and down the Rio Grande River here.
Yeah, if you're at the reservoir, you could probably, you know.
I
Go
was the
here.
camp host at Big
But if
Meadows.
you want to go fish for it, just go back on the New Mexico
And
Game and Fish website and click down to Rio Grande Cutthroat. That's all.
I had made a meme that the Forrest Fenn searchers are a lot like trout. There's rainbows, like the rainbow family, and there's browns. They're like brown nosers that kiss the popular channels' butts, and there's
But you see how he didn't
and
really
there's
lie.
cutthroats out there like
You
Barbara.
see how he didn't really lie. He used the word chest, trove. He never used the word bronze box, not in any interview. Don't believe me? Go listen to every interview. He never, ever used the word bronze box. As a matter of fact, in one of them,
for all to see.
in one of them, he said, and they showed a picture of the bronze box, and it said, "This is what the
He talks
searchers
about
are looking
11th
for."
century.
It didn't say, "This is what I hit." It said,
11th
"This is
century
what they're
box
looking
that
for."
held the book of the days.
In the poem, it doesn't say anything about finding a chest full of gold.
No.
It
No.
talks
It
about
says
giving you a
the
title.
gold is
looking for a trout.
AKA for the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. And when I was there stalking, I asked the Department of Game and Fish. I asked them to verify all the things that I have researched, and yes, they verified it. That is called the gold.
And Forrest
It
did
is
tell
the
us we
most
were playing a
precious.
game.
Yeah, it's just a game.
So,
It's a fishing game.
You have game and fish is involved.
Yep.
Even if you're playing poker.
Yep. It was just a game.
That's what I'm saying, redneck.
So-
I was gunning for a box of gold too.
No, it's not a box of gold. You can go out and
That's
you can
the
stock.
prize.
When COVID is done, you can go back and put your name on the list, and they'll give you the identification person to contact, who will put you on the list on the email for stocking when it opens again. You could also go out and you can go retrieve it. You might not be able to do the effort worth your, the cold, which is the stocking in the springtime. And trust me, I have my picture of me with the chest in my backpack from the photographer. Each photographer would follow one path going down. And so he followed me and he got me in the back. I have my yellow gloves on, my warmies on, so the stuff underneath that, because
are you seeing what Trusted Living is doing?
Yeah.
His video is going, but that's what it is. There is no bronze box. The man never said there was a bronze box, folks. So if your solution leads to a bronze box and you're in court, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't care.
Mine led to a rusted piece of steel.
Wrong. It is a fish. It's a damn fish. And I present to you the titled gold. The title.
That's
so
great.
now you have the spot. Mm-hmm.
Cutthroat
It's
trout.
New Mexico. It's nowhere else, because you could go into southern Colorado, but you're going to have to find I'm in love with
What a
Yellow
treasure.
Stone.
You'll never go hungry, Bill.
They, they,
Yeah,
they're,
you won't go hungry.
Fish
You know,
for
just
all.
they're trying to repopulate Colorado with the cutthroat because they're the
yes.
natural trout here.
Yes, it is. It's its original habitat is why
Yeah.
they're trying to and there was a research project and a whole bunch of places were involved. And you if you send me you got my email because I'm on your thing. Send me your email and I'll send you where you can get that document. It'll take me a minute to find it because I put everything
I
on a
don't
hard
know
drive.
what thing on my Double Blazes University or something.
I have no idea what you are. I don't have your email. So you must have mine.
I
Whichever
don't
one.
know.
It depends.
No,
It depends.
let's just. Oh, your username is your email. Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Bill.
which one do you have?
Huh?
In the know. Thank you for sharing your solve. That was wonderful.
Yeah,
Bill,
it happens
Bill,
to be the right one.
I have to get a couple hours of sleep before I do chores, so I'm going to get off of here.
Okay.
All right. You have a good night, sir. Thank you very much, In the know, for sharing your solve.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was
you
very
can today
good.
or 1,000 years from
She's
now.
Merla.
It was very good. I love fishing, and I haven't been able to do it for a while. So yeah, thank
Well,
you.
he tells you the answer. The if it's on a post-it, it's in Dal's video where he shows you how to tie the woolly worm or the woolly bugger. And
Yeah,
size
the
12
thrill
is the
of the
default.
chase YouTube
Man,
channel.
it's
That's
one
the
thing. Get
default.
people. I'm not a worm.
Yeah, he's
Good
a
night, you
bugger.
guys. Thank you.
But look at it. He shows you how to do it. You
There
have
one goes.
you have my thing.
Okay.
I did not give the mistake. That belongs
Yeah.
that's totally
Did,
separate.
did you
What
see
I
the
did is
thumbnail for the video here?
huh?
My little animation of the Model A with the two guys from the Eric Sloan painting riding in the Model A with the canopy down. The top
Yeah,
of the convertible is the can when they put
the canopy really is the cottonwoods
when
because well, here's
yeah.
one thing that I didn't tell them. When you go to stock, you are in one world. You are in the lush and plush and ponderosa, but when you retrieve, you're in the other world. Bill, the next time you go through New Mexico, go to the National Monument.
I
Okay?
have to drive around Santa Fe. There's somebody
Wild Rivers.
me.
Well, I'll send you the plaque. I'll see if I can find a picture of the plaque. The plaque tells you that there are two ecosystems in New Mexico. Two. You go and you stock in one and you retrieve in the other ecosystem. They're considered two worlds.
Yeah.
So I have not given any mistake that he made, but I have debunked all of these ridiculous poem solves that lead to if your solve leads to a bronze box, ding, wrong. I mean, I don't see why they just didn't use it. They have it. The family has it. The lawyer has it. So I don't know why they
Preston has it.
Huh? I don't know. I think he does, but he might have an NDA, and NDAs protect estates, family law, and they also protect civil law. They do not protect criminal.
Well, Doug
So
Preston,
if it goes to criminal, your NDA is worthless.
Doug Preston's good with keeping his mouth shut.
Well, and until it reaches criminal, he can't say anything. If he signed a paper, which I'm sure he had to sign, then no, unless it goes to criminal, he's fine.
I've seen in 2 videos that he says, I like to push my characters to their limits.
Well, so, yeah, they did.
They're wanting a reaction. They want to see it's kind of a social experiment. And I bet Harvard and Stanford, the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, and all they're studying the chase and how people react and stuff.
Well, how do you think people are going to react when you're going to probably get like billions of views on it. But yeah, if you go through the entire
I'm
poem,
moving to Chile when they give me the treasure chest.
you take those mirrored ponds, you go 10 miles down, it comes to a T. I estimated 3, but I bet you it's 3.14. It's pi. You get to stop at a very safe location. And that's where Brown is. He never asked me about the blaze. The blaze is a horse rock. And the chin was knocked out. It could have been man or it could have been cow. There's a lot of cows there. There's a tree you sit under or hide behind because those fish are tricky. And they if they see you or hear you, you're done. And the artifacts are keeping each other company.
The Indians or the spirits will get you up. Or they're Yetis.
I don't know about a Yeti.
If they see you, you're done. Who's that? The Yetis or the
fish?
The Indians?
Here's one. The fish, when they hear you come, they take all their fins and they pull them in. They're called a bullet, and they go at 22 miles per hour.
Yeah. Oh, I read something that said the trout can swim 50 miles an hour.
These ones only go 22.
Yeah, 22 mile an hour trout. It's because they got the crook and their tails bent.
If they hear you, that's why you've got to really take it a stealthy way. But like I say, if there's a bigger bully in the hole where you're supposed, because there's one particular hole you're supposed to, cast into. When I did, there was a rainbow in it. Well, you're not going to get a baby in there, a little bitty thing, when the big bully is in there. So I had to keep going up. I went up a little bit and it got a cutbow, which was the rainbow and the cutthroat hybridizing, which is what the plan was to end the rainbow from hybridizing. So I had to go up even further up the creek. And then I got, he confirmed, yes, it was indeed a cutthroat. I had a hard time trying to figure out what it was. But he confirmed it.
Yeah, they stocked the lake up here with them. The Big Meadows Reservoir, right there. I was the camp host, 47 campsites on the lake at about 10,000 feet.
So do they stock them with just the cutthroat or what?
Yeah, I think they just stock the cutthroats. But there was record brown trout in the Rio Grande River by South Fork.
Oh, yeah. If you want a real big fish, you'll get a brown because they were meant to lure the fishermen into telling the stories. But if in one of his little videos, he does say that he or his father was looking for the real small fish. That was the indicator they were looking for the cutthroat, because the cutthroat is supposed to be also, it's known as the gold. It's known as the wildest fish in the West because it is quick and it will take you. And if you're not careful, it will rip your pole out of your hands and just take it, kind of like the picture with the vehicle losing its axle. But that vehicle, that's another part of a story. I'm just going to go with the poem. There is layers to the story. There are layers.
I like the vehicle.
But the poem is it. As far as for searchers themselves, the only part of the story anybody should be concerned with is the poem. And the poem is just, the water. Well, what would happen if you didn't have water?
This is Eric Sloan.
Yeah, I know.
The water
have water in there.
The water is high. Before you drive your car through the puddle, you got to get out and walk through the puddle and make sure there's not a swimming pool in the middle.
Yeah. The best part of him was the clouds, because when the clouds are present, the fish can't see your shadow. They can't see your shadow in the afternoon either. caution, if flooded, wade on foot before, yeah, motoring over. Yeah, he's telling
If the
you to go out
water's
and wade.
high, if the
Yeah,
water's
you will
high,
have to
walk
wade.
across first.
Yeah, you're going to have to wade. In
There
order
might be
to
a
get,
swimming pool in the middle.
yeah, in order to get behind that particular tree, you do have to go and wade out into the water. And I had Eastern waders on. Oh my gosh, I didn't know. You slid. You would see me just sliding all over. And after I caught my first Rio Grande cutthroat, I had 3 holes in my waders. So I went and got new waders, and they were New Mexico waders. And then I tried them out. You don't slide. And
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, one reason I don't want to leave Colorado is I have a lifetime fishing license.
Well, oh, I see. Yeah, I get resident this year. This April 1, I get my resident. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I just moved. Here.
Oh, you got out of the plains?
Oh, well, I came from Florida.
You left?
I came from Florida.
Oh, you're in Florida.
But I was living in a travel trailer for, I don't know, years, scouting out New Mexico because, that's where we were going to settle in. And we found a place we could afford.
Yeah, there was a house I saw for sale in Florida. I was like, I'll buy that one. Because
Florida is
that's the beginning price on the auction.
No, Florida is too hot, too ugly, too awful. But no, I moved over to, I'm in New Mexico, but I'm in an area that old people and disabled people won't get mowed down as much. There's no Walmart, there's no McDonald's, there's no Burger King. Oh, Burger King is part of the solution too. I would say there's a couple of layers. The Burger King solution would be another layer.
About crashing flying saucers and.
Oh, I went to Roswell. Oh my gosh. They had all the aliens. Come stay at this motel. Here's an alien. I took pictures with aliens.
Yeah. I have a 3D selfie of me with the aliens and the flying saucer. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. The others took off. I think they're researching. Well, it's hard, but you got to really just think. As soon as the trick is to get the bronze box away from your thoughts. And once you get that, then the rest of it's pretty easy.
I kept saying it's not out here. It's not out here.
2014, I got all the way to the Blaze, and I'm like, no, it's not here. 2015, I went back out when the water level was low to double check, and I'm like, no, it's not here. And that's when I realized it had to be it just had to be something different. So, and sure enough.
Yeah. Where is it? There.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh yes. Oh
yes.
That's camping. Yeah.
It's camping. Yeah.
When he said go hiking, that's stalking. You have to do the hike. I crawled the last 25% uphill. It was effort that was really, really rough. I was grabbing branches and roots and you name it, just to make sure it was, firm and crawling back up. But that was the hiking, and then camping and fishing are at the retrieval. Just pay your fee and just go and enjoy, or do like I did.
Yes.
Stay out of the camping area where it's cheaper and just drive in every day. That's all.
Yeah.
It was no big deal. It really was.
A map in here of Cimarron and a drawing of the Cimarron Pass with his Model A going through it.
It's the Ford. I couldn't believe it when I look back at those pictures. All of the trucks had the Ford logo, and they would paint around it. The fish and everything that it's going to carry.
Yeah.
Because it could be mobile, and that's why. Because it goes in the truck. The fish have to go in the truck to stock it. So it was pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting.
I can't find it.
So that's it. That's what I give you title to the gold. I present.
Yeah.
I am the gold to you. It's the titled state fish. They all get. You know what else is titled? The toad. It's not a frog. It's a toad.
Yeah.
The New Mexico state fish, you can smell the toad, and that indicated that it was time to fish. But the
Well, that's
toad's
where
rather
the
extinct.
importance of substitutes comes in. The
The what?
substitute for a frog is a toad.
Yes, it's a toad. If you look up
It's
all
like
of
a
the
frog.
state, everything that the state is, the question, red or green, and
Yeah. Do
you
people
know, all
eat
that.
toad legs, or do they eat them and just call them frog legs?
I don't know. I don't think you can eat it. No. This was a toad. It's a toad.
I have
It's
new,
gross.
yeah, leg of a
But
toad.
it was related to the fish.
Witches, I think, eat toad eyes.
Oh, but yeah,
So
there's other layers.
you must not be a witch then.
I would say for the searchers, just the fish. And it makes me laugh when I hear the nookers sitting there and saying, "Oh, well, we're not into that fishing stuff." And I think to myself, well, that's the poem. That's a fish. And they just sit there and they're like, I'm like, okay, whatever, go for that box. But yeah, no.
Well,
No,
if
everything
they
they got is
in
wrong.
my search area, you know, they come up the Rio Grande River, and that's the South
Yes.
Fork of the Rio Grande. They
Well,
go there too.
There's a map that I clipped because I don't draw well and I'm directionally impaired, so I can't use GPSs. I forget it. I did it the old-fashioned way, like counting telephone poles. That's how I did it.
Well, right in my search area, real close to Moses, this girl fell in the river in the cauldron and drowned in 2019, I think it was.
Yeah, it's too dangerous.
And the family, I noticed it when they just had a little wooden cross by the pullout, and I noticed it, and I looked it up to see what happened, and she'd fallen off this rock that you have to be very careful on because it's so uneven. You catch your toe, you go in the water. I don't even go near the edge of it, and if I do, I get on my hands and knees, and especially at spring runoff.
Yeah, I would not cross any river. The creek, a baby could cross a creek if they weren't wearing slippery Eastern waders. If I wore regular sneakers, I would have had a better shot.
Yeah.
But no, there is no reason any searcher should ever be going into rivers. None.
Well, the family of this girl put this metal sign that's like 16 inches around, and it's a bright red flower. It's a blaze.
That's a blaze.
You put a blaze on a tree right there with the river. There's rocks on one side, and you're off in the river on the other side, and there's a tree right there with this bright red blazing memorial.
Yeah, so there's a lot more to it. If there's a way I could get on and show pictures, because I clipped them all. I put them in one section on this laptop, so I could show the pictures. Because I got the picture of Homer Brown, and I got the picture of the blaze before it was damaged. After it's damaged, there's two. Because there's two worlds. There were two blazes. One by the retrieval is a horse with his. And do you see when I go in as Sophia? Do you see the horse picture? The little symbol. I wonder if you see that. If you see it,
I think so.
Yeah, that I named her Tattletale.
Yeah,
he was the horse that I saw for the entire season. She was the horse I saw right before I found the blaze.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is very special. But so when you get to there, Oh, I didn't do the cast quickly down. You know what that means? I mean, look quickly down. It means cast in one fluid motion. In other words, you could not use the overhand cast. You had to use the roll cast. That's all that's saying. When he says look quickly down, he's saying cast in one fluid motion, roll cast. You got to tease the gold out. You can't go down there and grab it. And because it's going to take off like a bullet going 22 miles per hour. Yeah. So yeah, because I know whoever Trusted Living will want to know the answers to all of those. So you'll have to let me know when you go back on.
I was looking up the first cattle mutilation was actually a horse, and it was right near here.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, there's weird stuff.
Mm-hmm. And its name was close to something like Skippy. Snippy.
Really?
Snippy the horse.
Skippy, and
Snippy.
Some of those pictures, that all goes with a more involved layer. The poem does not cover necessarily Skippy. The book does, and it's another layer to the chase.
Yeah.
The poem is only one. There's the bronze box, which if it's bogus, I mean, it's real. We could touch it. We could feel it. It's real, but it wasn't out in the wilderness, and it wasn't filled with $2 million.
So Forrest he's not D.B. Cooper. He's the guy that mutilated Snippy.
No, he's not. D.B. Cooper is. That's one of those rabbit holes things.
That's like I was saying. Oh, he's the kidnapped Lindbergh baby.
Yeah. No, D.B. Cooper is a whole. There's the bronze box, which is bogus. That means Jack. You can see him. You know he's real, but he's bogus in the chase. So the box is real, but bogus in the chase. The finder of the box is real, but bogus in the chase. The poem leads not to a bronze box. It specifically tells you where to go. If you read the poem, Hint of Riches, Old and New, the old trout and the new trout, they're at Little Yellowstone. That's how I found it. I found out in 3 hours. I found the begin at where warm waters halts, Little Yellowstone, in 3 hours on the internet, 2013. I couldn't get there because I was afraid to drive in the snow, and it was patchy and the road was scary. So I stopped off right at the Homer Brown, which I didn't. I felt it, but I didn't know it. Yeah. I went back. He made a big mistake. He said if she knew where she was, she'd go back and ramp up the countryside, but I knew where I was. Yeah. He didn't know. Yeah. So that was a big mistake, but oh well. But yeah, there's a bronze box that they see how many dummies would go and find, search for, beg for, drool over. And look at those nookers. They're drooling. They're drooling over Fame and Fortune and Netflix. I just blew Netflix right out of the water. Mm-hmm. So, poof.
I've never heard from him. I didn't know who I would talk to go to, they've never come and talked to me. But everybody has told them don't talk to Bill Gorman.
Yeah, because you knew more than the others. The others were way out there. I listened to them. They're and the source and the entity and do the right thing, and it's all garbage. It's all garbage. Yeah. It goes with the bronze box. It's trash. Get rid of that.
My one Homer Brown where the gypsies are, it was David Jennings Brown. And the San Juan River runs through it, and there's all kinds of killer trout.
It's just to get you away. If all you need, as far as Fenn said on Twitter back years ago, is the poem and a good map. Now, me, a map wouldn't help. I am completely
Well,
directionally impaired.
I got
But if
my.
that's all you needed, then how do you know you are looking for a bronze box? You don't.
I reverse engineered the poem. He said it would lead to the end of his rainbow.
You
So
can
I
find
looked
that.
for the beginning of his rainbow.
God. The end of his rainbow is the Red River Fish Hatchery, because at that point it's on the Red River. Red, go
Yeah.
down the slide and get your bottom coated in red. He's trying to hint to you it's not the Rio Grande. But when you do the stocking, you have to go in a bit, because that's a regulated event. You cannot just decide. You have to go with the group that's organizing it, and all the volunteers. They started with 8, and some of those men made 2 trips, Bill. They made 2 trips in one day. I did not make 2 trips. And some of them, they were asking them to carry 2 bags, each of 2 gallons of water or something. I was like, oh, I don't think so, And I wasn't worn out until I was coming back. Then I was, oh my God, worn. But, it's.
In Eric's, it says he made 2 trips.
Yes, he made 2 trips back in the day. Yes,
and he came from New York, so he's the man from the East too.
He's also made 2 trips. A lot of people came from a lot of different places to do the stocking. At the time, I wrote down that I was from Florida because I didn't have a home otherwise.
That's why Randy Billieu died, because he was from Florida.
I don't know. He was out at the wrong time of year.
He didn't know what -0 was like.
No, technically I was from Florida when I did the hide.
Yeah.
And I was with a group of people. We were safe. Do you remember, keep your partner in the car up above? I think he was afraid that my spouse would go with me. God forbid. He has no left side. He's paralyzed. So he stayed up at the top. I would never even think of taking him down. It was something I had to do by myself. He stayed up at the top with some of the rangers who were monitoring, making sure everybody was safe. Photographers, I think they went down all the different trails because, it's a news event, sensationalized. So they went down. And, you could see I had the chest in my hand. And then you just go, now that it's stocked, I've done that. I could just go retrieve for the rest of my life. If I had children, they would be their lives, and grandchildren would be there thousands of years.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you going to have a bronze box last that long?
I was going to lease it out.
No,
I was going to lease it to a casino or a museum, put it on a world tour, and just make money off it. The money you can make putting it on a world tour or in a museum.
There's no money. Ask me how much I got. I did not get 1 penny. There is no money. There's no money.
Didn't eat any of the trout, huh? I ate the trout. So
you could. Oh, the one where you retrieve, you can't take it with you. You must put it back. It's catch and release only.
Yeah. There's part of the real thing. Well, it's only catch and release where these record trout are.
You can take a picture of it.
Yeah.
You can take a picture of it and you can look at it, but you better be kind of quick at it, Terry Scamp. Because
I've been in my search area and there are guys fly fishing there for the trout.
Right, but you take the trout, and the trout goes in peace. It's catch and release. You cannot take the emerald and gold ring out of that particular hole, and you can't take it home. So you must put it back.
Someone who knows Forrest told me that he knows my area and he'd been fishing there.
Probably. He fished everywhere.
Yeah.
Northern New Mexico. Well, all the people from Texas come to fish in
Well,
northern New Mexico and
you know,
southern
this way
Colorado. Come
you can
on.
drive up through Chama and go through Pagosa Springs, and then over the pass and down and back down the other side. You know.
Now, Chama is related in a very particular way to why Mindy would have been most successful, I think, in Montana, Wyoming or Montana. Chama and Mindy, though Mindy doesn't know how, are related. So he did not lie to her.
Yeah.
He did not lie to her. But she was not following the poem. But they are related. Chama, Ford, a different Ford, the auto manufacturer named Ford.
Well, I have the Ford out in my shed, locked up in my shed. And Miss Ford, I call that car part Miss Ford. I call it the Bullet. You know, and what was
it works.
It works. Movie Bullet. What was it? It was a Ford Mustang.
Ford relates to the car, the Bullet. Ford also relates to Mindy, who I think she was in. I can't remember. I think it was Montana. There is. I'd have to look it up, but I'm not going to say what it is.
The cowboy car was a Model A.
Mm-hmm.
The Father on the Banco, that's a Model A. George O'Keefe had a Model A. And Eric Sloan
had a Model A.
Drove a Model A when he made his second trip.
Yeah, everybody had a Ford.
And this car part I found, it could be Eric Sloan's Model A.
Might be. But it doesn't do much with the poem.
Somebody put it where it was intentionally. The rest of the car is a mile away.
Yeah, all those people looking at the Nookers, and all the ones looking at DB Cooper are all following the bronze box.
Well, they're looking at Nevada. Yeah.
They're all wrong. Every last one of them, they're all wrong. There's not a right one in the bunch. Not one. They're all wrong.
Yeah, the academics destroyed some of them.
Well, and they all were looking for that one lure, fame, fortune.
Their bias made them unable to look at other ideas.
Yeah. Well, if you're poor and you're happy, if you're poor
I think that's great how you
and you've got a pile of kids that you want to feed, you wouldn't go to that spot because it's catch and release. But I'll tell you what, if you go downstream just a little bit more, you can take home and feed. But that's why
I think your solution is worthy of a mention in any documentary.
Oh yeah, it's the true one. I have his email. It says congratulations.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had he called that car part my Bullet car part, the Miss Ford or whatever.
He
called that a great treasure.
Yes, you've got to track down the Ford because that's what that department bought.
It is a Ford.
Yeah, they all bought Fords.
And it has bullet hole. And when I brought it to Fenn, he had someone come over and get me and set me up while he was standing behind me getting ready for the picture, and he's doing the hand of God, doffing his hat, and then he doesn't put that hat on. He tells Shiloh, "Go get Mildew for me." And he puts on Mildew and does more pictures.
Mildew.
I'm never going to wear that hat. But
Mildew
this guy, he did
Mildew is a more complicated portion to the poem. The searchers only needed the poem. But if you wanted to know the why part, you would need Mildew. You'd need Mildew. Mindy was on the why part. But yeah, she is definitely connected. Yeah. Absolutely.
I was emailing him, but he wanted people to stop emailing. So I
didn't email.
That's why he said I hadn't heard from him since 2018.
No, he did not want me to email, and I didn't question.
Well, he didn't.
Either there was a hacker or something went on.
He just put it out on the other channels or whatever. that
Yeah.
don't. They said he doesn't want people to email him anymore.
No, I didn't email him. No.
But apparently he did want somebody to email him, a certain person.
Never said that. Never said that. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Never said that. He just said no emails. Never said he was looking for a particular person.
Yeah, well, that's what they told us. But no, I saw the video where it was that one where he's talking to Dale, and he said he still wanted to.
That was manufactured. That was manufactured.
Dale was talking to him about creating a new email address.
Well, that was manufactured. I think something was hacked, and he did not want it. He didn't need it.
I think he was thinking Dale. He was giving Dale false information.
Yeah. It was when he says don't do something, I just know automatically
because Dale wasn't the winner, so he didn't need to know. He didn't need to know.
No, and then in Miss Ford's Spanish class, he was carving marbles. No, he wasn't. He was tying flies or thinking about or drawing them. You know what? I taught middle school. Those kids would draw the flies. I mean, I was so envious of their talents. They would draw stuff. In Miss Ford's class, he wasn't carving marbles. He was drawing out how he was going to tie a fly, because Miss Ford was connected to the vehicle, which is connected to the home of Brown.
Yeah.
It's just connected to the fish. That's all he wants to do.
Yeah, Pass Creek goes right through the wood.
Yeah. And the creek that I crossed, I'm an old lady with no balance.
I don't know.
And I had the wrong waders on. And I survived crossing that ridiculous creek.
Doug Preston's 2 years older than me.
I think, I don't know how old. I guess Doug Preston's about my age. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm as old as NASA.
I don't know. I don't know. But that creek was nothing to cross. I mean, yeah, you should be careful. And you should not have Eastern waders for sand. I have Florida waders, for God's sakes. They didn't sell anything else. And when I went back there, you know what? They still sold all those rubber boots as like hip waders and stuff because of the sand. They didn't realize where I was going.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I got the right ones now.
I found his logger boots.
Oh, yeah?
There's this 27 or 24 foot tall statue of this lumberjack guy with a 20-foot saw blade, and his boots are metal. They're metal. They're rusted red boots on this giant. It's like the muffler guy on the side of the road, but this guy's a lumberjack with a saw. and then when I'm taking pictures of that, and I look at the restaurant's been closed for years, but I looked and I saw somebody looking out the window at me, and I waved, but the person didn't move, and I thought that's odd, and I went and looked closer. And it's the lumberjack with the double blade, with his foot up on a stump, holding a double-bladed axe in front of him.
Isn't that awful? I got that in another layer. But I figure people will just deal with. All they need to know is the poem. That's all they really.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but now they got a new owner of the place, and they're opening it back up. And before it was open, the owner let me in and get some pictures of the wooden lumberjack. And like double blazes, instead of a single bladed axe, it's a double bladed axe.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to find a substitute still.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy, and then the Lonesome Dove campground is next door to the Moon Valley RV campground. They got cabins and RVs. It's these two.
Well, I'd like to go up into Colorado again this summer with my trailer. You're going to have to tell me where I can go that's not going to break the bank, where I could actually fish on something that doesn't require a boat. Because the ponds, I'm sorry, I just can't do the overhead cast. I can't. I suck at it.
Oh, they
And
along the where I on the South Fork of the Rio Grande, they see them fishing. I'm standing there and their trout's going by me like
coming out.
bullets.
Yeah, I think I was in. I went through South Fork. I think we went before my husband had cardiac surgery. It was a treat. We went for a week. And it was autumn, and so the trees were beautiful. They were absolutely beautiful. And but I got to find a place I can park that isn't gonna, like I say, break the bank, because I don't that bronze box, it was not a real thing. So neither was the money. It was all fake.
My search area by Tucker Ponds, there's boondocking. If you got an RV, you just pull off the road. No charge. Huh?
Yeah. I think when I get closer to it, I'll jump on one of your Zoom things.
That's at when I wasn't at Camp Post. I was up there 2 weeks of every month in the summer. I was camped up there, and if I wasn't there, I was not far away where I could drive up there in my car for the day and do a search. You don't have to search for a box no more. He ended that. And any idiot who's looking for that box, I go out there now to get pictures of rock formations I haven't seen.
I'd like to see one of your pictures colored of the rock formation of Brown. That I'd like to see.
Of Brown?
Of Brown, yeah. Mm-hmm. At the retrieval spot, there is a picture of a bear in a rock. There's also the blaze, and the blaze is a horse's head.
Yeah.
A rock.
I was watching somebody's video on Egypt in the Valley of the Kings, and they're talking, look, in the shape of the rock is somebody laying up there. It's like, that's the same thing I got here, man. There's people carved in the rocks, and the rocks are... The one picture I have, it's a couple, and he's sitting there, and she's sitting on his lap, facing him, and they got their arms around each other. They're looking.
I should have taken a picture last year. I saw a praying monk in the Navajo reservation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Praying monk in the Navajo reservation. You could only go certain places, otherwise they come and haul you away.
Well, if you're good at seeing the stuff, you realize how it's everywhere.
Yes, it is. The ones that I hate the most are those round, smooth ones. I think in Arizona, it looks like constipation balls.
Yeah.
Nasty looking stuff.
I got some here that are mammoths with packs on their back.
So what state is your gallery the gallery presenting your work?
Colorado's the one I'm planning on.
Oh, okay.
Up in Denver. On Santa Fe Drive.
Yeah, some of them are really beautiful, and the colors that you have go with the colors. You can't see my room, but it kind of goes with it. I don't know.
I go up there to Denver to Santa Fe Drive and take pictures of everything. Says Santa Fe. And people think I'm in Santa Fe.
Yeah, I want something with all these colors in it. Say, that's my bathroom. Yeah. I'm still in remod here.
Nice lighting.
But it's got those colors in it, and I thought, oh man, one of your pictures would go just right.
Yeah,
because it's got all the.
I'm getting some. I got to find a website that I like that does the prints and frames and everything.
Yeah.
For that's not ripping people off, and then I have trouble. Well, if I'm going to put it, if it costs them $120 to get that thing framed, then my picture's worth a lot more than $20.
Yeah.
If they're
Well, the
willing to pay
framing
120
of
to frame it,
pictures.
then the picture is probably worth 120 itself.
Well, depending on the size of the picture, the frame can get very, very expensive.
Yeah. Well,
I've framed quite a bit.
Pricing one. I think the one I was pricing was 20 by 15.
Yeah, it's going to be
and
expensive.
that's the picture size. The
Mhm.
frame is inches more than that, probably. But
Yeah, people usually just buy the prints because you can roll them up safely and put them in the tube. Then they can go take them wherever they're going and get them framed close to home.
well,
They
I have
won't nail glass.
I'll have them a website. They can have it done as a canvas wrap or a
A
framed
canvas
picture.
would be good.
They can choose how they want it present.
Yeah.
And then that's not up to that's between them and the people that make the frame and print it. I provided the art.
Well, I got in the living room, which is really small and quiet, unlike this area. I did a lot of old clocks on the walls, and then we got the dolly print. Persistent, I think. It's the one with all those melting clocks. It's on the carpet. But the carpet is just a cheesy thing. It's real thin, but it's not a tripping hazard. So the carpet works out great. And I got the painting on the carpet. I tried to get it on a mural, but I couldn't get that to work. I don't know what the company was. In the Ukraine, probably. Oh, it was in the Ukraine. I could hear the other half of me saying, "Yep." It was in the Ukraine. I couldn't get it.
I think whatever's happening there is they're cleaning up. That was where all the corruption came from. There, they're cleaning that up. That's all.
Well, I know that back when in 2012. They were getting a lot of Americans out because I knew a missionary that was over there and was sent home, and that was years ago. Yeah, that was before I stumbled on this ridiculous poem.
Yeah,
but it was kind of fun, and when you figure it out, it's just like, oh, is that what it is? It's a fish. Everything you need is in the poem, really. And there is more to the poem that I don't think the searchers need. Well, you don't need to know why he did it.
It's a lot like the movie The Big Fish.
Only he was after the little fast fish. They are hard to get. I would watch them.
Ooh, I've seen them and they shoot by you like, what the? How fast is that thing going?
What I've gotten used to determining who's underneath a rainbow or the cut bow or the cutthroat, because the rainbow is damn slower than the cutthroat. So I've gotten used to that one, like sometimes I'll pick up a bug from the ground and I'll toss it on the water to see who's eating. And then you would see it's like cheating a little bit. But grasshoppers. Oh, at one point up at there was a retention pond that I was sitting at. And oh my God, they were eating those darn grasshoppers. And you would just, because you don't know what fly to put on your line. So you just pick up a bug that's, available, and you throw them out there to see what they wanted to eat. Because I don't see too well. So putting a fly on can be quite tedious. I need to know first what the heck they're eating. And they went, and then I tied a grasshopper on my line, and I caught one. They were eating them. So and it was a ugly looking thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that
was like the ugly ones.
That was definitely cheating. You're supposed to look and see what they're eating. I can't see.
I think most all grasshoppers are pretty ugly.
Yeah, these ones out there, they were gross. Oh, you know what I saw? I saw an otter. They were reintroducing the otters. I didn't know what it was. It was swimming around. My cameraman with his one arm couldn't get a good picture. And I was like, ah, man. But he would chase the fish. You'd watch him all go, ah, they'd all head for the rocks and head way down. But he took over the pond.
Yeah.
It was a retention pond. He owned it. Whatever that otter was, it lived over by a lot of trees that were still kind of in swampy land. And he'd come out, they'd all go away. Then the clouds would come out, they'd be out. The sun come out, they wouldn't be out. It was, and when you're in the mountains, it's constantly changing. So you be there all day. But are you going to find this fish on spring break? No, they're going to be spawning, paddling up the creek.
Yeah.
See?
My search in the summer, it usually rains about every day.
Yep, it did every afternoon.
If you out searching and all of a sudden downpour and then it's gone and dries, but you still need something to keep your legs from dry,
Oh yeah,
brush and
I wore the waders. But I did not, because if he would have lied straight up to me, that would have been it.
Yeah.
I didn't see a lie. You just need to know what he was talking about. That's all.
Yeah.
But he would say, it's out in the sun. Well, yeah, it's in the sun. It's in the water, too. It's not under the water.
That's where that Model A cow was I had. It was out in the sun in a tall grassy meadow.
Yeah,
in the D-shaped meadow.
There were a lot of cows. They were in September. They go home from the upstream.
Yeah,
they go upstream. They're hauled in, but going home, they just open the gates. It's like, so you're fishing, and I think that's what might have damaged the blaze. Was I got a picture with the cows surrounding the darn thing, and it's on a cliff, so.
Oh man, I had so much. One time my battery on my car was dead. I was able to charge it later with my RV, but I decided to go do my search off my bicycle. Right. My bicycle was like about a mile to where I wanted to go looking. And after I was done searching, I was coming back on my bike. And the cows were out there grazing. This is in the mountains in the forest, and this bike freaked him out, and the cows were running down the road ahead of me, and I'm right behind them, chasing the cows with my bike.
Yeah, the cows would move. Mm-hmm. But they were also a signal that the fishing season was over, that Labor Day was coming. Yeah.
They thought I was a mountain lion, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how cows see.
I don't. The cows usually are okay, but one of them will tell the others, "You will go this way, and you will cross that creek." And we'd see one, and every so often did not want to get in the water, and then the others would be moo. And it's like, just get in the water. They're scaring me.
Yeah, kids. Anytime we drove by cows, we're out the window.
It was weird. And then the horses were guiding them. At a certain point in time, they would have the work horses. They'd bring them all the way up, and then they'd ride them down, trying to get those last cows out.
And the cows are known as doggies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and didn't
the fishermen would have their dogs.
One Horse Land and Cattle Company.
Yes. The fishermen would have their dogs. I took pictures of the fishermen. One with the dog with a red bandana. He was a guide. Yeah. And there was one nasty guide. I was like, we'd fight for the spot. He was weird, but yeah, all the searchers need to know is the poem. Get rid of the bronze box. You can solve the poem. The poem's all you need. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't need to know everything about reading all these maps. I'm directionally impaired, and I found it. Of course, I did have my partner with me. Which way do I go? Because I'll go left and it's really a right. It's horrible. And it was pretty easy. I knew it was in 2014. I was like, there's no bronze box in here. What is it? See, I never thought
I
these
realized
things
it
that they
wasn't one.
would say. It never occurred to me. Somebody beat me to it, or it's a hoax. It wasn't a hoax. I knew it wasn't a hoax. I just automatically thought it's got to be a different kind of chest.
Yeah, but I think in the end, there's a winner eventually.
Yeah,
somebody who does get it's the prize.
The prize is a fish. Just look in the book. All it is
it better not be just a fish.
It's just a stupid fish. When it becomes the prize, it's stupid. But no, in there it says it's the fish. Now, they put a code in the dust cover, which I took off because that's what you're supposed to do when you read a book. You take the dust cover off and you put it away. There was a code in there. In the I think the front, the front panel, the first panel, there was a code. He said, as a celebration, which means after you catch the fish or you get the chest, drink a 6-pack. Well, if you look at the fly fishing videos, they celebrate a good fishing day by drinking a 6-pack. Yeah, drink beer. That's what it was all about. The men would have a beer. The children would have their great pet or whatever it is.
After the Jamie drawing, we all went up to the Blue Corn, and Forrest went up there, and Forrest told me, "You're going to get drunk today."
You're not supposed to. If the people
I rarely drink, and I had to drive back up here. I wasn't going to get drunk.
Now, the people who get drunk are the stout-hearted men, and I wouldn't even go venture there. That's a different layer, and that is...
me and Forrest are just two wild and crazy guys.
No, they weren't just wild and crazy guys. They were drinking because they were told to. Yeah. So it's not a good... that layer is not good.
Yeah.
Searchers don't need to know that.
Street was drinking today. You see that? Wow.
I didn't see it. I watched some of it. And
I figured Greg must have been drunker. That's why we didn't see Greg.
Yeah. No, I must have been. I sleep. I usually get up, I don't know, 3, 4 in the morning. Today I got up at 2. You were on, and I'm like, but I was using the little pad, which I can't connect to anything. I don't know why. Something's wrong with it.
Yeah, when I got about 50, it's like, okay, I can't drink no more.
Yeah. Well, I can't. It's poison.
I just don't my body doesn't tolerate it.
Yeah. I mean, I never became an alcoholic, which was a good thing.
Yeah.
With being that it runs in the family. But now it's poison.
I was a
red wine,
drinker.
I could have a little of
If
that.
I drank, it was a weekend. I didn't keep beer at home.
I would have to have a diet soda as my celebration drink.
I got a bottle of rum here, and I got some fruit punch that I got to drink sometime.
Rum used to be nice, but I can't have it. Yeah, no. I don't go to any of those events either.
And I got my dog.
Does that make me shy? Probably not.
What do you want, Jack?
In crowds.
Who you want, Jack?
He wants to go out. You're gonna put him out.
Let me out. I get everything. You do everything I tell you to do, right? I'm the dog. Yeah. So Jack Stoof is just the dog.
Well, he's a real person. There is a human being behind him, but he's as bogus as the box. The box is real. If wherever it might be, you could probably touch it, but it doesn't mean, it was what he hid. He
Forrest
never
named his
said,
dog Willie
this
after
bronze
me.
box is what I hid. He never said that. He made you do the leap, and everybody went and jumped.
Yeah. You know, Forrest didn't name his dog Barbara. So
No. He named it Willie. I wonder why.
because he named it after me. And,
I don't
and
think so.
then and then
You
he
know
told
the
me
you
at
know the
2019
solver.
Jamboree,
The
he says,
solver.
I need to know your dog's name.
I need to know your Jack.
I need to know your dog's
Well,
name.
he
Jack.
called Jack.
My dog is Jack. So he said, okay, I'm going to name this dog Jack.
No, the solver called herself Willie and called him Ted
Oh.
at one point. And I was always wondering, I wasn't sure. You know, there's so many Bills and Willies and all that stuff. But yeah. At one point he got pissed off.
Yeah.
You know, whatever.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if many Bills or Williams in the chase.
Well, the darn fish was named by William Clark. Wasn't his name William? One was Marion.
Yeah, William Clark and
So
Mary
it could be
Lewis.
Willie from right there. Who knows?
Well,
that was his
Patton,
name.
George C. Patton. His dog, he named after a guy named Willie, who was a needy man who came to his barbecue, and so if he did like Patton and named the dog after some guy who lives in an RV who came to his barbecue,
I would never go. No.
I
don't go to the crowd events.
And then he put on the hat. He did the ceremony with me where he put on the mildew hat.
Mm-hmm.
And a hat that he said, I'm never going to wear that hat. Well, something had to change big for him to wear the hat. That was a ceremony that was going on, and they were getting
the hat was important.
Being Forrest in this ceremony.
Yeah, the hat was important, but different. It's in the Y section.
If you eat your hat, you're eating your words.
Yeah. No, it had to do with some other parts. It was connected to the fish, but in a very different way. I figure people can just digest the rest, and maybe the family might want to explain, the hat.
I'm gonna end up
take
with
the dirty crap.
I'm just waiting for him to get it done. There's some time thing or tied in with it to make sure there's no lawsuits, because there would be no legal issues. There's still
no
legal issues
now,
because they can't do it yet.
Yeah,
because
they're waiting for something stupid.
They're still being held up in court. I think the sun is out, says Trusted Living.
The sun is out. I think so. I cannot burn.
No, that's the moon. It's a crescent moon.
Oh, the moon has a lot to do with it too.
Just like the one with the dove in it.
Yeah, the moon and the lumberjack and the stout-hearted man, that's all a different layer. That they digest the poem first. The guts.
Well,
guts. From beginning to, I give you title.
And then part of the first stanza starts with as, and the last two stanzas start with so. So it's as above, so below.
Just where it worked. I sent him a poem. I sent him a retrieval poem. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted more. I said no.
I put poems on Medium and nobody looked at them.
No. Well, one of these days I'll have to get you the poem. I don't know how to get you the pictures, the poem. I don't know how to get you anything. But the poem only dealt with the Chester trout. It doesn't deal with the other parts. Because as far as I was concerned, I only really I should have only been the chest of trout. I guess I know what the other parts are. So what?
You know,
I know stuff that I
you
would
know
rather
what?
not know.
Well, he had called the treasure chest Tarzan before it was indulgence,
Not that I know of.
because Tarzan beats his chest.
He shows his chest.
And the Moses figure, you know, in the Tarzan movies, he was on the cliff next to the lake, and he'd jump off into the river or lake
There
or
you
whatever.
go. Yeah.
And that's where Moses is, up on the bluff. The as above and the so below is the Ford Model A.
Yeah, Moses was put in a basket,
Yeah.
went down the river like the fishies, and got retrieved. Mm-hmm.
But he said it wasn't in the water, so
He was on the edge.
yeah.
He wasn't.
The dead fish.
Yeah. Well, they should just focus on the poem, because I think once they get rid of the bronze box and Jack, that particular Jack,
Yeah.
then they could enjoy the beauty of that part of the poem. The rest of it was a stupid idea.
Yeah.
It's not worth doing.
Like my trout barbecue.
The trout are fun. If you go to the spot where you can take them home, following the regulations, you can take them home. They're fun. You can cook them up. I had some of them cooked 2020, the summer of 2020.
I wrap them after I get them and cut the heads off, and you wrap them in foil.
Really?
With butter and garlic.
Oh yes.
And then
I do like fish. You know, fish is brain food.
Grill.
You do know fish is brain food, right? Because the old Scotch say fish is brain food.
Yeah, we used to eat a lot of it, but except the fish when I was a kid that we had mercury too.
So what? Anyway, limit, all in moderation.
We ate a lot of striped bass out of San Francisco Bay, and because the gold stuff in the mountains, the chemicals got in the water. You know, the mercury in the water of the bay.
A lot of the mines polluted the waters, but yeah, my favorite breakfast was fish. Fresh asparagus, you know, and maybe some eggs.
I invented if I wanted to start a restaurant, I think I could do a good one, because I invented had leftover Chinese food, and I had eggs, and I thought,
no,
omelet. Yeah. You can have Mongolian beef omelet, you know. And so I could have a breakfast place called the Oriental Omelet.
Oh no!
You put Chinese food in the omelets.
No, I just liked it all separate. My eggs with milk. I hate water.
You know, they make egg foo young. That's gooier than a Szechuan beef omelet.
Yeah. And the asparagus, I used to grow asparagus. I don't know if I'm going to do it again. You got to wait so many years before you can actually pluck one, you know. But fresh asparagus, fish, eggs, to me, that's breakfast, you know.
Trusted Living says Ra rises from the underworld once again. That's the sun coming up.
Oh, that's the sun. Yes, the moon is going away. The moon is the big flashlight.
Yeah, that means the next moon, the next new moon, I'll be 64.
You'll be 64 on the next full moon?
The next new moon.
New moon? When's the new moon?
It's almost a new moon, but the next one, I'll be 64.
You beat me to it.
The new moon's the day after my birthday.
I don't know what
I
moon is
think.
on mine. I gotta wait till the summer passes.
Yeah. Ah.
And the autumn
What
passes.
are those signs? Let's see.
Almost. The very end. The very end.
Let me see. Moon phase. I'll look it up because I think it was the day before the new moon, but that just means the moon is in my sign. You
The
know,
moon is in your sign.
the moon will be in my sign, the sun in my sign, and Mercury in my sign.
Yeah, well, where I'm located now in New Mexico relates to the long walk, the moon, and another layer to the story. So I'm
Yeah.
not far from it. I went and I learned a bit about it. Pretty bad. More bad stuff. Just more bad stuff. What's the point? I'd rather just go look at the fish. The fish was pretty. The fish was cute. I gotta get you a picture of it. But now, do you understand? How am I supposed to just show a picture of the ring? And they're gonna look at it and say, duh. You know. Whatever.
Where's
You gotta know the whole poem. But it's not a bronze box. I challenge anybody to find anywhere where one sentence
it's a trove.
includes,
It's a trove.
he hit the bronze box.
His trove of stories are on the canyon walls.
Yeah,
the rock wells and everything are there.
They stole everything. Everything's stolen. It's borrowed. We'll just say it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Shakespeare never wrote any of those plays. Shakespeare took them because there was no copyrights, and he fixed them, patched them together, tweaked them, and made the audience, which was the working man on the pit floor, pay attention. And that's his genius. His genius was not in writing. He was a thief before it was criminal, but he's still a thief.
Well, this thing shows the new moon's on my birthday.
Really?
Yeah. So there'd be no moon in the sky. It'll be on the same side as the sun. Maybe even in an eclipse or something.
I don't know. You know, the new moon, that gives you most light at night to sneak around and fish.
No, the new moon is when the moon is dark. The full moon.
When it's black? When's the full moon?
That's when it's, because it's between us and the sun. The sun's shining on the other side of it.
Okay. Well, when the moon is full.
The moon's full, the sun's shining on it straight on. We can see it.
We can see it, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the full moon.
I
like light outside. I don't like it dark. You know. I got a lot of candles. I used to have a lot just in case the lights went out. I don't like dark.
I have lots of LED lights.
Yeah, in the trailer I have a lot of LEDs. I want to park it somewhere this summer, but I just don't want to go anywhere near certain spots because obvious reasons. You know, until the crazies out there are done, I'm not going anywhere near those spots. You know, so I think I'll go up into Colorado. My husband liked Colorado. He really liked it. You know,
I love it. There, you know, I lived in Colorado for years, and now I live in another part of Colorado, and I see a whole lot more of Colorado that I've never seen.
Oh, there's a lot.
There's a lifetime full of adventure here.
Oh, it's amazing. I was in Colorado Springs many years ago, and I saw where the Air Force Academy was, and it was nice.
Yeah.
It was huge.
Yeah, I've been up there.
Absolutely huge. And beautiful area. I can't afford much of anything, you know. Keep hoping for a job, but it doesn't seem to be going too well, you know. But maybe when this nonsense is over, maybe people will settle down.
Get rid of the ads. I'm trying to find the exact moon phase thing, and it's popping ads up in front of me.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
Get your free guide. It won't give me anything to get rid of what's on top. Okay, I'll go use somebody else's website and find out what I want to find out.
I have no idea what moon phase. I'll wait till then. Hopefully it's a full moon. A full moon, the crazies are out,
No, mine's the opposite. A new moon would be, and I'm
Black.
at the end of March, so March goes out like a lamb, right? It comes in like my sister's the 1st, and I'm the 31st. So
Really?
So she's the lion and I'm the lamb.
Don't need. Oh,
Yeah, my sister's 13 months older than me.
wow, that's close.
Yeah. Okay, there. Today, no, I want to see next month. 2022, March. There. And yep, the new moon's on my birthday. It's on my birthday and it's on April 1st, both.
So that is the end of March. I wonder if Friday, the end of March, they're going to actually have the event, or if COVID has still got us all blocked away.
Not me.
I would do it again. I would do that again. It wouldn't quite be the same, but I'd know to bring a knife this time. I didn't know. I did not know. Nobody told me you couldn't get the elastic band off the bag. I had to cut it off. I could not get everybody else was like, oh, we got knives. I'm like, well, I don't have a knife.
Every time I tested, they've been negative. Every time I tested, I've been negative,
Oh, I had COVID twice.
I
had the shots.
I think when I had it, it was before it existed.
Yeah, I had it early, very early on.
I had it in 2019. And then it killed my parrot in February of 2020.
Ooh.
I believe that's probably what killed my parrot. See, he had respiratory problems.
Yeah. Wow. But yeah, I'll be glad when it's over. But why don't they just take the solution and say they're all wrong? They're looking for a box. What are you looking for? Draw me a picture. Then they could say, well, no, that's not right. Wrong. So I know anybody who's looking for money or anything like that, well, you're wrong. I don't care what your solution is. You're wrong.
Yeah. The new moon is Wednesday.
Yeah.
A waxing crescent is what we have today.
Then you just need to put your birdie in it.
Yeah.
The bird.
He's right here in front of me.
The bird sings in another world. He was telling you one was hiding and one was finding. It was right there in the scrapbook.
I have him singing recorded. I have him recorded talking and singing and calling himself Wacko.
Nah.
Wacky bird. He'd say, Wacky bird.
The amount of times you repeat the poem, the bird would say it, Yeah. No.
He always knew what sounds were going to happen. He'd make the squeak of the door before the door squeaked.
Oh, I read about a bird. Oh, my goodness. That bird would imitate what the owners, they must have been kind of a young newlywed couple. and they would imitate them. And they had company over, and the bird's just doing his thing. And then they realized they needed something out of the bedroom. They had left it in the bedroom, so they went to the bedroom to go get whatever it was, and the bird started mimicking all the stuff it would hear.
What the bird heard in the bedroom. What the bird heard in the bedroom. Yeah.
Oh, it was marvelous. It was mimicking what she'd say, what you'd say.
The people say you don't keep your African gray in the bedroom.
I bet they never went near their bedroom door again. Not with somebody over. Yeah, those birds are dangerous. But yeah, the bird sings in two different worlds. So he gave out hints. Nobody knew what they were. They were like, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
He even gave out the one on what to use when all else fails. And that was in the video. He showed you how to tie your own fly. And I did catch my first Rio Grande cutthroat.
Is that the button flies or?
I caught it on the one he showed how to tie. I got a picture of it. Yeah. And it was weird because when you use the fly instead of regular power bait, they leave it on the side of the mouth, so you could see it. You really could see it. Yeah.
When I was in Alaska, I got a shirt. It said the way to a man's heart is through his fly, and it has a picture of a fishing fly on it.
That's a good one. You should wear that one when you get interviewed. Yeah. Could you imagine?
I think
Forrest probably had one of those on my. I got a Wild Rivers National Park, and it had a fish coming out of the water with a fly embroidered, and then I put 2 embroidered butterflies on it. Yeah. So that was pretty cool. But I don't have any film. I had a regular camera, and it doesn't give you GPS coordinates, whatever those were. I just went. I was very old-fashioned.
A lot of my pictures are on a 5 terabyte backup drive that doesn't work.
Yeah,
a lot of my pictures, and I got to pay for some data recovery service to save it.
Really?
Yeah, 5 terabytes of pictures.
That's easy to save. Just hold on to it.
Huh?
Hold on to it till
I'm holding on to it till I can. Because actually, they should be able to replace the electronics and recover it.
Well, they can recover it. You shouldn't have to pay a fortune for it.
Yeah.
No.
Well, usually when they recover it, they put the data that's on it on a new backup drive.
On one that's working, yeah.
Yeah.
You should save all that stuff on 2 places.
They get it to work and put it on a new one, and so much fun. But yeah, I got tons of pictures on there and videos and old.
Oh, I have no videos.
Huh?
I have no videos. I just have still shots.
Well, yeah,
I was not a candidate for Netflix.
Used to go searching with my camera on the end of my walking stick, slung over my shoulder, up all over the place.
I had a one-handed photographer, one-armed photographer.
Yeah, me too. I used my
cameras.
6-foot walking stick for my selfie stick, though.
Oh, so, I got hiking poles now.
Huh?
I got hiking poles. We can each have one.
Yeah,
just so you don't use one. Yeah.
Mine is get out of here. Oop. Around the fan. Around this way. And you see that's the rattlesnake that I killed outside my door.
Well, you're supposed to put rope outside you're supposed to encircle
and I
your
got
RV with rope.
And then I got lambskin, but I got these, these sequin things, gold sequin things.
Don't use rope.
It's a nice
we
walking
were
stick.
told to just take that bristly rope and just make a circle around your RV, and the snakes won't cross it and decide to go hide in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Texas.
Okay.
Texas idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, snake rope, huh?
Yeah, you just put a rope around it. The harsh, I don't know what you call it, the scratchy kind. They don't want to slither over it.
Oh, they're like
Unless they do, you know.
not the ones that are afraid and they're pokey. Yeah.
Unless they're playing a game and they
Yeah.
can get over without touching the rope.
Yeah,
Kind of like the opposite of going underneath the rope. You know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, new moon March 2nd and March 31st.
Yeah. Well. Well, I don't know. If COVID goes away, I'll do the one thing. I'd like to do it twice. It was on my bucket list, so I did it once.
It'll go away because it never existed.
I got sick. It existed. Something
It didn't
existed.
really. It is actually the common cold is a COVID.
Yeah, I guess in a way.
But
But as far as the other stuff, oh no, I ain't going anywhere near there.
Tests can't tell the difference between it and the flu.
It's kind of hard, but you can see different symptoms.
Jack wants in.
He wants in now.
There he's in. Been a good dog. Come right in. Just came right in the door.
So it's freezing outside.
You're fighting him to come. Well, sometimes he usually be sitting out there looking at me going, I don't know. Like, I got the door. It's getting cold in here. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know. I want to go away this summer. I don't know where. But Colorado sounds good. It's not that far away. Far enough, not that far. It's not like I got to do the cross country run.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm out here. I ain't going back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I got my passport now, so I can go in. I can go anywhere.
Yeah, but there's no place.
Except for Canada. Except for Canada, they won't allow me in Canada because I'm a convicted parrot trafficker.
Yeah, I had mine. I wanted to go away. I went away, and we came back. Big mistake. Oh well. Now the COVID, I just got away. It's going to take years for everybody to get back up. You know?
Yeah. Well, some people.
Yeah.
I don't worry about it. I had prescription for HCQ for years, and so it wasn't it was a little painful and all. I didn't get pneumonia. It was never bad.
Yeah, it depends where you go, what they want, It
was just brain fluid was leaking out my nose, and and then I had sinus surgery after that, and my sinuses.
Oh, then you probably won't suffer from COVID if you had sinus surgery.
Yeah.
Those people are not suffering.
The people with sinus surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, it raises havoc with the sinus system. But
yeah,
if you had got it out.
Went into the one way deep in there. They got to cut through some of your skull to get it. It's like back in the brain sinus cavity.
Terrible.
They cleaned everything out.
Sinus. It hits the sinus, and that's what starts the problem.
And the doctor had the same last name as the person that carved the wooden Moses. Leo Salazar carved Moses, and Dr. Salazar carved my nose out too. She's a good doctor in Pueblo.
Mm,
So, you're an ENT. Your
mm,
nose and throat.
hmm. There are no doctors much here. There's like a clinic and stuff, but the major ones are in Tucson.
Yeah, isn't there a town out there with the that has that F-100 in the park?
Yeah, yeah, up towards Clovis.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like driving to Clovis. Too
yeah,
many people, too many trucks.
yeah.
You
I thought
know.
I thought if Fenn's house was part of the prize, that I would put I would get us one of them what 2-3 foot round steel pole inside the gate and put an F-100 on top of it, dropping 2 napalms on Santa Fe.
No, I just take the parking
And,
spot.
and I would call it'd be a work of art, and I'd call it Double Blazes.
I think his grandson is living in that thing.
He's just caretaking. They say that we just talked about that earlier. That everything that room, the part of the house is all locked up and nobody
Yeah,
can go
I
in
haven't
there.
seen it. Unless I see it, I don't believe it.
That's what. Yeah, but that's what they're telling.
Yeah.
But I've seen other pictures that all the shelves in this were emptied out.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen
Chances
pictures
are
like
they're
that. So,
cleaning it. Yeah.
but
Can you imagine having to get rid of all that stuff? You want
well, I
money
think
for it?
he had
That's a lot of
Shiloh,
stuff.
Shiloh drained the pond because when the pond is drained, you
Did
can get
he?
to the watertight chamber to the tomb underneath the house.
I would not want to clean up all that mess. Mm-mm. No, none of that stuff really meant anything. The only thing I liked was the bell that used to sit out the back door or the back window, the train looking bell on the wooden post. I liked that.
Yeah.
And I always wondered what happened to the 2 dolls that he had done.
Yeah.
But I think the story is gone, so the dolls are probably gone.
I'm
So,
hoping that
yeah.
Moses. Oh,
Where'd he go? Are you there? He froze. Uh-oh. Now what? I think the host has left the show. He froze. I don't know how he gets back in. I don't know how he gets back in. How does he get back in? You can't see me? His battery's probably died. Oh, well, you know. I'm hoping I can get on his stream or something with just the poem and the pictures. The poem as far as only what the searchers would really want to be looking for. The just the gold. The poem and the gold. All right. I'm on 2 different machines because he asked me to turn the chat off. So I still got something going on the other one under a different name. Is he able to get back on or what? Because I have no idea. I have no idea if he's sitting in a room somewhere. Maybe he'll just turn it off. Well, let me try this. I'm going to put you over here for a minute. So now you're over there. I'm going to try and find the pictures. Let me see. I don't know if I can find them. Work pictures. I thought I had them. You think it's great? It's changed. That's not who I was in the chat. I don't know where they are. Anyway, that is not who I was to Forrest. That's why he was looking. I had hoped to go to Fishing Bridge, but I didn't. Didn't make it. I knew I wasn't going to make it, but hey, you can dream. Pictures. Let's see. Take that over there. All right. Let's see. Well, I don't know how to operate most of this stuff. Let me see. What is share? Anybody know what share is? I can just answer the questions. Let's see. We happened to find the poem in a Yahoo sensationalized media article. Easter Sunday, April something, whatever that was, 2013. That's when I started. I didn't want any part of it, but I was told, oh, I'm sure you can, figure the poem out. All right, so it took me 3 hours, pretty much exact. He shredded the doggone paper because the print was too small. It took about 3 hours to find where warm orders halts as far as poem directions in order to do the retrieval, not to do the effort is worth your cold or effort is worth the cold, just the retrieval. I figured that out in 3 hours. I did not go there I meant in the know. She was looking at pictures. But I would love to see the ring. I would love to show you the ring. I've got 2 screens, so I'm kind of like looking over at the other screen. There is the doggone, there's one picture. How do I get this picture to you? It's on the other screen over there, because that's a bigger screen for somebody who doesn't see too well. That's one. I found the one for the retrieval. The retrieval was done on 15 June 2017. He did not acknowledge it was the ring at that very time, but he did eventually say where credit is due. So I got that one. And in there somewhere, I'm looking at a Word document. How in the world am I supposed to show this to you? How do I do this? All right, I got a picture of the blaze all intact in a word. It's in one word. I get a picture of the blaze. Then I have the picture of the blaze damaged. That means the little part is missing. All right. I got a picture of the horse that kind of told me. That sounds crazy. Let's see. I have a picture of Brown in his home. It's just a symbol. He's not the real Brown, but anyway. I got a picture of the chest. Oh. Here. Forrest Fenn responds back to an email I sent him, and I got the pictures that I sent in the email. And he says back, at least that's what it claims. Who knows with email who did it. You can point your webcam at the... Oh, that's... No, can I really? Can I do that? Well, let's try it. Let's get this one out of the way. All right. Here. Let me see if I can get this enlarged. It's in a Word document. Let me see. View, big, zoom. All right, let's go. We want 200% maybe? Oh, that makes it better. Now, where's the page? Wait. All right, let's see if this works. I'm all connected to a nightmare. All right, wait. You're dealing with a disabled, let me see. Oh, it's coming out white. Why is it coming out white? Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Why is it white? It's not coming out right. You got another bright idea? Let me see. Let me get the picture up. All right, there's the picture. And here's Forrest Fenn at Gmail. All right, wait a minute. Let me see. How am I going to show this? Let's see. Yeah. All right. Maybe I just got to get close. All right. Oh, golly. I'm not good at this. Whoa, something fell. I don't know if you can see it or not. Let's see. All right, I'm going to hold it there for a second. If you want a screen snapshot, get it. It says from Forrest Fenn to me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't open up who me is. Sorry. I can't quite make out the chest. Can you send me a better photo, please? All right, now hold on. Because now, somehow or other, I got to get this mouse. And I got to get over here. And I got to go down. All right. Then it says, hopefully you can see this, I hope. All right. It says, from him to me again. And here's the real crux of it, folks. If it is there, no need to send me a picture of the chest. Just send a close-up of the 17th century Spanish gold and emerald ring. It is unique, so I will know. Congratulations. Are you living in Taos now? All right, now I'm going to come back to me. Oh, boy. Hopefully you saw that. Let's see. Hopefully you saw that. Anybody see it? I don't know. All right. That means that I was using a library. I didn't have internet. So I was using the Taos library at that time. That means that you don't need to show the picture of the chest. You see? The bronze box picture was the wrong chest. That was the lure. Thank you very much. It was a lure for men and women. Okay. But I needed the lure for the gold. So let me go down. I'm going to go down. And let's see. Oh, rats. Where's the picture? Where's the picture? I'm going to get the picture of the chest somewhere on here. Wait a minute. Oh, where did it go? I've enlarged everything. Wait a minute. Well, here, I'll show you the blaze. I'll show you the blaze. All right. You ready? You ready, folks? Oh, God. All right. Let's see if I go this way, that way. All right. You see it? I don't. It gotta go this way and this way. Shoot. There it is. Okay. I got the top 1, 2 are old versions back in 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there. And there's side views mostly. And then the bottom one, if you can see, you get the bottom one on there. All right, let's see. Go this way. It's damaged. Let's see. There. Hopefully I got it. Okay. So you got that. Now, let's see if I go. I think I have to go down. Let's see. Is there anybody still on here? Eight people are still on here. All right. Wait a minute. Why in the hell can't I figure out how to do this? Here you go. There you go. All right. It's on the woolly bugger, which Forrest Fenn showed me on his video with Dal how the heck to tie. Please notice that at the time of this picture, I am wearing Florida or Eastern waders. Way wrong waders for this job. Okay. Now we're going to come over, and that is one of the pictures of the poor little guy. He's dancing with stars. Wow, the stars are doing the dancing. And there you go. All right, let me see. There's your pictures. All right. One is in the net, and I do have the gloves, and it's cold. And the other one, I unfortunately did not show enough of the tail in that picture. Notice the Eastern waders are the rubberized waders. They are not the ones you're supposed to use in the Rocky Mountains. And I was a fisherman because, fisherwomen did not make sense. All right. Now, I'll show you one more picture of the gold. Let me get to it. Let's see. I think I have to go up. All right. Wait a minute. Too bad Bill is kind of locked out of this. Wow, did you see that? Yeah. All right. Oh, here. This, I might as well show you this picture. Let me see. This is the picture of the horse. I nicknamed her Tattletale. She wouldn't let me take a picture of her face at all until after I found the blaze. Then, after I found the blaze, she allowed me to take a picture of her face every day. And she was there every day I went. How many days? I don't know. It could be 25. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Now, let me get up and get the other picture. Let's see. Oh, there's the blaze. We did that one. Let me get the one in the bag. You know, you're going to get the one in the bag. There you go. Oh, show me a picture. Wait a minute. I don't know where I put all this stuff. Oh, there's my poem. I'll show you that in a minute. Oh, here you go. All right, ready? All right. Here is the chest being hidden. All right. Let's see. Oh, I can't. Let's see. All right. You can see, hopefully, if I can get this picture right. Well, let me get the up higher. Wait a minute. There we go. The very first picture, you will see the arm patch of the Department of Game and Fish is the bear, the smoky bear. Then you will see a plastic bag of little fishies. They're called fingerlings. This is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. This is the titled fish in New Mexico. It has a nickname that was verified at this very place, at that very spot where they were doing the stocking of the bag. It's called the Gold, people. It has a name. Its name is the Gold. And you will see where I'm holding the bag, and the department has a volunteer or a worker who is putting the fish into the bag, the gold into the bag. Then the next one is me looking like a grandma looking at her grandbabies. I was so amazed, so surprised, and I could finally see them up close. This is the last Friday of 2019. All right, now I'm going to go up. All right. Oops. And that is me putting the chest into the backpack. Okay. And then I got my water thing on the back, and I got some fishing gear. And this is the picture of me acclimating the fish to the water. And after they got acclimated, I had to use a pair of scissors, sewing scissors, because I didn't have a knife. And there was no way you could get that green rubber band off of the bag. And I put them safely in the rock formation where they were going to finish acclimating, feed, grow, and move. Okay. So that was that one. I don't think I put any other pictures in there. I think I cut it down. Yeah. This is the other blaze. Okay. This goes to the area where I stopped. Okay. There are two worlds. This blaze goes to the lush and plush and wonderful world. Okay. Down below is the end of his rainbow, below that blaze, down the hill. And if you take the Red River, you'll get to his rainbow. If you take the route, you'll get to the stocking where you just saw. Okay, that's the other blaze. And let's see. I think, let me see. There you go. There is mildew. Right there. See mildew? See my finger? That's mildew. Okay. And that is, I can't remember. Oh, I can't remember which one that was in. But now all my cords are all twisted up. So wait a minute. So, there you have it. Let me see. What did you say? Good idea. Yes. It lured me right to its location. Wow. Did you see that? Wile E. Coyote. Yeah, well, you should take that hike. I know they made fun of me. People made fun of me who knew I was going. They're like, oh, wait. I crawled the last 25%. But I did it. I did it. So that's the ring. But in order to understand that's the ring, you have to get rid of the box and you have to look at everything as a metaphor. How many are looking at a metaphor? Not many. You are all looking at the box. And even in one of his media things where the guy came in and interviewed him and then they showed a picture of the bronze box, they said, this, as in the bronze box with the picture shown, is what they're looking for. It never said, this, as in the bronze box, is what he hid. So you have to do some research to verify. I mean, I take my word for it. Verify. I could not go down the trail that Forrest Fenn went down for reasons. That was impossible. What was supposed to be difficult but not impossible became impossible in 2019. You couldn't go down. There's no way. You could not go down that trail. So I had to adjust again. Well, that's life. And I went down another trail. And the trail I went down was called Little Arsenic. That was the one I chose. It was still treacherous, but it wasn't difficult. It was difficult to me. Let's see if we can find anything else. You can find that beautiful fish just about anywhere you go. You can find him. He's gorgeous. He's gorgeous. All right, I got through the solution. I don't want to show the whole thing because I don't know what all was in this mess. I feel like I have a dinner plate, and I don't want to write this thing and try and find somebody who wants to write it. Well, nobody wants to write it. Whatever. So it has appeared on my computer in 1,001 different spots, in different forms. It's nothing but moving the plate around. I combine the peas and carrots and I separate the peas and carrots. But I have never really succeeded in getting it written. But there was one blaze, and the one blaze was let me see. I think that was a juniper tree. And it died somehow or other. And it was a spiritual place by a culture. A certain culture has a very spiritual place. So you couldn't see things unless you went there and you understood the culture. So you got to step not only into his feet, in order to figure this out and see things, you're going to have to step into the culture's feet. And I did. And when I went to that spot again after the fact, and I found out there was this place, I used to go there and look down the hill, take pictures. But then when I was told that, I saw the huge cat. It had the Cheshire cat smile of some kind. And you could only see it in certain times of the day. I don't know where that picture is. I'd have to search for that one. It's not in this document. Because otherwise this document would be 10,000 words, 10,000 pages. And, a couple hundred people get fried. So I got this one down to about 40-ish, but it's still too long. So I took a lot of pictures out, but there was one blaze. But that leads you only to your effort will be worth the cold. And you're cold in the spring. And your effort is stalking the doggone fish, like I showed you the pretty picture of the little grandmother looking. I didn't realize I looked that old until I saw the picture. I'd rather be a little looking nice. But if I look at the document and I say, what is the state titled animal? It is a black bear. Its mascot is Smokey Bear. And I went over that early on when Bill was on. The titled state amphibian is the spade foot toad. So when you look at that pretty little gold toad and all those cute little pictures that are bogus, okay, it looks a lot like the spade foot toad that is titled in the state of New Mexico. So you'll have to go on a site, a state site of some sort, and find that cute little toad. He's got big feet. He was the signal that it was time to fish for the fish that like to eat him, but man could also smell him. I didn't see any toads there. I don't know if they still exist. I mean, they might be on one of those endangered species type of list. The state titled fish, that is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It's also called the gold. It's also called the fastest fish in the West. So it's got a lot of connections with, the fastest gun in the West and that kind of stuff. But that was, and it's titled. So I give you title to the gold. I present to you the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. All right. Then the titled tree in New Mexico in the same state is the pinyon nut pine tree. The pinyon nut, you're not going to find where you stock. I believe you will find the pinyon nut in the other world or the other ecosystem. The other ecosystem is where you're going to retrieve. You stock it. It's got a journey it's got to make, just like you have a journey to make. So that's pretty much where that's going to go. Now let's see. I got a whole bunch of stuff listed. The Roadrunner, which I find is the craziest bird going. The titled gem in New Mexico is Mr. Forrest Fenn's belt. It's the turquoise. The turquoise mine in the book. All right. Let's see. What else would make sense? Insect is a tarantula hook wasp. Well, I didn't put any of them flies on, so I have no idea. And the butterfly is a sandia hair streak. Well, that I don't know if I saw one of them. I saw a lot of something else. Land of Enchantment, of course, is the nickname. The historic railroad trail is the Cumbres and Toltec. And yes, trains are involved in everything else, but it's in a different layer. Forget it. If you can get the poem, you'll be lucky. At least the part now for the searchers, really, it's the beginning part of the poem. To look quickly down. Hello, folks. He's a fisherman. Your quest to cease. Your quest hasn't ceased. You get up to the blaze. You get up to the horse, right? Look quickly down. What does that mean? Doesn't mean use your eyeballs. Wrong look. Cast. Quickly down in one fluid motion. Roll cast. Okay, you got to put the fly. The Mr. Fenn can fit on a Post-it note that he told you how to tie in one of Dale's videos. The fly tying where he talks a little bit and he kind of gives you hints all throughout the thing. And you tie the woolly worm or the woolly bugger. And size 12 is not really the greatest size to use at the retrieval. However, it was the size the default, kind of like in the golfing. The golfing was all about you need a fishing license and your non-fisher partner needs a fishing license too. And that was true the year the golfing incident came out. Okay. So he's not really talking about golf. He's talking about, going to a fishing hole. But let me see, what else did I do? Oh, I went March 29, and that was when I did the hiding. I hit him. I didn't smile. Did I really do that? I was exhausted. I couldn't. I crawled the last 25% back uphill, and boy, did I need that water. Not going down, but coming back up with the switchbacks. Let's see. The friend of Brown announced the event, according to me. The friend of Brown, which is a worker or somebody who is employed by the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, because they wore the insignia, all right, the brown. So what you would see as far as in the mountain, the brown bear with his paw, and when he showed his paw, it was made out of volcanic rock, and that's why he was called brown instead of black bear, because of his coloring on the mountain. And one of the kidneys fell, a rock that was called a kidney. He lost a kidney. Okay. The photographer who was following my trail down, there were about 150 of us. The photographer who followed us down, that was Sherman Hogue, and he posted a picture of me from the back end, going down, and it's in this document, but I don't know where the picture is. It's not in this document, copyright, whatever. But anyway, I wrote a poem, and I did send this to Forrest Fenn, and I said he can have it. It wasn't enough. Okay, so at that time, somebody wanted more. I don't think it was him. Anyway, this is the poem as a response to the poem that he gave. I go in there and circle sound with sweet riches and faithful steed. Rise and rise, invitation found, accepted, challenge, thrill indeed. Feel companion under shadow, God's wilderness, mountain and stream. Glory taste and gratefully know. Title bestows wonders to dream. Mother Nature flurries blessing, chasing today, morrow. Conserving, protecting, loving. Happiness claims tears of sorrow. Snapshot, dimensions proud and clear. Taking, going in peace all day. Smiling at gold, given so dear. Celebrating fun on display. Protector, guardian of Brown, announces void of question or pause. Forrest is finder of chest renown. Simple, profound, report applause. Many thanks, Forrest, art fellow. Forget not, friend, your treasures bold, your flies. Welcome, soulmates, do please follow and frolic with the title gold. I could have said dance with it, but anyway, that was the response. When do you drink your case of beer? When do you celebrate? On the dust cover of The Thrill of the Chase, it says to celebrate after you catch your fish. So there you have it. Some of us cannot celebrate with beer. So grape soda would be fine, or diet soda would be fine. So now this is And then there's a lot of directions on how to do it. Begin it, the Valley Vidal section of Carson National Forest in New Mexico is considered, and you may look it up, go research it. I don't know where I found it, somewhere. It's a note someplace. It is considered Little Yellowstone. When you can't go back home to the real Yellowstone or the real country of Italy or Germany, you make your own, or you find the little Yellowstone, the little Germany, the little Italy. It was easy for somebody who was closer to, immigrants. All right. So that was called Little Yellowstone. Was it found in Yellowstone? Well, the bronze box was found in a bogus Yellowstone because it was a bogus bronze box founded by a bogus finder. But if you go to Little Yellowstone, you can find it there. But let me tell you, you need a boat to really catch, unless you're a darn good and experienced fly fisherman, which I wasn't. And this new neighborhood carries many of the characteristics of the old neighborhood, just like Little Italy. So he's looking for the same characteristics of Yellowstone National Park on a smaller scale. Does it have all the gems? Yes. It's also called the crown jewel for New Mexico. Where else would you begin, folks, but Little Yellowstone, the crown jewel, the best place to go on earth? So you would go there, all right? And it's closed certain times of the year, but you can still get to the home of Brown mostly all year. If you're willing to go in snow and ice, I don't recommend it. Let me see. There are 2 man-made ponds. No man-made structure, so don't stop there. Okay, but there are 2 man-made ponds. They're mirror ponds. Look it up in the research. It is called mirrored ponds. Okay, one is for adults and one is for children, so children can succeed where adults cannot. Wow. All right, so you're going to begin at Cherie Ponds. Those are your mirrored ponds. And you're going to look for your hint of riches. There's 3 meanings to the riches, okay? One of them is the old Rio Grande cutthroat. I'm not going to give you the other one because it's the connection to Mindy and how come Mindy was very close, but not in the right state. But anyway, close in a way. All right. And then the new non-native, you have your rainbow, your brook, your brown, your hybridized nonsense and all of that. Okay. And I'm skipping over the Mindy section because I'm going to let her figure it out herself for a little bit. I'll let her figure it out. The picture of the 17th century Spanish emeralds and gold ring is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. Do research on that particular trout because that trout is titled according to the state of New Mexico. New Mexico, when it became a state, had only 9 counties. Where did he want to die? In the state of New Mexico. Okay. Whether it be in his home at the time or on a road or fishing, didn't matter. So that is your gold ring. It is unique according to his email. Go research what makes that particular cutthroat trout unique from all the other cutthroat trout. And it has to do with its back end tail. Okay, the tail fin, whatever. All right, that's what he really wanted a picture of, and I didn't know at the time that I took the picture that I didn't get the tail in it. So, and I didn't go back for undisclosed reasons. All right. So anyway, take it in the canyon down. Well, good grief, it's 10 miles to the T. I literally and figuratively. Then you will turn and you're going down the creek. Okay. So for me, I think I made a right hand. No, I made a left hand turn. I am directionally impaired. So anyway, you go there, and then what you're going to do in 2017, they built a fish ladder. So you'll see the fish ladder. That is to stop all these invasive species that they should not have brought in. Read Aldo Leopold, his Southwest book for that one. More detail on that. And what you want to do is you want to keep going down. I estimate about 3 miles. I think it was pi, 3.14 or whatever. Okay. At that point, you're at the home of Brown. So it's not too far, but oh boy, it's too far to walk. Oh, here's pi. I put it in the document. 3.1415926. It was probably, according to the odometer, 3.14. I bet that's about as far as they would go. Then you're going to get 2. Now remember, you're only doing 1 retrieval at a special spot. Why is the spot special? Because it showed you all the clues in metaphors. The Brown is in a mountain. He's a bear. He lost a kidney, which is one of his stones. It shows you the horse is the blaze. Well, that's not good enough. You are going to really need to search how come the horse is spiritual, where it's spiritual, why it's spiritual. It gives you a lot to look at without going down rabbit holes. None of this research is rabbit hole. It will lead you to a deeper understanding and not some far off DB Cooper or whatever, 9 Mile Hole. That's all wrong. You couldn't get any more wrong. So we're going to go down. And I did have pictures, but they're probably very hard to see. I got one of Brown in the when he was more orangey colored, and one with his one paw that was sticking up that lost the kidney. All right. So, but Brown needs to get you to, again, the state of New Mexico, because he is titled. It again needs to get you to the department, Game and Fish, where they raise these babies. Raise them. You're going to have to go to Los Alamos, because Seven Springs, I believe, is the only fish hatchery for this particular little fish. Remember Dow's movies, his little videos? His father and he were looking not for the big fish. They were looking for the little fish. So that's what they were doing. They were looking for the Rio Grande cutthroat. It was another hint right out there in the open. So you can't say you didn't know. All right. The black bear. I did see one. I didn't get a picture with the little cub. So it must have been a female with the baby. And I was practicing with a GoPro. Well, forget that one. I didn't get many good pictures, let me tell you. So anyway, he was called Brown because of the volcanic rock around the area. And that was another hint. I didn't get it. He told me. So whatever. He kind of alluded to it, and then I had to do the research. He don't tell you anything straight out. He just gives you more hints. Let's see. No place for the meek. It's basic. You will need to cross the tiny, tiny creek. I would say don't cross it when the water is running like spring runoff. I'd say make sure you have the right shoes on, make sure you are following the directions, and you get advice before crossing any water. So anyway, no place for the meek was to cross the water. It was also on insect study, if you want to do that. All right. So you could look at it in both ways. This is where Eric Sloan came in, because now I'm on the other side of the creek. And now I need to go get the gold. I need to lure it because it's sitting, waiting with the other artifacts. Anybody remember mysterious writings around 2018, 17? I don't know. They're all sitting, waiting together, well, they're fish. I don't know which one I'm going to get in that hole. I mean, I could get the Rio Grande cutthroat trout, the gold. I could get the rainbow, sterile rainbow, which I'm sorry, I don't believe that exists. I could get the cutbow, cross, a hybridization. I don't know. But I do know that the clouds overhead are going to determine whether whoever's in that water is going to see my shadow or not see my shadow. I feel like a golfer in Philadelphia. Remember Groundhog Day? Does he see his shadow? If you see your shadow, what happens? I don't know. I don't remember. But it's probably, again, you don't want your shadow seen by the fish because they're skittish. Scared, absolute death. And they're afraid of birds because birds do nosedives into the water and grab them. So anything that comes out is going to scare the death out of them. So you have to be real sneaky. You might even have to crawl so that they don't see you coming. You want to hide behind a tree. And I do think somewhere Cynthia said something about Forrest saying something about he thinks he might hide behind the tree. She never caught it. Not to my knowledge. So anyway, you got to get behind the tree. And you're going to wait and make sure your shadow's not being seen. Let's see. The end is drawing ever nigh. Oh, what did I put for this? Oh, they're cleansing out the waters, and that's why they got the fishing ladder up above. And they're taking all the oxygen out, and all the fish are jumping out of the water, dying. And then you're going to have to wait. Well, they did it again. 3 years in a row now that I know of, they've killed these poor fish. The fish that you're not allowed to take and eat. They're just killing them. All right. And so I asked, I couldn't find what they were using to kill the fish. And so I was led to, he asked me, what's wrong with the fish? I said, can't breathe, I guess. So his answer was, the tree grows slowly, but the earth is patient. That was the War of the Roses with Michael Douglas, the very first section of it. And they had this little Chinese doll thing. I forget what they call it offhand, but the females would take it to the doctor, and the doctor would ask for this female to point to the doll and the person. What's wrong with you? Well, I can't breathe. You see? So I had to tell him what the fish were having trouble with. They couldn't breathe. Then I finally got to what they were using to safely sort of kill the fish. But it was on there because on that movie, they made a mistake at the beginning at the auction house. The thing was Chinese, the little figurine that Michael Douglas decided he wanted to bid on. And the other one, Barbara Rose. So it was Oliver and Barbara Rose. And Barbara Rose wanted to bid on it. And the auctioneer said Japanese. So now you have Chinese, Japanese. So he played with it. Nice. So anyway, they did that. Let's see. Oh, the gold. I gotta get rid of the cat or he's gonna mess me up. Come on. You can't be up here. This is my pride and joy. Okay. He gets up, he gets jealous. And he's going to get up again. But anyway, the gold, by the way, comes in nuggets, and there's few of them. And it comes in gold coins. It's a metaphor. The stocking event that I did and I participated in 2019 was gold coins. They were hatched in the hatchery. Put them in rows like your silverware drawer. Get all the little ones in one row and the other ones in another row. You get the picture. The gold nuggets are not hatchery spawn. They are wild spawn. Okay. So that was one of the other ones. He put the hints out there. They were all over the place. And he had a lot of fun. I really believe he had a lot of fun. So anyway, in 2018, being that was the year that the chase was supposed to end, that the gold would definitely be captured. It's also at the end of a major league publication of an event that was supposed to go on since about 2013 all the way to 2018 to reintroduce reintroduce the Rio Grande cutthroat trout to its native waters. Okay, so they were going to do that. That includes southern Colorado, where the headwaters were, and northern New Mexico. Okay, so that's where the 2008 and the gut feeling was, but there was another undisclosed matter that got in the way. It's okay. Let's see. There'll be no paddle up your creek. Well, you're thinking of a wooden oar. You're going to paddle. How dry is the creek? How wet is the creek? I forget it. You know what paddle is? Paddle is spawning. When the little girl hen, gold, the size of a hen's egg. It was the hen's egg. Along with the little diamond dust or gold dust, the male. They're making babies. And when they do that, it's called paddling. And they paddle up the creek. When they're doing that, they are not interested in your dessert, your fly, your anything. They're not hungry and they're not going to play, and they've got other matters on their mind. The Rio Grande cutthroat trout at the location where you're supposed to retrieve it. Well, they spawn in the spring. So trust me, you're not going to get the gold during spring break. Did he have fun? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, he did. Mm-hmm. So anyway, you can't have a paddle up your creek. So the red on the throat needs to kind of calm down a little bit on the guy. You remember the rooster or the cock was colorful. And the hen, the little girl, homely, she was unpainted, right? So there you have it. There you have it. You want to play, you will wait till they're done making their babies. All right. Then let's see. The pinyon is the only native New Mexico pine tree. So there's only one. Let's see. What else do I have? I have trees. How about just heavy loads and water high? Heavy loads refers to the fly fishing rod. Loading for fly casting. You're going to have to load this according to the following directions. But it has nothing to do with how heavy something is. It's your loading of your pole, your rod, your pole, whatever. Okay? And water high. It rhymed. In my day, you were made fun of because we were poor, just like I am right now, poor. So let me tell you, the hand-me-downs and everything else that went around, it was never long enough. Let me see if I can remember the poem. The land is dry. The rain is gone, the land is dry. So why do you wear your pants so high? High waters, not waters high. So they were your it's the gear. Your waders. Waters high or high waters or your waders. So you're gonna have your waders on to get over there and not make a mess, and you never know where you're going to go or where the ledge is, and you went too far. and you're going to load that doggone pole with the fly that is the catch-all. It'll work. If nothing else works or you don't know what to use the woolly bugger that he showed you how to tie. So there is your water's high. So easy. If you've been wise and found the blaze, okay, so you're fishing upstream, downstream, and there's rules, unwritten rules about who gets to pass whom in which direction. I don't remember. But anyway, you see the blaze. You've been wise. Wow. That has many meanings. One of them goes with the spirited horse. You will need to research. It's not, you don't need it for this. So you find the blaze. And then what does it tell you? I have a lot of pictures of the blaze because I put in the extra stuff. It tells you the next set of directions. Step 1. Look, because his clues were done. Begin at where Worm's Waters halts. Then you end at finding the blaze. Okay? So step 1 is look quickly down because your quest to cease. I'm going to get the gold. This is where he found out there was a little bit of a oopsie in the poem. A little embarrassed, but you can't take the chest. You can only lure the gold out of the chest. But it's okay. That's all right. What is look quickly down? Well, you're going to stand on a rock and look down. Now you're on the other side of the creek. There's a tree there to hide behind. You don't want your shadow to spook the gold. So what you're going to do is you can't do overhead casting. Dr. Pepper, 11, 2, 11, 2, down to 4. You can't really do that because the tree's in the way and there's a bird in the tree and the bird wants to eat your fly and the bird has her eyes on your fly every time you are trying to cast. So look quickly down means look, cast. Quickly down in one fluid motion downstream. You're going to roll cast. Okay. So now you're going to cast downstream. Now you got to lure the little one back upstream, but you don't know who's in the hole. Unless, of course, you were smart enough to sit under the tree and watch what they were feeding on. At the time, I'm not experienced enough to determine who's eating what. I just want to fish. Just give me any artifact will do for me. So when I did catch one in 2017, it was beginning of June. Everybody was at the Fenn, I think. And I was up luring the gold. My first one was a rainbow. And he's a bully. And he's big. And he's an invasive fish. He doesn't belong here. He came from somewhere. I don't know, the East. Maybe he came from the East. Like, I don't know. They come from different countries. Germany. I don't know. The brown, they came from somewhere else too. Well, if those big bullies are in the hole, guess who's not in the hole? The little bitty, but quick Rio Grande cutthroat trout. So you're going to have to adjust. And you're going to have to start sneaking up creek is what I did. I snuck up creek. And what happened is I got in the next hole a cutbow. And that's a hybridized rainbow and cutthroat. So I was all excited. And then I realized this is not the right one. And I had to ask a fly fishing guide to help me identify who's who in the zoo. Because I don't know any of these artifacts. They're not from the East Coast. And so, so the man from the East, the fish from the East, bullied the prize, the gold, out of the hole. And so I went up another hole or so, and I did catch him. And that was the one on June 15, 2017. But he wasn't smart enough to show his tail. I looked through all the pictures. I wasn't doing the pictures. I didn't get the tail. But anyway, I know it's him. And it was confirmed. Where he said, where give credit where credit's due. And it was the 15th. So I looked back through the pictures and I found him. So that was it. But when you catch him or her, smile at a lonely girl, a homely girl, tarry scant with marble gaze. You don't want to spend too much time because you see this hole is special. It's special because it's catch and release only. You are not allowed to overwork the fish to exhaustion, and you are not allowed to kill them while you're sitting there. Oh, wow, looky. It's like get the picture kind of fast. And I wasn't doing the picture taking. My disabled, paralyzed person was doing the picture taking. So I didn't quite get everything I needed in the picture. You don't want to admire him so long. All right, so that was that one. Oh, number 3, step 3 was, that was different. Yeah. Just take the chest and go in peace. There's words missing because of the poetic rhyme. You, fisherman, just take the chest. Play the water is what I ended up with because there was an error. You could not just take the chest. You could only take the gold or any other artifact that happened to be there. And you, trout, fishy, go in peace. Because you had to return to the water where or close to where you were found. So, just take the chest as one and go in pieces the other. And they're just going to have to ride into town. One is native, the fish. And the other one is not native. The one has a feather while riding the horse, and the other one does not, but they're both riding together. Come on, Willie, let's go. And then the other picture, I think it was an Eric Sloan or something, where they're riding into the sunset. They've already got their fish. Then they celebrate according to the dust cover with their 6-pack, or if you can't have that, go ahead and have the soda, Dizzy Dean. All right, so you just take the chest. You can't eat it. You can't take it. You need to return it. So guess where the gold ring is? Emerald in whatever, gold ring, 17th century. It's in the hole. It's right back where it was. It has to. You're not allowed to take it. And so Lewis and Clark named the fish, all right, in the Latin, whatever, jumbo. So the fish has to be returned. So you can take a picture. That's why he asked for the picture and not for the gold itself. It's illegal to take it. You do not have to do anything illegal unless you choose. Just said take it and the fish goes in peace, not you. Well, you go celebrate. So let's see if there's another one over here. That was the picture. Yeah, I got my first one. Someone else did see the tail. I don't have proof of the tail. I don't have the picture. I think someone else does have the picture. All right. And that was it. And then the other, so why is it that I must go? Well, you know what? Not important at this time. And leave my trove for all to seek. Just think fishing. There are 3 different interpretations. Why is it that I must go? Well, you can't go fishing anymore there. And leave it. Well, yeah, you enjoy it. Let's just say that. The answers I already know. Again, 3 different interpretations. Take the fishing one. That's all the searchers should be interested in. I've done it tired and now I'm weak. Well, I was weak. Oh my goodness. That was stalking. And it was a lot of switchbacks. I crawled the last. I'll do it again. But I crawled. They were watching me from above, from the parking lot. What was it? A park ranger was looking down at me. So, yeah, she's making more progress. I was crawling. I was grabbing roots, trees, you name it, anything that was sturdy into the ground. And I was drinking that water. I was wondering why I brought with me. That was a good one. So, well, hear me all and listen good. Well, good is not good English, but it rhymed. June 6th is the free D. It is the free fishing day for everyone in the state of New Mexico. So if you can't afford a fishing license, you can do this retrieval on the 6th. You know, when the chest appeared. It appeared on a free day. Okay. I think there's one state, maybe Wyoming, it was the 5th. They all have one free day, it seems. Your effort will be worth the cold. The spring is cold. So they went out in the spring and you go and you got to stock it. I mean, you're going to have to do the work if you expect summertime to come around after the spawning and all the rest of that paddling that they do. You want to catch them, you should participate in the volunteer activity. Another free D, another free day. You do not need on that day, which is organized by a whole bunch of groups, but primarily by the Homa Brown, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. They come, and the Indian Affairs comes, the governor comes, everybody comes to say how grateful they are. You know, the men used to do it, maybe 8 of them. They were making 2 trips in one day, you know, to stock them. But we had about 150 people. So that was good. And then COVID came, and oh, I'm so glad I did it when I did it. All right. So that's the cold. Hello. If you are brave and in the wood, if you are hunting, the brave hunts, and in the wood, that one was the most ridiculous. I was in the car, and I was asking the one that has delayed response. I could tell he was thinking about some answer or some point. And I said, I smell wood burning. Then I realized, wood, it's your brain. It's your skill. It's not trees. When you look at the poem, I forget who did the poem, The Path Not Traveled, and the yellow is cowardice, and he's talking about the wood. It's the thoughts. If you're brave, if you're hunting and you have some kind of knowledge and skill to succeed, I present to you, I give you title to the gold. I present to you the New Mexico state fish called the gold, either through the hatchery as coins or wild spawn as gold nuggets, the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It is unique to all other cutthroat trouts because of the way the club-shaped spots gravitate to the tail. And I do know now that the man, the rooster or the cock's chin jaw comes out more than its upper. He's got like an overbite. And the other one's the female. So, what do you need? You need intuition. You need imagination. You need confidence. What gives you the confidence? Well, I'm going to do the directions he gave me. He gave you the confidence. He gave me the confidence. But I did not celebrate with a 6-pack. I can't. I'm diabetic. Can't drink that kind of stuff. But anyway, Dizzy Dean does not need the newbie to drink a 6-pack. That's it. That's it. That's it. Let's see. Trust the living burnt out. Let's see. It's annoying. Yeah, he prayed for D's. It's only one free day. Why do we have to pay? Well, we pay as a donation. Sorry, that's okay. We pay as a donation. I have had an annual fishing pass for the state of New Mexico for a number of years. This April 1, when it expires and I got to go buy a new one, I finally get my residence. So, but yeah, I always considered it my donation to the efforts that they have to go through to raise these fish. I mean, if you've ever gone through, you can't get inside the Seven Springs fish hatchery. They are raising a very delicate fish for a major project that is still ongoing. You can, though, look at enough of Red River Fish Hatchery in Red River, New Mexico. Well, sort of. It's somewhere off the 522. And you could see how they're all arranged. They kind of look like that one picture in The Thrill of the Chase. You know, the picture of all those fish also tightly compacted. Yeah, that's one growth spur. Wild spawn, they have to actually go out and get the spawn. There are, if you look at any of the hatchery sites or any of the fish and game sites, doesn't matter which state or which fish, you still get the general gist of how they collect the males and the females and stir with a turkey feather and all that stuff, you know, kind of like peas and milk, if you remember that one. You know, so that's the poem. You know, as far as any of the other layers, that's not for me to divulge to searchers. It's just not. There are other layers, yes. There are a lot of layers. But you could either go out and hunt and hike until you look like embroidery, and we know the picture of embroidery hanging off of Forrest Fenn's neck, and come up really, really totaled and wasted. Or you could step right over that bronze box and go on your way to happiness, wherever you may find it. You know? So, anyhow, that's the poem. That's the solution only to the poem. If your solution came up with where to get the bronze box, use this video and just say, wrong, next. Too late. It is now too late. No one can file a new lawsuit against an estate. That statute of limitations has ended. It's over. There's no money. So what do you do? Sue me? Really? For what? For a fish? Go get it. Oh, by the way, it's got your release. You got to put it back. He ended the bronze box, which was not part of me at all. He ended the bronze box on the free fishing day in New Mexico. And that bronze box, or hunting for that bronze box, or searching for that, but that has zero to do with me. I was looking for the gold, as well as some of the other artifacts. They're okay. You know, rainbow tastes good. I couldn't take it out of that hole, but I could take it out of some others. Down creek, you could get 2 of the cutthroats. But if you want to fish more, put 1 back, because as soon as you catch 2, you're not allowed to fish anymore. Of the cutthroats, the Rio Grande cutthroats. If it's just rainbows, you can keep fishing till you catch 2 and keep 2 downstream. I think it's downstream. I'm directionally impaired. But that's it, DNA in the chest. Well, I can't tell you what that is. But I can tell you the fish are in the chest, and they have DNA and they have 23 chromosomes. And there's new fish that came in that they shouldn't have brought in. Oh, it sounded like a great idea. Not a great idea. Not when you want the fastest little guy in town. And he gave that as a hint in one of those videos. It was one of the short ones. If I saw it was short. That's it. That's it. Hear me all and listen good. You can't fish yet. It's too cold. You can get it in any weather, but not in any season. Very careful on his words. No, don't go out in the snow. You want to go look for the nookie? For the bronze boxy? Go ahead. I'm not telling you to do it. There's no bronze box. It's a figment of your imagination. It's the lore. It's the emotion. Fame and fortune. And all you have to do is give it up. Give up that stupid fame and fortune. Reject that. And it was so easy. As soon as you reject the fame and fortune, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. Well, my solution, it has a lot to do with Forrest Fenn playing a game. And the game he played was one I played when I was little. And it is called Who Am I? And before he speaks, you got to ask yourself, well, he's playing a game. Who am I? Is he Forrest Fenn, the antiques dealer, the gallery owner? Is he the trickster? Is he the fish? Or the red herring? There are two of them. One for dogs. I think the red herring for dogs was to mislead, and for horses was to guide. Okay, so there's two red herrings. Which one is he? So you play a game. Who am I? So you play the game back and you ask him, who am I? I guess he never knew. It's cute. But let me see. So what do you need to do? You need to know about fly fishing. The rules, regulations. There's all signs. The welcome signs were all posted in 2018. I did take pictures of them somewhere. I have no film whatsoever. Any film that I had taken of me was taken by that one photographer who, they were all over the place. It was big hoo-hoo event, sensationalism. So, there's a lot of them out there. But yarns are stories. I found that out in a museum. Yarns. Well, somebody took his stories and they altered them. They adjusted them. And why they did that, I'm not even going to go there. But the box was fake. I still challenge, and the court should challenge all these solvers who are the true solvers. Show me one, just one place where he wrote, or he himself, not somebody doing third party hearsay, where he himself states, I, Forrest Fenn, hid this bronze box. You won't find it. You can't find that, your solver's wrong. Out. Your solver's wrong. Who is Jack? Who cares? He's phony, so's the bronze box. They had to have something real so you could touch it and see it and take pictures of it. The days of stealing the pictures off the internet, long gone. But, yeah, that's it. Anybody's, let's see. I'm sure he will have 1 or 4 videos soon. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. I think whoever the photographer was probably donated some of that film or was paid for it or whatever. Yep, that's the poem. So I don't have pictures of the cat spread across the mountain with a smile. He's got that cat smile. What was it? The Cheshire Cat? You could only see that one in certain lighting. It was really weird. Like you could pass the one blaze, the effort is worth your coal blaze, and you won't see it if it's not in the right it's not in the right lighting. What else did I say? Oh, the toe to toe had actually 2 human feet. I kid you not. And they looked toe to toe. And there was what looked like a little box underneath them. It's probably a rock. It was in the same area, wasn't it? Below the fish hatchery of Red River. You could see that one. It's on a trail. And the trail is called the Fish Trail in Spanish. I don't know what it is in Spanish. I have it in the document. But, yeah, you could see the cute toe-to-toe. You could see the cat. He's adorable. He's huge and he's scary. And his claws go way down the hill. Kind of. The only one who would understand this kind of stuff is Bill. Because he takes pictures of rocks and stuff. But so he sees all those images in the rocks and stuff. But he would really like that. The toe to toe. I should give him that picture if I can figure out how to do it. Because I took a picture and it was mostly rock formation. So I don't know. I imagine he's got a couple of videos. Hopefully they're just on the poem. On just the bronze box, not the bronze box, but the other chest. He was a chest trout, it's pretty cool. It is not dangerous, not all. No. You don't even have to go up to Little Yellowstone. You don't even need to go there. You need to understand what that is, but. No. And technically, you don't have to cross the stream unless you want to get to a particular tree with a particular bird that doesn't seem to leave from season to season. And I had a chipmunk look at me. He would crawl in the rocks where it was down from where the blaze was, but it was where the Mexican opening for the oven, the horno or whatever, beehive looking oven. It was down there, and he would sit and he would watch me. Then the duck family would swim by me. What else moved?
Hummingbirds.
The hummingbirds would dip down for water. Bluebirds that I've never seen in my life would be flying around. Pokey thistle, you really don't want to get on you. I didn't have any GPS, anything. I am old-fashioned as you can get. What can I say? Turn right at the drummer boy was how I learned to drive. I have my camera does not do GPS, and I know he panicked. I posted a picture once. It was cute. And I could tell. And it's like that old piece of garbage doesn't do modern day GPS. Someone else asked me for just the pictures. And I had no idea what he wanted. Oh, he wanted the GPS coordinates. Well, he didn't get the pictures, but it wouldn't have mattered. He would have never found it anyway. You don't need a GPS. If he needed a GPS, I suppose he would give you one. And I didn't use it. I mean, go to where warm orders halts, drive 10 miles to the T, then take a left and go pi 3.14. And then, pull off and look for brown. I mean, you're there. What GPS do you need? They're man-made mirror lakes, one for the kiddies under 12 and one for the adults. So an adult cannot succeed in the kiddie pond unless the adult is maybe disabled or something. So I don't have those. I don't have any of that. So there you have it. The real solver in the middle of the morning in her BJs without her hair even combed. That's me. I did not get all dressed up to go fishing. Trust me, I was surprised when I ended up with 3 holes in my Eastern waders that were for the sand, for the beach sand. That's when I got my new ones, and I was instructed on how to take care of them and clean the shoes that didn't let me slide again across the stones. And, everything was out in the public arena. If you want to find it, it's there somewhere over the years. Everything was, he just put it out there. Everybody could benefit. I didn't find a lie. So I can honestly say, did I ever find a lie from Forrest Fenn himself on any of his stories? Even if it's memorized or whatever, no, I did not find any lie. He did not lie. Not to me. Not to what I happened to listen to. That doesn't mean I liked everything he said. I didn't find a lie. I had to play the who am I guessing game. Mm-hmm. And if I was confused, it would reappear 1,000 times. Like the weaving, weaves. I was like, what is wrong? Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, so I had to look at my fishing rod, and I had it threaded wrong. I was choking the fishing line because I went through the wrong loop. So I had to undo it and put it through. The loops have this thing around them. It's called weave. So every time I didn't understand something, it would reappear a million times. I would have to put the word in with fly fishing in order to understand what I was doing wrong. So he would do that. The backward bicycle. Oh, yeah. It was my fishing rod and my reel. And it got straightened out at the fishing guide store, the person I like to talk to. He was like, I'm laughing. I had it backwards. I'm left-handed. Mostly I'm ambidextrous, so it doesn't matter. But I had to pull it was all wrong. And here I am trying to cast quickly down, look quickly down, and oh boy, it got straightened out. But I appreciate it. So not only was I choking at the weaving, that I was also my pole, everything was going backwards. It made it a lot easier when it was fixed. Yeah. And then I learned about all of the reels. You learned about the reels because there's backing line that's very long, and I'm like, what do you need that for? Oh, when he takes your paw, you pray that you still got it. But anyway, and then there's different kinds of fly lines, and there's wet flies and dry flies. What was I using? A wet fly? What was the bugger? Bugger. Was he dry or wet? No, I think he was wet. I don't remember. Anyway, I know what fly to use. I have no idea how Douglas Preston would be involved other than in a part that's undisclosed. I will not disclose that part. A companion to Forrest Fenn as well. Yes, he probably knew That would be my guess. And no, you're not going to get it from him. He's probably signed an NDA, and an NDA will protect him every place except for criminal court, as far as I know. So those NDAs are pretty stiff, you know. Don't sign one until you know exactly what's in it. You know. Solver of the gold. The chest of trout. Reel what? My reel is on the fishing. You know, the fishing line, the fly, the reel. Not true. It's real. Yeah, the stories are real. The stories may or may not be connected to the chest of trout. He just said they're real. Yeah, they're real. The chest is real. The bronze box is real. It does exist. You can take a picture of it. You can touch it. The poem does not lead you to a bronze box. The poem leads you to the exact location to begin it. And then it leads you to the exact location to look quickly down. There is no guesswork here at all. How many places did I look? As far as the poem was concerned, none. That was the only one. Found it in 3 hours. Found the begin it where? Man-made structures, so you don't get it there, move on down the creek, because those ponds are man-made. As far as I knew, they're called mirror ponds. You know, somewhere you got to do the research, and God knows what year I found that. 1021, 19, was it 1921? I think it was 1921, Aldo Leopold. He had the Sand Almanac, but he had an even better book where he mentions the big picture, and it was his Southwest, and I think it was released after he passed on. The poem leads to the gold. The gold is the Rio Grande cutthroat trout. It's in New Mexico. It's hatched mostly in New Mexico, is where the hatchery is. It's Seven Springs Fish Hatchery, close to Los Alamos. So you will have to take the trail to Los Alamos to get to that fish hatchery. The hatchery itself is closed for obvious reasons. They are trying to reintroduce this, jeopardized, or they had another term for it. It's not endangered, but it's having hard times. They're trying to reintroduce it back into its native habitat. So you can't really see what's inside the hatchery, but you can see where the kids are allowed to fish. And you can take pictures of the area, which you did. You could get a view of a threatened. That could be it. Endangered or threatened. It might have been endangered. Species, yes. The frog is really a toad. It's a spade foot toad, and it's the New Mexico titled amphibian. Okay, so that's why the pictures of the gold toad had those weird looking back feet. Okay, he was really referring to the New Mexico state titled amphibian. Now that toad used to have a smell that even men could smell, fishermen could smell, and it signaled time to fish. Because remember, we can't fish ahead of time. You can't go out and get it on spring break because, well, you know, on spring break, the fish is paddling, it's spawning. That's